this
white starfish on
pavement-like
the rock
structure.
lower center.
Very
Copy that.
flat layer.
I'm just pointing it out.
Take a look. We got a second. Oh, we got a move coming.
Yes.
Pilot?
We have a move
We're
underway,
moving now.
Nice.
and we expect it to be very
Scott
flat
thought
for
that
next
the
200
term
meters.
jacks as an analogy for a hexactinellid spicule is pretty good. A lot of people know what jacks are. We all played with them, at least us old timers, I guess.
Yeah, but you can take a
Played
quick look
with
at
them.
this just so you see it, and then move on.
Oh, good spot, pilot. Alrighty. This is a sea star, believe it or not.
Okay, I'll sit down here and tilt
And
up
I again will give Chris Ma a chance to comment on this.
A redemption. Partial.
I'm going to dust it pretty soon here. Yeah.
Sorry, real clear, real fast.
Yeah, that's true.
Sorry, I was laughing at Scott's comment
Yeah,
there.
that's a pretty good one.
All right, Copilot, you want to check my rotator? Oh, actually, it's pretty good.
Yeah, they're zoomed in for
I
you.
do.
Might be
I
all
don't
right
think
here.
you need it.
Yeah.
It's a funny shape.
I'm
It
waiting.
almost looks a little twisted.
The clock is ticking, Chris Ma. We've got our Chris Ma beacon illuminating the sky. It's in the shape of a starfish. It's not
Yeah,
a bat
it's
like
not the
Batman. It
Batman, it's a
actually has a
starfish
starfish
sign, yeah.
emblem.
Now, Bridge, we're coming to the
So
end of
he
this
has to run to his
move.
starfish
Thanks,
cave
Rich.
and grab the starfish mobile.
Yes.
Somehow that doesn't sound like a fast mobile.
You can rotate down a little bit.
Seems like this
Rather.
heading
I
is
wiggled a little
still
bit.
pretty good, right?
All right.
Yeah, it's good.
So that's a beautiful image of
I
that.
think we're
You
just
might
going to be
actually see him
working on
breathing.
the left side of the screen
There
here
he goes. He closed up.
today.
See him breathing out that hole.
Don't have much of a choice.
Copilot, did you want to sit here for a bit?
So
No, you're good.
this sea star has an attitude because somebody gave it a really ghastly name. They're calling it a slime star.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so he's not really happy.
Co-pilot, we
You
could
never
maybe
see
further
these things
report
particularly
on
happy
next
or
move.
smiling. So it's
you'd
in
like, I
the
don't know if
family
I don't think
Pterasteridae,
it'll
I
help.
believe.
No.
And
Yeah.
I think it could be in the
It could, I
genus
mean.
Hymenaster.
It's fine. You want to do 130 or something? It's fine.
A little bit different one that we've seen in other places. Different color, different texture, but I just don't know how important that is. Chris Ma would, and somebody will send him this picture, or he'll get it from Facebook.
Why don't you make waypoint 2 active, just so we
Yeah.
can have an idea?
Okay, video when you're clear, you can pull out. Nice. I think I saw something on this larger rock here. I'm just going to take a quick peek.
Scott suggested we could call it a splat star. That's good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
I
139.
think we
for the
could use
waypoint.
splat for a lot of things.
Yeah, I'm worried about this.
1399. Red shrimp below the laser. Just a sponge to the top right there.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, we're having some
Let's grab a
humorous
sponge.
chat comments.
Got your
coming in.
rotator. You want me to keep it?
There is a sponge, stock
yeah.
sponge in the back there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just
I
keep
gotta
it.
look at the
I
video
got a
rather than the
feeling.
chat. It's
Yeah.
okay. All right, so we're going to take a peek at the stock sponge that's up ahead of us here.
Yeah, what do you think, Nav? Next move, 135, something like that?
130 maybe.
Yeah, sure. Sounds good.
So this is another type of glass sponge.
Are you ready for that now?
Obviously very different
I
than
think
the
so,
one we
yeah.
saw earlier.
All right.
Almost like he's completely hanging off the side
Bridge,
of that stock.
RV nav.
Yeah, he is, but actually in this genus, which is
Go ahead, Nav.
Calophacus,
We'd like another
this
ship
is
move.
in the family
30
Roselidae.
meters, bearing 130.
That's what a lot of them do. They
Okay, you can
actually,
come in.
because they filter
30
laterally,
meters at
there's a
130
bend in
degrees
the
at
stock
0.2
where
knots.
the
Ah, yeah.
sponge
Copy.
actually comes off of.
There's someone sitting there too, it looks like.
Yeah, what is that? Yes, something's
A little tilt to the top.
on it.
Copy.
Yeah, zoom on the top. I think they're interested.
Beautiful image. This is a Calophacus calodiscus. It's a subgenus for it.
Hold on, I'm losing it.
Or at least
Now,
it
Bridge
resembles
move
that.
initiated.
Thank you, Bridge. And are you still happy with this heading? Ride feels good, and I don't hear much from the thrusters.
Besides the occasional roll, this heading's perfect.
Great.
Thank you, co-pilot.
You got it.
Yeah, gorgeous view of this. So our general assumption is the sponge is filtering the water from right to left. So the water is actually entering the sponge, perhaps. Near the stalk.
parachute.
Yeah, underneath
Ready
the
for full
parachute,
specimen?
and exits out the rounded concave surface. And that kind of makes sense because he's always going to be bending that way into the current. So
That's you, pilot.
What's up?
Said, are you ready for full specimen?
as the water
Oh, yeah,
passes through
absolutely.
the body of the sponge, the
Sorry, I couldn't
sponge
hear you.
has specialized cells
You can
that
tilt down a
can
little bit.
pull particles
down.
and small animals and other things out of the water column before the
Hold
water
it.
exits, and that's how he makes a living. And you can see some beautiful nodules just on the other side
Pulling out for
of it
lasers.
as well, so they
Copy.
certainly look like manganese nodules.
Yeah, they do.
Okay, video's clear.
Okay, you can pull out. We'll keep moving.
Yeah,
here.
so one of the expeditions I've been on, we
Gonna
dredged
lose the
some
loop.
of those up and then take them to a
Lose
rock
the
saw and
skids,
cut them
maybe,
in half,
and then
and you
give it
find
your
little
camera
pieces
back.
of rock, shells, and all kinds
Thank
of
you,
stuff
co-pilot.
in the
Camera back.
inside. The manganese is not picky about what it grows on, as long as it's a hard surface.
And I might have a little more uphill to my right here. If you want to just kind of turn perpendicular to me and push out to middle screen if you get there without seeing something.
So this
How do
particular
you guys
site
feel about
today,
deploying the
it
light
may not have
bars?
shown in the
A
map
lot
that
of
we
light
sent
dead
around
center
in the
of us,
dive
but not
plan.
much in the
We
distance.
picked it because it's got a
Maybe
variety
tilt
of
out the
different
lowers.
types of topography. It's got this sort
It's
of
a lot
flat,
of current today.
Yeah.
sort of sandy,
I'm
rubbly
hesitant.
area,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
then we're going to get up onto an actual little cone feature a little bit later in the dive, and then go back down for a short drop into a little bit of a saddle. And so this is one of the things we're trying to do on these dives is also try to understand how topography is essentially influencing the development of communities down here.
I see some little biological up here. Little white guy. Maybe.
Oh, come on, Jasper, you got to answer that question there. Charles Wall, he's asking how old would one of those smaller nodules be? So you have any idea? But they would.
The idea is similar to the crust. It's on the order of millimeters per million years, so it's going to depend on what's inside, right? If you start with a relatively large rock, you'll end up with a larger thing overall. If it's a very small sand grain inside, then it would not end up being quite as big. So just the diameter
Check this
doesn't
guy
tell
out.
you quite as much. You want to know what's inside so you can get the actual thickness. But yeah, we're looking at pieces that are
Fish off in the distance.
probably 1-2 inches across.
He's kind of
Probably not quite 2 inches.
a bad spot.
Oh, there's a fish in the water column.
Yeah.
But
Video,
yeah,
you can
that,
try to
that
zoom.
nodule
We will
could
not have
take
much
at least
time.
a million
Oh,
years.
Copy that,
it'll
center
come
up.
more than that.
Yeah.
Tens of millions. So
Co-pilot, keep an eye on me.
Will do.
Bruce, I think we've got a different type of cuskeel that you're going to be seeing very shortly.
it's like he's got a hump on his back.
He's got white speckles
Yeah.
all over him.
Dave, got a time lag here, so I'll have to wait
Yeah.
for it to come up
Max
on
zoom.
the video.
Yeah, I'm sort of pointing that out, Bruce, to make sure you're watching the screen when they've got these close-ups on them.
And video, if you could pull out. 3, 2, 1. Yep. Thanks.
I'm looking down 80 degrees.
10-4. I gotta push out.
Yep.
I think we're about at the end of that.
Yeah, I'm not sure what I'm looking at here. I say
Copy
the hump that people have referred to is partly because the head is concave on its upper part on the dorsal surface. It's got a fairly large eye. It doesn't look like the deeper living thing that's got a huge eye, Leucochorus. It's a little bit similar to a genus called Vasogigas, but the shape of the gill cover was different, even though we didn't get a really good look at that.
Now, bridge move complete.
Looks a little different from what Vasogigas would have. So this one's probably going to have to remain a mystery until we can get some of the frame grabs from the video and send them off to the experts on this group.
Well, Bruce, I could put it down as a tentative Vasogigas in my notes here. I mean, it wouldn't be a bathydid, right? Because the lateral line didn't look like it to me. I thought they had a pretty good view of it, but are you comfortable with my just putting a questionable Vasogigas for it?
That could work, although again it looked different
happier
to me than what
position
we've been
there.
calling Vasogigas.
I have time for the sponge.
On the other
Yeah, I
hand,
think
I
so,
don't know
yeah.
what the size really was. If they
want to.
kept the concave head and the arch in the back, that hump's more pronounced as they get older, for example.
Yeah.
The
that might
multi-beam
come
predicts
into
it should
play.
be pretty
Age
flat for
differences.
100 meters
So
here,
put it as
200 meters forward.
a Vasogigas with a question mark or a CF period Vasogigas. But it looked different from other ophidiids that we've seen so far in the capstone expedition a little bit.
Okay. So looks like we've encountered another Caliphacus. Since we're here, we might as well do a snap zoom on this. It's got a little... I think it's the same thing, but we'll know in a second. There's a number of different stock sponges like this in the family Rosellidae that are
And video, you can come in.
trying to sort
Yeah,
out
snap
right
zoom
now.
on this.
Specifically,
Confirm
Henry
identity.
Ricewig up in Vancouver is trying to sort out. Oh, this
Something
guy's
on
got a little feather star on it.
Nice. Yeah, I think this is the same as the other one.
You want me to pull out?
Yeah, you can pull out. Thank you, video. Keep moving.
So Jasper has just abandoned me for a little while, probably about 5 or 10 minutes to grab some lunch. So I'm gonna, something geological comes up of interest, I'll do my best, but excuse me if I butcher the description of what we're looking at.
Co-pilot, it's sort of strange. The USBL puts you way off to port. And I know you're not even as far in that direction as you'd like to be.
That is weird.
Let's see if that
It's a
option
little
changes itself
bifurcating
again.
coral again, I think. Might be one of the
Just
ones
well.
that we saw earlier.
Well, that's probably non-random error.
This is in the family Primnoidae. There's another
Yeah,
black coral
it's like
of that
should be
Heteropathes.
flip-flopped.
It's over
Yeah.
to the left.
Huh.
I mean, it's a difference of 10 meters at 2,600.
What that thing
Yeah.
is, I wonder if we could do a quick zoom on this coral just below the lasers.
Copy that. Coming in.
Even the mean is off by that, though. That's weird.
Yeah, I think
I
it's
guess
a
it's
bias.
a bias, yeah.
Random.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, coming down. Hopefully I don't dust it too much. There's quite a bit of current blowing a lot of stuff in the air.
Fortunately, if you do, it'll be gone
Yeah, it's true.
quickly.
Okay, video, you can come in. We'll try to see what this guy is.
Yeah, I think it's the same thing. And
Partial.
like it's got 2 branches. I'm going to throw this out to the chat room right now because looks like a pretty easy place to collect one of these. Is this of interest to the other scientists who are on the chat room right now? And the only reason I'm bringing this up is because it was so dominant at that other seamount, and none of us really seems to know what type of primnoid this is. Asako, Scott? Yeah, hi, Scott.
Yeah, I think that's a worthy idea, and Asako and Tina had to leave to go to that conference, but before leaving, the first time we saw this, Asako thought it would be a good idea for our collection.
Sorry, video.
You were just saying we saw so many of them
That's
a couple of days ago. And we're making an assumption right now.
They want
this
this.
is the same thing as that.
Let you get this
But it
one
seems,
high current. No,
a reasonable place to start.
Right. Well, Pilot, is this an option to collect this?
Yes, I am worried that in this high current situation, it might blow out of the box, but I'm definitely willing to give it a shot.
Okay. Yeah, let's
Get a full specimen.
yeah, let's try it.
Okay.
This is great. Thank you. Okay, Scott, they're going to give it a go. If you didn't copy that.
So
Is it 2 branches? They're pretty far apart from this angle.
let's get a little.
Sounds
They
good.
branch
So
pretty
I'm
close
wondering,
to the base,
is it
I
too
believe.
large to grab the thing below the branch point, or do you think you have a chance of getting the whole thing in a box?
Can we get a zoom on minis of this?
We might be able to fit it in. It would be close. Kind of like folded in.
Okay,
Let's see if it's
Yeah, we'll
flexible.
assess it real quick.
sure. I think you could probably
Zoom out a little.
tolerate a little bit of
Sorry,
folding
trying to
there.
get a focus. And an iris on it.
Where are we
See,
going
that
here?
might even help it stay in the box too, I suppose, if it was.
Yeah.
It's above the laser,
It's
Copy.
above the lasers.
top edge of the screen. You got it.
Yeah, you got it.
Might scooch a little closer and then grab it. What do you think, co-pilot?
If he comes wide, I can see a little better. Yeah, you can grab it from here. Yeah.
I'll get a little closer.
So just when you grab it, just think about how you're gonna
Yeah.
put it in the box.
Copy.
And since we have nothing in the boxes, we can extend them if you'd like. I think that's plenty close. That actually might be a little tricky. If you get too close, you can't get your arm down.
Okay.
So,
Let's see, right there's where I want.
yeah, that's good.
See if that blows away.
Let's try to ease on the verts if you can. Just see what. Yeah, just a little bit. Yeah.
It's holding under the bars there. Okay.
Yeah.
Go hydraulics.
I will get you hydraulics. Yep. Coming up.
I'm thinking port inner.
Yeah, that sounds good. So yeah, just grab it.
I'm thinking grab it something like that. So when I grab it, I can.
Yeah, that sounds good. Yeah. Grab it at an angle.
Yeah. Let's see.
I guess
Denizens is a good view.
video you can come back in.
Okay, if hydraulics ready, I'm indexing.
Yeah, hydraulics are all set.
Hydraulics
And
on.
I'll let Pilot say how much he wants to zoom. I just wanted to get a little bit more in there.
Copy that. There's a partial.
Copy.
Indexed in.
Coral cutters are on the bottom.
Yeah. Ooh, this is a small guy.
Yeah, so
Pulling out HD2 a little bit.
So if this doesn't work, I can always wrist to the left. It's another option. Let's see. Other options do something like this. Then I'm all tied up, but it does.
no, that'd be okay.
I think that's good.
Yeah, because then you can, when you come back, you can kind of rotate and then tilt down. As long as you have your wrist able to tilt down and left and right a little bit, you should be able to finagle it in there.
10-4.
I can give you a zoom on either camera if you want, pilot.
I'll take rotator for you too.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay, well, a couple swells coming in. Let those go by.
Yeah.
Rocking and rolling. Yeah, you can
Smart.
zoom in on main HD so I can get a closer look of where I'm cutting it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's smart. So you got your vertical reference, your horizontal reference.
So I'd like to get pretty close to it.
Close to the base.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, like a little bit of an angle.
Yeah, it looks like the front of that rock is kind of angled like that.
Okay, so that's where you are. I think I might be cutting it above the split at this point. So
Yeah, you want to come down a lot. Come down, come down.
just do it.
And then if you want to start feathering in,
Oh, I'm going to change my grip force a little bit.
yeah.
I think 3 would be sufficient.
So if you rotate your jaws a little bit, you won't hit this end of the rock, I don't think. The other way. You know what I mean?
Something like that.
Yeah, something like that. Just don't
So
lose
you-
your vertical ref.
Yeah, let's try feathering in here real quick. See if I ship rolling.
Yeah, and just get as much as you can. You know, you're kind of limited by the rock, so that's okay.
How's that look for a grab?
I think that looks good. Come in nice and slow like that.
Yeah, that's what I want right there.
Yep.
Very good. Excellent.
All right. Come wide on Mini Zeus.
So the next
And
hard
if you
part
hold
is
there,
getting
I
it in the
will
box.
bump out
without
the
it
box.
blowing out. So phase 1 is completed.
Both cameras are full wide.
Port bio retract.
If you couldn't tell already, this is quite a challenge to collect fairly small animals from these depths.
I took my rotator back.
Copy that. It's yours to take.
Alright, video. Let's get it in view for you. You come in, video.
I think we're about a 1/4 inch above the joint.
Copy. Okay, if that's good, we could probably...
Yeah, let's get him in there.
We'll get him in there.
Look at him topside.
I don't know, Scott, if you're able to see that close up, but I think it looks like a Norella. We were both kind of leaning that way toward Norella. And yeah, that's right. Thank you for catching that. Came in the nick of time. Yeah, that's correct. Specimen 2 bio. I think it's going in the port inboard. Is that correct, pilot? Yeah, it is. Okay.
I think we're going to go this way.
Yeah, that looks good.
A little more vertical. Hopefully it doesn't want to float out.
I think if you get it down in there in the deeper section as far as you can, nice and gentle, and then let go, it'll be alright. You can feather out. Yeah, there you go.
It's dropping. Yay, it's not a floater. Terrific.
Retracting the drawer. Sample secure.
Fantastic. Thank you. So, Scott and everybody else, that was a
Retracting the pin.
successful collection. We were able to get that particular coral, so we have a chance of figuring out what it was. And with this, and we might know if it's the same thing as the other dive. A couple of dives ago, we might know what that one was. But that's an assumption only, in that we saw a lot of these bifurcating primnoid corals a couple dives ago, and we're just assuming it's the same thing because it's fairly unusual to all of us who are watching.
Happy with that.
Who knows?
All right, gonna
All right,
ramp
I'm going to
down
step out for a
hydraulics.
bit and grab some lunch now that Jasper's back.
Hydraulic secure. Let's get a look back on the vehicle. Oops, sorry.
Taking minis back.
Copy that. Give it tilt down. And once you push out, if once you're out far enough, we can get another ship move in.
Do you want to keep moving a little bit to port, like the last one, 130?
I think so. What do you think?
Yeah. Yep. Absolutely.
Okay. I'll let him get out ahead a little bit.
Yeah.
Got no big sonar returns.
Oh, it seems pretty flat.
Flat it is.
Working the lats today.
Still has that broken pavement texture.
That's right. It's this pavement on top.
These guys are pretty common here, the dead stocks with the guys hanging out on it.
Yeah.
Float right by them, keep moving.
All right, ready for that move?
Yeah.
You want to go a little further, maybe?
Yeah.
50?
Let's do it.
Great.
Yep.
Bridge, ROV nav.
This train rolling here.
Go ahead now.
We'd like another ship move. 50 meters, bearing 130 degrees, 0.2 knots.
Video swapping out.
Copy.
Good copy. 50 meters, bearing 130.2 knots.
Good copy, thank you.
So it looks like there are scour marks or track marks in the sediment here in this area. What would have caused those?
I'm guessing actually these are current ripples, but I couldn't be wrong.
They look a lot more like current ripples from the Sirius view.
Yeah,
I would agree.
So one of the navigators saying that in the Sirius view they look even more like current ripples.
I can come down a little for you.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Ship move initiated.
Thank you, Bridge.
Here's some loose rocks.
Yeah, these would be good candidates. We needed them.
I think these might just be manganese pavement without any rocks attached.
Wow, that's a lot of manganese. Very angular, that crust that cracked off.
Getting out there a little ways.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have a 50-meter move underway.
So to come back to the current ripples that we were just talking about. For those that aren't familiar with this idea, you see these on the bottom of streams, and you can sometimes see them on the beach. This is when the water's flowing quite quickly. The sand kind of hops across the bottom and sort of makes these bumps, these sort of ridges in the sand. And so it indicates that the water's flowing quite quickly, and you can sort of tell what direction the water was flowing by looking at the orientation of the ridges. The water sort of flows at a right angle across those ripples.
We got a second to take a quick look at this little guy.
Oh, somebody actually spotted a little guy here.
Hey, video, you can come in. We got a second, so take a look.
This looks like one of those black corals again. But you're listening to a geologist making a biology determination here, so take it with a grain of sand or salt as you like.
Manganese.
Grains of manganese. I don't know if that's...
Yeah.
Okay, video you can pull out.
And Scott's chiming in. This is
What?
heteropathes. In the meantime, we have, because it's lunchtime, we also have a little crew changeover for the ROV crew. So you might hear some shuffling in the background. Looks like a sponge right next to your lasers, pretty much. So we're floating around a little bit as the pilots are shuffling into their seats. And then we'll resume our mission to look for new things.
Hey, pilot, how do you have me?
I have you well.
Great. Likewise.
Good. Let's see. How are we doing? Oh, we do have a little bit of current down here, huh?
Yeah, I heard there was a good amount from Chris.
Sorry. I hear a small voice. I can't quite hear.
I think that was Emily. She just asked me a quick question.
Oh, okay. So our ship underway, or are we sort of
We are moving right now.
moving
Let me
southerly?
show you. Yeah.
Okay.
Let me show
Sort
you.
of 150, 145-ish. Something like that, or more south than that?
Do you see this point right here?
Yeah. That's where we're headed.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
could you just tell me the bearing on the last move? Sorry.
Okay.
Just on the, just look right here where they called out last.
It's 130.
130, thanks.
So, pilot, I think we're on a more sedimented area right now.
Yeah.
We'll be picking up slope a little bit more again once we get past that that waypoint the ship's headed for, probably.
Okay. So this is, we want to just keep chugging right across this then.
We're looking around a little bit, but we haven't seen quite as much. Most life seems to be on the harder surfaces.
Okay.
And we've seen some structures in the sand. We've seen just now we had a small little coral, but we haven't seen a whole lot in the sand.
Roger that. Well, I see a little outcrop on my sonar, so I'm heading towards it here, and we're gonna see if we have anything living on it. What kind of substrate is this? What is this? This isn't pillow lava, is it?
Yeah, this is a little bump of a couple of pillows. These are sort of a little bit more tube-like pillows, but and then crusted over.
Okay. Fun. How old is this? Do you think?
It's not been dated.
Roughly,
If we think it's or if we go by what we think it might be, then it's on the order of 100 million years.
Gotcha.
Late 90 millions, something in that ballpark.
Wow. I've got a couple little things. I don't know if we're interested. They look small and maybe something we might have seen already. I'll just keep floating by unless someone says something.
There's something in the background to the left.
Yeah, it looks like either a holothorian or a fish.
Yeah, it's something pinkish.
Yeah, okay.
Can't really see what it is.
Well, we'll make our way that way then. Whatever it is, it's holding on tight in the breeze.
Bridge, this is Nav.
Alright. And that's a little tug. I felt
Yeah.
it
Go
on
ahead,
my
Nav.
leash.
I was just about to say you might feel something.
Yeah, is the ship still moving?
Go ahead, Neff.
Stand by.
Sure.
It looks like it just reached.
We just
the
reached
last
the
point.
Okay. With
last.
So we should still be swinging.
Yeah, as long as we've got a barren bottom like this, we can just keep them coming.
Bridge, this is Nav. So we just switched personnel down here. I just want an update on the conditions up there.
Yeah, everything continues to look good. The ship is holding relatively well with minimal thruster input. Winds are from 100 degrees at 6 knots. The current has shifted in our favor to 160, and I'm still showing it's on the order of about 8 to 9 tenths of a knot, which is about what we saw this morning. And I think that pretty much, that's where we currently stand.
Okay.
Copy that, thank you.
Wind and sea state looks pretty good. I'm still seeing a generally favorable sea state. No white caps or anything, and I think we're looking good.
Copy, so we're going to maintain this heading for the rest of the day, right?
Pilot, can I rotate
yes,
port a
well,
little
for
bit?
the next
If you do?
couple hours, I could.
You might tug me if you do.
Copy that. Can you update me on the payload you have right now?
Barely
Sure,
keep you
I
down
show
with
for a
that.
bailout standby.
It's alright.
into their bodies to see the internal structures.
320.
About 2 feet
Copy that,
that
thank
can
you.
crawl around on like other sea cucumbers and echinoderms. like
Nav
sea
bridge.
stars. But the deep sea ones
ahead.
can often
Can you
pick up
confirm
off the
what
bottom
time we
and swim
expect to
around, kind of
recover
like,
this evening?
A Spanish
stand
dancer
by.
sea flood will, if it's disturbed. So these deep sea cucumbers are really beautiful animals.
After dinner, we're looking at a 6:30.
Thanks, Bruce.
So
Get
we're
tilted to
looking
the front
at
end, I was
6:30
kidding.
to recover today.
Unfortunately, Chris
sounds
and
good.
other people can tell you what this
Thank you much.
is, but
You wanna take my
you know,
rotator?
Diva and
No
I were
worries.
online
Yeah.
today, but
You want me to?
Co-pilot, take my rotator and
I
tilt
don't
up.
know this group at all, so I can't.
Copy that.
Yeah, Deefa's in the chat
Tilting up.
saying
Thanks.
she's
Soft.
Okay,
She says it's interesting. She hasn't seen this before. And then I'm not going to try and pronounce the name because I'm going to butcher it. But she's throwing out a potential option there for a
ID.
for characterization of this.
All right. When video's clear, I'm clear.
Okay. Go for it. Clear.
Thanks.
All right, pilot, if you want to Center yourself back in my screen.
Yeah, I'm going to sidle right and rotate my head left because I see a couple little things popping out over here that we might want to catch a
Scott's
glance of
chiming in
before
that Penny Agoni is...
Copy that. You have
Oh,
now.
there goes a fish right through our view.
You can snap for an ID. He's swimming away pretty quick here. Take it away. Yep, there you go.
Trying to catch him in view.
Yeah, it's not going to be a great video, but we're going to try to
Okay.
see what we can do with him here. He's off in the direction of where I can't go, but I think we got a couple glimpses of him. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
That looked like another one of these cusk eels, probably a Basozetus species, the same type that we've seen before. It's interesting it's really getting swept along by the current. Yeah, I'm certain about this genus identification. This one has a smaller eye than the last one that we saw, and this very rounded head, rounded snout is characteristic of that genus when they're seen alive, Basozetus. I was reading a little bit about the biology of these
There you are.
animals.
So you come back in a few now.
Apparently, the males have muscles around the swim bladder, the gas-filled chamber on the inside of the body,
sonar settings right now?
that they can use to compress and relax that gas bladder. It produces actually a drumming sound.
Thanks.
So apparently,
Given it's so
this
flat,
group of fish in the deep sea
we'll
communicate
keep it like that
by
so I can look out in the
producing
distance
sound,
for
at least the males.
outcroppings.
It may be for attracting
Outcroppings will
mates
be
for reproduction.
Ideal for
We look at this video.
coral and
So
sponge.
microphone on the
Is the
ROV.
ship still holding?
It seems like it's
yeah,
very
it is right now.
quiet.
We can sort of
deep sea
keep
area,
cooking
but
along
actually
here a
some of
little
these
bit
animals
until we get
produce
to the
sound, including these cusk eels.
less sediment covered bottom at least.
All right, the last move was 50 meters, 130 at 0.2. Do you
Thanks,
want me
Bruce.
to put the same move in?
From my sonar and everything, I think I don't have.
The other thing
Yeah,
that indicates,
I have
of course,
nothing
is
on
that they
Yeah, that
probably have a
seems-
well-developed sense of
seems
hearing.
fine to me.
So
Whatever
without
the Baptist
sunlight
says.
and
Okay.
without being able to use
sonars don't
vision
really
in
say
a sense for
yay or nay on that.
looking for food or mates or
Just to give you
avoiding
an idea,
predators,
this is the
hearing
waypoint we're
is one of the
heading to.
senses that they use
here.
in this environment.
Yeah, let's just keep making way to the waypoint, and if we start to find something steeper, we'll have to adjust.
And Divas identified this as another Colophacus that I think we saw several examples of already.
Okay. Well, I won't linger too long then.
And I don't know if the outside line heard, but the pilot saw correctly that we are moving into more rocky areas here. This is more of these big rounded shapes instead of little bumps, little hills. These are pillows probably underneath a nice thick coating of manganese again. So we've sort of left the flatter area of this ridge and are starting to head up a steeper side again with less sediment and more rock.
Bridge, this is nav.
Oh, I have a
Oh,
coral.
and there's
or-
a little coral. I don't think we've seen that
Let's get another move in.
Sure. Want me
It's
to
going
settle
to
in
be
for a closer look?
50 meters at bearing
sure.
150 and then 0.2 knots.
Good copy. 50 meters, 150.2 knots. Stand by.
Copy that, thank you.
Nav, what was the bearing?
150.
Copy that.
That's directly towards the second waypoint. You can see it right there on the high pack.
Oh, I see a little dark
Nav's
spot.
bridge move has been
What's that? You
initiated.
can start zooming video. I'm just
Okay.
going to rotate left
Copy that,
here.
thank you.
Try to get some of these polyps in the dark spot there. There we go.
I'm waiting to see if
kind of-
anybody in the chat room is willing to
Some kind
chime
of
in on what this
coral,
might be.
maybe. Can't quite see all the polyps. It's kind of an associate.
Okay, Scott's chiming in with Pleurogorgia.
I'm going to come out for a slightly wider shot.
Description
Okay.
for this.
You can kill
Do
the lasers whenever
establishing.
you would like.
Lasers off.
Thanks.
Okay, clear.
Awesome.
And Scott's pointing out we saw a fair number of these in the fall. Well, I don't recognize the names. I'm not sure we've seen a whole lot of them on this current cruise yet.
Pilot, I rotated slightly starboard for the new bearing.
Thank you. Get a scan with the sonar, see if I see any outcrops here.
And so we've definitely transitioned back into the more rocky hillside here with
Much.
the rounder little pillows and slight dusting of sediment instead of the thick layer of sediment we saw a little bit ago.
Ooh, we have possibly an anemone behind here. I'll back up just a little so you can catch it in the bottom of the screen, and then you can tell me if it's any interest, and then we'll take off if not.
I guess we can take a quick snap soon.
All right, take a quick look. All right, you can come in video.
Snapping.
Scott's pitching in with sea anemone actinarian.
Okay, coming wide.
Thanks. You can get lasers back on, co-pilot.
Lasers on.
Besides the next few things we see, I see a
I
stock
see
off in
something,
the distance.
yeah, far in the distance in the middle pretty much.
I think I've got room to get out there. I'll give a little push and see.
Oh, I was looking even further.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So this thin stock, maybe not as interesting. Possibly even dead, I guess.
I'm not sure. I haven't seen if it's dead or alive. It looks a little bit more yellowish.
Yeah. Well, that stuff's just a little out of reach, so I'll make a little scoot over here, and if it's nothing, hopefully we've gathered a little tether and we can keep going.
Yeah, you definitely have more tether now.
Okay. I saw you looking off at 40, so I didn't know.
Co-pilot, we still have about 20 meters on this move.
Copy that now.
Waving in the breeze, and we'll spin off this way and go towards stocked objects over here.
Oh, there you go. Yep. Nice current indicator for you.
Yeah. They done a little drift test for you to see what the current magnitude might be?
I think they mentioned what it was. I can't remember off the top of my head.
Well, if they did it, then they did it, so we don't have to.
This looks similar to the coral we just saw a little bit ago.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, we'll
it's a little bit bigger.
Keep on keeping on then. Another sea star or
Yeah, there's another sea star sitting up top there. That's right.
Maybe a feather star.
Pilot, since you're moving so quickly, do you want me to just extend this move?
Yeah.
Okay.
Are we doing 210s?
That is correct.
All right, thanks.
All right, I'm back.
Yay.
Right in time to see another one of these Denizens sea stars.
That's right. You missed out on the coral.
We did.
Darn it.
Actually, the type of coral is right over here.
There was another piece
bridge. This is
There's a second one that we saw. We've seen two of these now.
Oh, yeah, the big one.
Took a good zoom.
Go ahead, Nav.
And then we just happened to.
We should be almost done with that move, so let's keep
there
moving
it is.
the same exact
Third
move.
Gordon
50
military
meters,
shirt.
150 degrees,
So,
0.2 knots.
Good copy. We have another 5 meters.
Wow,
to
so I
go.
got the coral
We'll
and the
punch
chocolate
this in.
cookie.
We'll
You
get moving.
did.
Wow.
Copy that, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So the
Hopefully everybody in this room has already eaten so that nobody else feels... Yeah.
And this guy's now in reach. Looks like just
This is a dead stock. We could
Yeah.
probably pass that one by.
Yeah, we've really just been jumping from dead stock to boring coral to precision sea star so far. So
yeah.
But if we catch some stock in the distance, we run over to it and see what it is, and usually it's not much of anything. But
Well, this is kind of what Chris was kind of asking for with the idea of we'll see where the bottom edge of lots of life is.
Yeah.
Well, that could be. It could be as simple as that. That we're just a little bit too deep.
Yeah.
And then again, could be the terrain or location. It's just complicated. Trying to understand what's going on with these deep communities.
You're saying I'm picky about my rocks, but it seems that these animals are even more picky.
Yeah, they could be. They're picky on what rock they settle out on, too,
Yeah.
I think.
You're looking really straining to find something. Your eyes play tricks. I could have sworn that little dip right there was some coral, but it was just a break in the sand.
I know the feeling, Jeff. By the way, did you guys introduce yourselves, front row?
No.
Maybe this would be a good time to do that.
Okay. Yeah, I can introduce the front row here. Actually, I'll introduce myself and let other people introduce themselves. So the new watches arrived about a half hour ago. Piloting is Jeff Lanning with the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration. And at the co-pilot.
Sean Kennison, sitting co-pilot.
And Nav is... Oops.
Fernando Aragon.
Make sure you... Okay, EX. Yeah.
So sitting at nav, it's Fernando Aragon.
And Tara Smithy on video.
Perfect.
And Art never has a headset on, but it's Art Howard who's doing the clipping on the back row with us. And Roland's in here as well.
Yep. And then it's the two of us, both from the University of Hawaii.
Right, I'm Chris Kelly. I'm the biology lead. I'm with the oceanography department at the University of Hawaii.
And Jasper Concher with the Department of Geology and Geophysics at the University of Hawaii.
Is this a little baby Calophacus or something?
Yeah, you could take a look at this thing.
Take a snap real quick just to see what it is.
We had spotted that.
Yeah, I was not paying attention, sorry.
No, that's okay. It's actually not a Calophacus, it's a Bolosoma.
Oh,
so that's a different
Bolosoma.
one.
Do you want a longer look?
I think we're probably good on that one. I can clearly see it. It's
Okay.
one of the clues on figuring these things out is how
Alright,
the stalk
thanks.
actually attaches to the head of the coral. So Bolosoma that attaches right underneath on the rounded part of the coral. And on Calophacus it actually attaches onto the concave surface of the head of the coral. So
Right.
So Bolosoma, that's a different one, so it's good.
Might be a big
Oh
thing
yeah,
up in the
something big there.
depth.
Yeah, I was trying to decide if that was a
An
flare
optical
on the
illusion.
flare on the camera or something actually out there. But it looks like some big something out there. So.
Yeah, and if it's a dead stock, there's something big on it.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's a dead stock. I think it's actually one of these live corals that's producing the dead stocks.
And
I'm pretty sure I know what this is already. We can go ahead and zoom in on it because it'll be. These are really nice size, and it's a different species of Caliphacus that we've seen already. So they come in different sizes and shapes.
all right, I don't know how close I can get. It's a little out of reach from our track, but we can get it from here.
Okay.
Snap zoom real quick video just to
Sure thing.
confirm what it is here. And if it's something of real interest, I can try to push out further.
No, this is what I thought it is. It's Caliphacus, and I think we're calling this. Is it Caliphacus species or Caliphacus? Let me check what the subgenus is on it. This is again in the family Rosellidae. It's a glass sponge.
Okay.
Thanks. Alright, oh, look at that. I gained a little. Maybe I can reach out there.
Yeah, we're just calling it Caliphacus species because we don't know what subgenus it belongs
All right,
in.
co-pilot, this is Nav. We have about 20 meters of this month.
Left, or we've accomplished 20 meters?
Left.
Okay, thanks. Alright, I'm not going to keep wandering in this direction too much further because I'm sure we'll see things and then get sucked too far. But
Yeah, this is good enough for this one. This
Okay.
is a very distinctive sponge.
and there's sizing lasers for you.
Great.
We'll mosey back off in the correct track direction.
So if you look at some of those dead stalks, I mean, they kind of look like the stalk of this thing.
Yeah,
So-
for sure.
So something knocks those heads off, whether it's just old age or
Wasn't me.
yeah,
Someone playing golf.
yeah, or you know, baseball or
Baseball,
something.
yeah.
You can-
Oh, T-ball.
T-ball. That's what it
Alright.
is, right.
I'm looking at sonar here, and I'm running out of bumps to investigate. It's flattening out for
It's
a ways.
flattening out for a little bit, I think.
Got
Looking
about-
at the contours before it starts going up again.
Yeah, so I've got about 30 meters here at least of pretty flat ground. So
We'll never fail because we're going to get to a rise after we get through the flats. We're going to have varied topography on this particular track.
awesome. We like that. I hate to get bored.
Yeah, and this is actually the suggestion of one of our onshore folks, Scott France, the night that we were doing the dive planning. He suggested going over this little to the hill that's on the ridge. So
Yeah, well, it's part of exploring. See what's here.
yeah,
And we see those little ridges in the sand again, the current ripples.
another dead stalk.
Yeah, and another one behind it too.
Yeah.
Maybe we can line them up. Yeah, look at that. We lined them up.
What is... Oh, it's just a shadow. Shadow's playing tricks. I want to find things. Shadows are making it difficult.
All right, so here's the game. Who sees the first
Live animal.
Interesting animal. Who catches it first?
I would
Competition is
say
on.
you have a slight advantage in this, but
I don't know. Jeff's got pretty sharp eyes.
that's true.
He spotted that little cup coral the other day.
Maybe we can have a handicap.
I'll wait 3 seconds before calling it out. Oh, is this a pen?
Yeah,
Oh, I didn't wait.
we've seen these before. This is the
okay.
black heteropathes we zoomed in on.
All
That doesn't count.
All right.
No,
all
you
right.
don't get any credit for that.
Well, I knew what it was. That was exciting. I didn't see it yet today.
Now there's something in the water that's drifting from right to left, almost
Yeah, pilot, you're
center.
going out my
Are you sure
port
it's not just a
side.
flare?
Want me to turn or
Yeah, I'll turn like this. You tell me if it keeps drifting or...
That's a flare.
copy?
It's. You think it is?
Are you looking at that thing?
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe not.
Yeah, I need to turn
No,
to
no,
keep
you
in
don't
view.
turn. You're fine. Yeah, you're
Diva Moan is pointing out
totally
that
set.
nobody at home is going to be able to win this game.
I'll keep you...
Yeah. Well,
That-
Diva,
I'll keep you under control.
we have
I'm just,
no problem
just
with
mowing
the
the line
cards
here.
being stacked in our
So,
favor.
that's
Oh yeah, I
right.
was just saying to keep you in view, I would have to turn.
Yeah, you guys are
I don't
still
think it's
welcome to
there's
play
a
for
danger or
fourth
anything.
place.
It's very flat.
I'll happily take third.
You don't have to. As long as I can see my light pool,
So-
that's
Yeah.
enough for me.
All right. Yeah, if you're happy, I'm happy.
Yeah.
So Diva Moen,
I'd rather know where the track is. If I'm not allowed to puppy off.
One of the science leads on the first leg of the Marianas cruise with Deb Blixen.
All right, so
Diva was the biologist.
Move right now.
And
dialing
she
in
was also
another
at
sounds
the
good to me.
University of Hawaii for a number of years, and now she's back in Trinidad, I believe. At the
Bridge,
moment.
this is Nav.
And
Go ahead,
so
Nav.
she's
I think we
specializes
just finished
in a whole
that move,
bunch
so
of
let's
things
just
too,
put
and she
another
was,
move in. The same thing.
very,
50
very
meters,
helpful with the
150
hydrothermal
bearing,
vents that we saw in the
0.2
Marianas,
knots.
something that's near and dear to her heart, and seeing all the weird vent creatures as well. So I'm delighted to see her on. Let's just go through some of the chat here. We've got Amy Baco-Taylor. Hello, Amy. She's calling in from the Florida State University. And we got Bruce Mundy at the Inouye Regional Center, NOAA Fisheries Science Center, Charles Wall with the Marine Protected Areas Division. We've also got Michael Vecchione at the Smithsonian. Hello, Michael. He's a cephalopod expert and
So what was the direction of that move?
Expert Nicole Morgan, who's down in.
It was
it's Harbor Branch,
150,
right? Could be-
just like
I think
the
that's where
150,
she is,
yes.
or
Just making sure.
Charleston. And
Bridge,
we've,
did you copy?
Also got Scott France, who's in the University of Lafayette.
Yeah, roger that. Sorry, I think I hit the
University
mic
of
wrong.
Louisiana,
I got
Lafayette.
50 meters,
So
150
we've got a bunch
bearing,
of,
decimal 2 speed.
we got a lot of help.
That is correct, thank you.
on
Let me
shore
know when
today.
you put in that move.
Roger.
Is this more of the same? Right here, bottom.
If you running those little black corals again.
Dead brown, yeah, it's probably one of these black corals or a dead brown stock.
All right. Then I won't.
Yeah, we need to find something
Nav,
better.
ship move initiated.
Probably.
Copy that, thank you.
Just head for the hills.
No, well, I mean, we're making our way up there,
Yeah, I think
covering this whole flat area, and then we're going to start going up slope pretty soon, according to the nav. So.
Yeah, we're just keeping the ship rolling, and I'm just gonna mow the lawn around along here. Jeez, that was a tongue twister. And you know, if there's something to find, I'm gonna try to cover as much ground and find it. So, weaving back and forth. Is there something under this rock, or is that sediment? Some more sediment.
It is a bit barren at this place.
Here's some interesting, some striations.
Yeah,
or something.
must be it's current related. I
Current
gather.
ripples, yeah.
Current ripples.
I think the sand actually just moves right along, passes right by the nodules, and just makes ripples.
So
Looks like the nodules are out of, like parted.
Well, are the nodules in the troughs or are the nodules in the sort of the high points?
I think
the
they're
nodules
the troughs.
in the troughs,
Yeah.
yeah.
The sand's just kind of being blown out from between the rocks. You get this in the deserts too.
Nice.
Yeah, there's not much else to talk about besides sand and dunes at the moment here. So we're trying to make sand look interesting.
That's
aren't
right.
we?
That's right. If we would be able to zoom in close enough, we'd see those little sand grains hopscotching along, bumping over the little hills that are the current ripples.
Do we want to watch sand hopscotch?
No.
No, people can YouTube that one.
Yeah. Never really thought of sand hopscotching before.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
I might use that sometime.
There once was this guy on our ship, and he talked about.
Wow. I'm looking at all my cameras. I really don't see anything.
No.
Not that that's bad.
I think we just went across the flat a little bit and see whether we can find a bit more of a hillside again.
Yeah, we will.
Yeah, we're getting there. I can see we're heading toward that first contour pretty soon, and you can start to see this little pinnacle showing up already on the bottom of the nav screen. So we're getting there. Animal lovers, stay tuned. I'm sure we've got some animals up ahead.
There's a coral right here, but it looks like another Plurigorgia.
Where is it?
It's right below the lasers.
Here.
Oh.
It's sitting right at you.
Well,
it's hard to catch.
You could do a quick
good
snap zoom. Might be a Pleurogorgia, I think. Yeah.
Let me land and
similar
see if
to
I
the
can
ones
get
we
a little
saw.
bit more of a side view here.
Yeah, we're desperate enough to do a few repeats.
What if it's something new? All right, settled in here.
Could be something we never saw before.
Yeah, we could be a new species or a Pleurogorgia.
Or just the same thing we saw
more
earlier.
the same.
Oh, but he's got little friends at the edge, at the end there.
Yeah.
Look at the current there.
Yeah,
it's ripping.
It is ripping along, but we've certainly seen worse down here before.
I think Jasper, was it you had mentioned earlier that maybe the current was too fast, and the only thing against that is this is a fairly delicate coral here, this Pleurogorgia, and it's making a living here.
It's
so
fallen over on that rock it decided to live on too, it looks like.
Yeah, well, good point. That's right.
The rock rolled over.
It started catching the current and it started falling over.
Thank you.
The hazards of settling out on rocks too
Hey,
small.
Brad, I have you about 70 degrees. My camp.
Couldn't afford the prime real estate,
Give
Chris.
a good push here. That's exciting. And make some headway.
Well, I'd like to know who picked this ridge anyway. Was that? Oh, that was me, wasn't it? Oh dear.
It was between the two of us, I suspect. Yeah.
Yeah, but didn't I push for it more? You had it down on the other.
I am perfectly happy letting you take that. Yes.
It's gonna get better. Sure it is.
Well, the next hillside is going to come up soon.
Well, if I have anything to say in it, a boring dive is better than no dive.
That's true.
We're just happy to be down here.
Yeah, amen to that. Perfect time to do a little bit of our intro here. You are looking at a live feed, although it's slightly a boring live feed at the moment, from the NOAA ship Okeanos Explorer. We are operating on a seamount that's called McDonald's Seamount.
Without a D.
Without a what?
Without a D in the end. McDonald.
Oh, McDonald, excuse me. 2 L's at the end, no D.
Yep.
McDonald Seamount. It's in the wake unit of the Pacific Remote Islands Marine National Monument. So by wake unit, it is within the 200 miles of Wake Island. It is now a monument. It's a protected area. Nobody has ever explored the deeper waters within the Wake Monument until this cruise, and that's what we're doing. And our first 2 dives, we found spectacular coral beds at around 2,000, 2,200 meters. We've gone a little bit deeper here today on a different seamount within the monument, and we're now at 2,575 meters.
Yep.
And so we're not seeing a whole lot of life, and we're trying to figure out whether or not it's because of depth or just because of substrate. Yeah, let's take a look at this little red thing down here. I'll quit jabbering on.
You're not jabbering.
Pilot, from your sonar.
So several people in the chat are pointing out this is the first time anybody on the planet is seeing any of this. So by default, it is not boring.
Okay. All right, it's not boring. I just have higher standards, I think.
Yeah.
We'll call it barren, not boring.
Barren, there we go, barren, not boring.
All right, you can come in. We'll give a couple seconds to the lasers, and then you can kill it. There, pilot.
So I like animals with my rocks. You know, they got like vegetables with your meat.
Yeah.
Animals with your. All right, Scott. So what do we got here?
Is that another one of those? Pleurogorgia?
No, it's not.
Do our lasers off?
This is a C-pen, I'm pretty sure.
Lasers.
Okay.
They're gone now.
Scott, would you agree? Are we looking at a penetulid?
Scott says
Got
yes.
C-bend.
He's got it okay.
Go for a brittle star on it. Or just, no, just
Maybe Halapterus is what he's saying.
I don't know about that, Scott. May have to differ from that because I am not seeing the spines on the actual sheaths
Can we tilt down
that
a
the
little?
polyps should be
Yes.
coming out of. That's definitive for Halapterus, but they're going to look at some others. Uh-oh. Maybe we are seeing some spines.
Co-pilot, we just finished that move.
Copy that, Nav.
Hard to say. Scott might be right on this one. Could be
down a little
Halapterus.
further.
Almost very transparent Halapterus, though, if it is.
I'm bouncing around a lot. I mean, I'm right under you. It shouldn't be like that.
Yeah, I'm not sure why that is. There's definitely current tugging on that tether.
And maybe the current's just tugging my tether around. Sorry, video. We'll get ourselves situated here.
It's really hard to see the sheaths when it's so transparent, so I'm not sure I saw spines either. Scott sort of doesn't really notice
go
any
back
of the
in.
spines either, but
Yeah.
it's got a really nice brittle star hanging onto it.
All right, a few more seconds here, and we'll take off.
Okay, getting a quick establishment.
Yeah, I have you at
So,
7-0.
The C-pens, since we
Do you
got one in
want
view, are
Nav to put another move? The last one just ended.
they are octocorals.
Yeah.
We found another 30 meters.
And
Sounds good
they're
to me.
related to
Right,
that
Nav, take
Pleurogorgia
away.
that we just saw in
Okay, that's
that.
gonna be
They have
30
8
meters
tentacles
at
and they're 8
150
pinning tentacles, which means
heading.
they've got the little
Yeah, I think that's
I don't know what you call them,
good.
pinnules, I guess, that are coming off of the tentacles.
Bridge, this is Nav.
Go ahead, Nav.
The difference between
Let's
typical
get another
octocoral
move
and your
in.
typical
It's gonna
C-pen is
be
most
30
C-pens are sediment
meters,
dwellers and most
150
octocorals are
bearing,
rocky
0.2
substrate dwellers.
knots.
But then there's crossover between both of those. You can get what are called rock pens.
That's a good
that
copy,
are
Nav.
C-pens
I
that
got
actually have a way of
range
attaching
30,
to rocks.
bearing
So it's not
150.
It's just sort of a
Speed decimal 2.
rule of thumb that C-pens are
Copy
usually
that.
found in sediment.
So
Or
Ken
rocks and
Sulak
bumps.
also called in a little while ago and on the chat looked
He
at
thought
the
it was
fish.
a bathydid. Yeah. We just didn't see the lateral line split on that, but he must have seen it. So thank you, Ken. for that.
Could take a snap on this, make sure it's what we think. it
Another
might be.
dead stock with brittle stars, and another one of these.
Ship move initiated.
Another
these
blur.
what?
Copy that, thank
What
you.
are you? Oh, it's another Pleurogorgia.
All right,
Another
come
one of
back
these.
out. Just making sure.
He was a bit on end there.
One, two more there. There's one off in the background above the lasers.
So we're already seeing a change in substrate here. As you can tell, it started to become a lot more bouldery.
There's a different.
I think that's yet another Pleurogorgia. Yes, it is.
Got something over here. More of the same, maybe, although the branching looks maybe a little different. Can't tell yet.
There's something over to the left side of that boulder on the left side of the
Ooh,
screen.
yeah.
I don't know
I
if we
see
could
puppy
take a peek
pink.
at that.
Yeah,
It's
well-
kind of behind this first boulder.
I see it.
I think it could be some type of Chrysogorgid, but I'm not positive.
Yeah.
So as we get closer, Diva Moen is asking what the productivity is like in the waters over this area.
Yeah,
I'm going to leave that
boy.
question to you
No
because I'm
way.
not sure.
No way. I heard nothing. I didn't
Okay.
hear what you said.
Right, okay.
Sorry, Diva, no idea. It is, if Les Swatling is
Right.
on,
We don't have a
he
ton of
might
time,
actually
so we'll
know,
get
and
it
perhaps
here.
Scott would know, but I
Come
have
on
no
in.
clue.
Yeah, another Chrysogorgia.
Okay, that's full zoom. Oops.
Bonk. I'll get it back, don't worry. Just
So Scott and Diva both identified this as a Chrysogorgia. So I would agree with that as well. And it could be something like Chrysogorgia stellata, but I'm not really sure. We think the genus is correct, that it's in the family Chrysogorgiidae and possibly in the genus Chrysogorgia, and it's got a little squat lobster in the middle of it.
Couple seconds.
Many of these Chrysogorgids have this little crustacean in there, and then oftentimes they're in the genus Europtychus. And we know that genus because Mary Wickstein from Texas A&M is often participating in these dives and has informed us all, or attempted to educate us all on the arthropods that we're seeing.
Yeah, we're definitely getting back into the more rounded blocks, rounded pillows terrain, covered in manganese and a dusting of sediment. I suspect this is what was under all the really, really flat, sandy areas too. It's just covered with more sediment, but that's just a guess.
So this little rise on the ridge that we're about to start heading up on, is this like a little mini volcano or something? And are these pillows coming from this little rise, or is it just happens to be a little knob?
Well, these pillows don't, like the way they look is they haven't moved a substantial amount. So yeah, they erupted near here or right here. These volcanoes can erupt, particularly at the main crater, like anybody would think a volcano would erupt, or they can erupt all the way down these rift zones. And so we are on one of these longer, stretched out rift zones, as we've done in previous dives, and the entire length of the rift zone can have eruptions coming out.
So what is that exactly? What is a rift zone?
A rift zone is so on the map you see these as these sort of long stretched out arms. It kind of makes the seamount look like a starfish.
So it's these long ridges extending from
exactly.
the seamount.
And these are areas where we think the magma travels underground and makes its way to the surface along that whole ridge or that rift zone. Usually along these sort of channels that we call dikes. They sort of move along, propagate down these rift zones, and at some point they basically intersect. They get to the surface, and at that point we are at a depth of 2,500 meters. So you're under 2 kilometers of water. So the lava comes out, and 2 kilometers water is leaning down on it. So it just kind of comes out and makes these 20, 30, 40 centimeter sized blobs of lava that immediately cool down to the 1.5 degrees Celsius and solidify it into a nice pillow lava.
Alright, co-pilot and pilot, the last move has just finished.
So this isn't really
Do you want to keep moving?
a really great analogy, but I mean, one way of thinking about it is you pour chocolate on one of your Dairy Queen ice cream cones, and it immediately solidifies and forms a shell.
It's
I
that
think they're just good,
effect of
'cause it should
quickly cooling
start
it
to get
very, very
steeper,
quickly, so that
Okay.
the outside shell of the lava, as it flows out, immediately freezes into a rocky kind of
you're looking at 50
material, and so then the lava that's sort of inside of it has a little bit more time to cool down and turn into a real rock. The outside edge literally freezes the magma from, say, 1,000 degrees to about 1 degree.
Let's
and
get
so
another
it just
move
freezes
in.
that,
That's going
the
to be
magma that
30
turned into lava at the
meters,
surface in place.
150
Excuse me,
bearing.
pilot, could we take a look at this
0.2
wiggling thing
knots.
over to the lower left corner?
Roger that.
Wiggling
Copy.
lower left. I'll
30
take-
meters,
try to find it.
bearing
It's within a
150, speed decimal
Yeah,
2.
I think I might know what
Oh,
this
about
is.
halfway
I
to
see,
the
I
corner.
see. Yeah, yeah. It's about center screen, just below the lasers now, right?
Yep.
Okay. We'll get in a little closer here. Sorry, I can't. Sorry, the landings aren't so smooth. I'm not current every time I touch down. Okay. Can start in video.
Nav, ship move initiated.
Oh man,
Copy that, thank you.
it's just spooge.
I was
That's
gonna
all
say,
it
is it
is.
C-Muck?
Oh,
Spooge
I
and
actually was
smooch.
about to ID it. I'm glad I didn't before we zoomed in on it. I had it to genus even. I think. Oh my goodness.
Oh, there is a couple tiny sponges right here on the.
What genus is spooge in, by the way?
Oh,
I'm not
there's a
really
little
sure.
sponge there.
Yeah, that's what I was looking
Yeah,
for.
yeah,
That's
yeah.
it.
We found it.
This may be a little tunicate. You see the little, looks like it's got 2 openings on it.
Oh yeah.
In
it
current
does.
and X
Yeah.
current. So it could be a little.
Diva's asking what you thought it was.
Okay.
No, Diva, I'm not going to
I think
say.
I have the video when you are.
Because then forever you will be known as the person that mistook spooge for.
Right.
Yes.
Well, it was moving, right?
Yeah.
Oh.
And no, I didn't think it was a fish, if that's what you were wondering. Oh, there's something over here to the right. I don't think it's one of these pleurogorges. I think it's something else. But that may be wishful thinking.
That's good. I wrote it off as a pleurogorgia right away, but we'll take a look.
No, but there's a little bit more on the hillside behind it too.
I know. We maybe. Yeah, I don't.
You're the
yes,
expert.
it probably it's a pleurogorgia, but a nice colony.
Yeah. Do you want a longer look?
Yeah,
You're
and then
happy?
there's some type of a sponge up above it.
Yeah, you want a longer look? Or no? I didn't catch that.
There's also a shrimp or something to the right of it that might be worth a zoom on that if there's a chance.
On the
Shrimp?
ground
Oh,
next
on the
to
ground.
the
Yeah. Okay.
Ground
coral.
next to the coral.
Yeah, we can get the shrimp. I saw a shrimp go by a little while ago, and I was heading right off the bottom of the screen when I saw it. I was hoping we'd see another, so. Good eye. Okay, video, you can come in on the shrimp here. I'm still floating. Assuming he's gonna move. I guess he's staying totally still. Around center so you can take a little
These
more.
are very cool, guys. I know
Zoom
what
a
this
little
is.
more.
I was
Yep.
given the chat to catch up
That's
on these.
awesome.
Call these things long-legged shrimps. Why do you think we call them long-legged shrimp, Jasper?
It's probably because of the color of their eyes.
Yeah, it must be. Those of you who are watching, these have got some seriously long legs. That's why we call them long-legged shrimps. And Diva has identified it as nematocarcinus. And we see these a lot just about everywhere we go. This is a most amazing group of shrimp. I don't recall a single dive where we haven't seen a nematocarcinus from Johnston to Northwest Hawaiian Islands
All
to
right,
the
pilot,
Marianas.
you are just
at these
underneath me
depths,
now.
that is.
Okay.
So they're
All right,
pretty
video.
effective at spreading out.
Okay,
so.
about time to go.
They are.
Roger. Coming by.
Thanks.
Whatever it's doing something right because it's
co-pilot. You only have a
it's
couple
working.
of meters on this move.
Copy that.
Thanks.
Thank you.
This is another one of these ferronematid or polyopogon sponges. That's it. By that I mean polyopogon is a genus in the family Pheronematidae. It's a glass sponge, hexactinellid.
I assume you don't want to look longer.
Yeah, we could probably go by this one because we got a close up of one of those earlier.
Okay, good.
And I always think that there's something better
Looks
on
like
the other
something
side of the
like that.
pillow.
Well,
No, that didn't quite work. It's
take a
something
look.
greener on the other side of the pillow. No, it isn't.
Something more alive?
Something more alive. So Scott just thank you very much because I did not know that, Scott. Scott just pointed out that the neem, which is the beginning of nematocarcinus for that shrimp, means thread in Greek or Latin. So the name probably comes from thread-legged shrimp rather than long-legged. This looks like another Brazilian sea star. And this coral's got to be different, I think. Yeah.
All right. I don't have a ton of time. I'm
Okay.
behind, but
Well,
we'll take
just
a
snap zoom, but I think it is different.
The ship's almost.
I'm willing
the
to
ship's
bet a
settled in,
ship
so
dollar
yes.
on it.
Yeah, the ship is
dollar.
Yeah.
stationary.
Well, we have a couple of minutes then, if we need it. Settling in. Okay. Come on in, video. Who are you going to give the ship dollar to? Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
Whoever guessed right.
Well, I won the bet, so I'm keeping the ship dollar.
Nice.
Okay. So Scott has identified this as a primnoid coral. It's in the family Primnoidae, and we're looking at a brittle star. It could be in the Ophiacanthidae. And Scott also thinks that this could possibly be a Narella, and I would agree. One of the things he's looking at in going to that genus is not only the plates or the sclerites on the polyps that we just zoomed in on, but also the way the polyp is oriented. A lot of these nematocarcinus, the polyps are oriented downward. So go ahead and mark that in.
All right.
Species.
Super. Thanks, video. And it seems like we're getting a little bit more stuff, so we will inch a little. We'll keep it at 2/10, but we'll have little pauses to make sure we don't miss anything.
Sounds good.
Bit of a broken open pillow there.
Yeah.
Are those stocks over there of any interest?
Yeah, how about the one on the right? I'm not so sure that's a dead sponge stock. It could actually be an
Rock
octocoral.
pan or something, yeah. I'll get over there in just a second. Just making my way around. And we can come in. Okay, video, you can start in.
So I also saw that Les Watling was in the chat, and he is right now. Welcome, Les. And Les and Scott are working on these guys right now, so I'm going to let them weigh in on what it is.
Going in tight.
You want to tilt me up to the top of it there?
Absolutely.
Thanks.
Coming up. Stopped. coming up. Stopped.
Okay.
So we know it's a bamboo coral.
All right, pilot.
Question is which
Probably time
one?
to, yeah, you know.
Ship's settled though, right?
Yeah, so I guess I should be stopped if maybe just a little more swing.
Do we need to spend much more time here, watch lead? Are you happy? Do you want?
How about one more quick zoom on this? Because Scott France had actually stepped out of the room when we were zooming in. Maybe about mid colony there or so.
Okay. Come on in.
He's commenting that it's a pretty weird one. Or at least it's different than the one that we saw at first. I don't know what's going on with the little white tips on the ends of the tentacles. Polyps look like they're coming mostly off of one side. And
hi guys, thanks for the second close-up. It's really nice, and it's hard to tell if the polyps are all on one side or it's just the current sort of bending them so that they all appear to be on the same side.
yeah, I agree.
I could try to get a shot of. I can spin 90 degrees, try to get a profile shot, and see if we can't get a look and see. Is that helpful?
Les is saying that he thinks he sees only one needle.
No, I could see more than one needle per polyp. I could see more than just one.
Yeah, I think it's just the angle of the lighting. It's really interesting that it gives that effect. Thanks for that. That's very nice.
Would it help if he swung around 90 degrees and looked at the side of it, or have you got a good enough look as is?
I think that's pretty good. We're not going to learn too much more without collection, so we'll just use that. Thank you.
Okay, great.
All right. Off we go then.
Yeah, it could be. Yep. It's pointed out that maybe the coral polyps look a little different because could have some
just
eggs in the
dead center.
polyps. I'm not sure the eggs would be at the ends of the tentacles, though. I think the eggs would be further down on the polyp itself. But yeah, we're definitely starting to get a rise in the terrain here.
Yep.
This is kind of a unique little, just one sort of solitary little bump.
Yeah, it's a little pillow mound.
Yeah.
It's like a little micro eruption or something?
Yeah, it's like a
Jasper?
small area where you get these pillows to come out one by one.
I have tether.
Build a little structure to sort of push the next one aside a little bit.
Do you want me to increase the intensity on your sonar? I don't think we ever saw that on your sonar.
I have to admit for...
you can play with it for a second and see what the adjustments do.
For a really old seamount, the pillows are actually showing up pretty clearly.
Yeah, it's very clear today. You can still see them under this thick layer of stuff.
Keep it like that.
So this may be a stupid question, but are some pillows more resilient than other types of pillows, where some of them will erode and break up pretty quickly, and others actually remain intact for a longer period of time?
I'm not so
Do you know
sure.
how to
excuse
bring
me,
it up
pilot,
just slightly?
Could we look at those white things that are all over the rocks and strings that you just passed over?
Okay, yeah, put it back.
Sorry.
Just leave it like that, yeah, that'll be fine.
That was jabber-jabbering again. And
that's okay. My back end's in the current, so it's going to take a little bit of stopping and changing of momentum. but I will be able to get
I
you
think
there.
these could be stoloniferans maybe, but I'm not sure. You could.
Are you talking about the white dots, or
Yeah, the white strings sort of either to the
on the outer edge of the
yeah,
rocks.
this right here, there's a cluster of them that are just at the bottom of the string. That would work.
Okay, so bottom center right now.
Could be barnacles, or they could be cnidarians or tunicates.
Okay.
Not sure what these things are.
Get ourselves locked in here.
And we'll get back to the answer to the resilience question. Sorry for the interruption. I'm going to make a quick barnacle stop.
Yeah. It looks like there used to be pillows where the barnacles are now.
Yeah, it's weird. It must be a little rougher for them to grab on or something.
Yeah.
It's right isolated almost to where it broke off. Come in, video.
And
empty barnacles.
Yeah,
Oh, a couple full
like
ones.
barnacles, I think. Got some live and some
still
dead.
alive.
Yeah, they're all scattered about.
Thanks,
Some live and some dead.
Thanks.
The dead ones with the holes in them.
The live ones with the trapdoor.
Yeah.
They have their little arm out. A couple of them. This guy here.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, you can see the feathers. 1, 2, 3, 4 of them. 5 of them. 6, 7.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yep.
We got another animal that we can document at the site.
Okay.
Super.
Normally, these type of encrusting barnacles, people sort of place them in the order Balanoidea. But they're long-legged shrimp down there on the seafloor, and yeah, I think we're going to start climbing some.
Yep. Going from a pillow mound to a pillow hill.
Oh, that looks different. Maybe it's more something we've already seen, but I'm going to tilt down real quick. Is it just a different
Looks
sign?
like something down there. I
Crinoid,
wonder if we
maybe?
could take a peek at this. Could be a crinoid or a sea star.
I'll just drop down from here. Okay. All right, video, you can. Oops.
Well, it's going to be a crinoid, I think.
You can come in.
Yeah, so when I mean crinoid, I mean feather star, so it's an unstocked crinoid. The type of crinoids that have got cirri, those little projections coming off the bottom of it that it
Just
uses
hold
to
this
either
for a few
grab onto
seconds and
things
then
or to
take a
prop
quick
itself up off the bottom.
tighter shot.
Okay.
This is a 5-armed crinoid, and so
Okay,
it
zooming.
could be in the genus Pentacrinus. And I'm going to take a quick peek here at the Okeanos online animal guide.
Available
To
OER
anybody. Yeah, if you go to the Okeanos Explorer website, you'll see a link to the online animal
Okay,
guide. It
video's
has over
clear. Whenever we need
1,700
to go.
images
All right.
of deep sea animals, and you can go through there and you can see the animals that you really like. Right click on them and grab the photos.
There you go.
Just trying to
Makes
line
for
up for a
nice
swimming
backgrounds on your
lifting,
computer or other devices.
lifting, zooming out shot, but
And these photos were
I thought
from
that was a
this
good hold
type
for
of
it, but I
video
guess it
that you're
wasn't.
seeing right now.
It's okay.
They're from last year's cruises. So this is, for me, I just have to have this guide here. I would be butchering IDs even more than I do without the guide. What's that? How did the guide come about? Well, first of all, after all of the cruises last year, and we took a look at all of the still images that you, Art, and your group had actually created from the ship, and there was over 4,000 of those images that were in 37 dives. And we went through and we were being really fussy, almost as fussy as Jasper is about collecting rocks.
Yeah, the ship hasn't moved in
And
quite
we
a while.
picked the cream of the crop, 1,700 of those images. And
yeah, that's fine. Or
what we
a
did
little more. I
is,
still don't have anything
we
on
assembled
sonar.
them to
There
what
was
we
some
thought they
briefly here,
were
but it's gone
into
now.
their respective taxonomic groups.
So yeah, it's probably
And we
still.
sent them off to experts around
Yeah.
the world
Just go with 30
and
meters
asked
again.
them to either agree
Sorry,
or
we got-
dispute our IDs. And then they came back with their opinions. Expert opinions, and the people who helped us out with this are listed on that animal guide as well. We had a lot of help. And then we contacted web experts down in Stennis, the Space Center, in where is it? It's Mississippi, Alabama, right? And this is Susan Godfried and Charles Carlton and some others who actually did the magical part of actually getting all of these images up on the web. And then I also had a couple of people working in my lab to actually assemble the pictures with all their headings and information. This is Virginia Moriwaki and Sarah Davis.
Bridge, this is Nav.
And so it was a big, huge team effort for collecting photos, the sorting them,
let's get another move.
putting the information
It's
on
gonna
them,
be
and getting
30
them down to the web.
meters,
cut design on the website.
150 bearing, and then
Sounds like an impressive amount of work.
It was a lot of work.
Look at what I found.
Very well. Yeah, from what I understand, it's
Copy
the
30
fourth
meters.
most
Range
popular part of the
bearing
the website,
150.
during
Speed
a
decimal
call
2.
that we had heard. So the decision was made to actually try to expand it with this year's cruises and just continue growing it.
So
and the real goal of it is to try to create this really marvelous type of reference that anyone can access.
So you have a cup coral and a rock.
Help
rock
not only
pan
the
if
general
either of
public
those.
but scientists in trying to understand what they're looking at, regardless of where they are in the world.
Good eyes. I did not even see that.
How do they access it? They go to the Okeanos Explorer website.
Ship move is initiated.
And look for Okeanos Animal Guide. Or if you just do Okeanos Explorer Animal Guide, you'll see a link right to it.
I think it's like
and
the
then there's a whole
guide.
menu there which has some of the different
Come in.
animals, and you could just go down.
Sure thing.
If you like crabs, for example, you can go down to there. Or corals, or sea stars, or fishes. Bruce Mundy, by the way, was absolutely instrumental, along with Ken Sulak, and others, with helping out with the fish identifications. So blame them if you disagree with the fish IDs.
Well, actually, I know you were looking down, so we stopped and looked at a cup coral. I don't know if it's of any
We're
interest. We
looking
can keep
at
going. Or possibly a cup coral or
single
something.
polyp scleractinian, or hard coral.
We can keep going if it's
Video's
of no
clear
interest.
whenever.
Thanks. Oh, yeah, let's go.
Okay.
The pilot's clear.
Coming away.
Thanks. And there was a little rock pan. I don't
Charles
maybe
Wall
it's of
is
no interest.
signing off for now. Thank you for participating, Charles. Appreciate it.
Moving on.
So, Bruce, that was a joke, of course, that I was making about disagreeing with the IDs. There's quite a lot of discussion about the fish IDs that Bruce and Ken and a whole bunch of people, Tomio Iwamoto at California Academy of Sciences, what is it, Jorgensen? I can't remember who some of the other fish IDs.
Jorgen Nielsen.
Jorgen Nielsen, thank you. And there's been, after the cruises, there was a tremendous amount of discussion back and forth as people talked about the identifications for the animals. And there's still discussion about them. So
Yeah, Chris, this is Bruce. Actually, we haven't really gotten into the hard work of hammering out the identifications for fishes from the 2016 expedition. That's going to really start after the ship is done with this year's ROV work, and then we'll start passing around photographs and having lots of discussions with different people to work out what the as close to the real identifications are that we can get. But again, it's never quite certain from these videos and photographs alone to really get identifications of fishes to species. You have to have specimens, and we're not getting those.
Yeah, but on the other hand,
ships,
we're doing the best we can with this video, and we're trying to accommodate the fish experts who have very specific requests of what they need to look at. And as Bruce had mentioned earlier on, the head is very important to get a good look at that. And also just behind the head. And in addition, not just the whole body, but you really need to focus in on some of the parts. And if we can do that, then they've got a chance of getting a good ID.
Go ahead, Nav.
Let's
right.
add
and,
to the current
I do have to say that
so
the images that we're getting from the Okeanos
30
Explorer
meters,
are incredible.
the same
They're
bearing,
much better than other things that I've seen. They're certainly much better than the videos that we used to get, Chris, from the Pisces submersible dives that you and I did, because the cameras weren't as good.
Copying, we're
give a
adding
presentation
30
on this
meters
work
at the same bearing and same
videos
speed.
At the meeting of the American Society of Ichthyologists and Herpetologists back at the beginning of July. And the ichthyologists in the audience, about 60 people, were just absolutely blown away by the quality of the videos of these animals taken at 1 mile to 3 miles down in the ocean, or over 3.5 miles down in the ocean. They were just stunned by how good the videos were, that you could count lateral line pores and the pores on the head and see the positions of the nostrils in the fish in some instances. So these videos are excellent for identification.
Yeah, thank you, Bruce. And the coral people on
ship
board,
move is initiated.
Or on shore, excuse me, right now, Scott and Les. The zoom in on the, holothuroidean, We'll pause to zoom in on this animal.
And get more of those excellent videos like we were just talking about.
Yep.
Co-pilot Sirius is 200 meters from waypoint 2.
Copy that. Is the bearing still the same?
Yeah, you're exactly 150. 140.
So I think this particular, this is a sea cucumber or a holothuroidean. And I think it matches something that we have in the guide that we were just talking about. It's Onerophanta species. That's a possible ID on it. Diva thinks it could be an Orphnurgus, and that's another possibility as well. Both of these are in the family Dematidae. And Diva actually looking at the two pictures, it's quite possible that Orphnurgus might be closer to what it is. And a lot of help with these holothuroideans, the sea stars, came from a guy at the Shirshov Institute of Oceanology in Russia, and this is Andrei Gabruk. And we sent him all of our photographs, and along with Dave Paulson at the Smithsonian, and both of them were extremely helpful in giving their best shots at what different types of sea cucumbers we had.
Watch it. Can you hear me all right, pilot?
I hear you, but I think Chris has you off.
Oh, okay. Well,
he's on now.
All right. I just couldn't. I had EXRV off. I realized I wanted to make sure that I still had you.
Pretty heavy crusting here.
Yep.
This is more where the pillows are partially hidden.
Yep. This is the best place to get a sample.
I wonder if we could take a quick zoom at this single polyp, or the single unbranched coral.
Is this the same one again that we looked at a little bit ago?
I'm not so sure. That's why and if it is, I think we're getting a little different perspective. I might give that sort of back view that Jeff was offering to do earlier.
Yeah. Come on in, video. I will note that the polyps are facing very similar direction as last time between the two specimens. There's tons of little spikes in there.
Yeah. You get those caught in your teeth if you try to eat this thing. You're going to have to floss after every one of these that you eat, I imagine.
The question is, what would they taste like?
No.
I think it'd be slimy in your mouth. Pretty gross.
Thanks, that was
chicken.
Chicken of the sea.
At least it comes with its own kebab.
That's right. Just throw it on the grill as is.
So Scott thinks this is similar to the previous one that we saw.
I do. You do have one random polyp sort of going off in the other. If you look at the bottom of the screen, you have one polyp sort of poking off in the wrong direction.
Yeah, I
like.
see. Yeah. So Scott or Les, do you have any? Can you do better than I said it, or is that the best you? Is that as far as you can go at this point? By the way, Allison Miller has joined us. Hello, Allison.
All right.
So
I think we're pretty much good here.
I know a couple of Allison Millers, but I believe this Allison is an echinoderm specialist at
Yes.
Guam.
Thank you, sir.
Lasers
So
off.
I'm glad she is on helping us out also on this with the identification.
Thank you. I'll lift off here.
Do you want lasers back on?
Sure.
All right.
Okay, so we are pretty much finished with that move.
Okay.
You're a little bit stretched out, but do you want to keep moving?
Well, let's get up here and make sure we're still aligned, because I've got a high going off this way, but that doesn't quite match high pack, does it?
Yeah, no.
So I might need to get back towards the middle here and see if I can't find the whole high in this direction.
Okay.
So just give me 1 second to get oriented, and then we can push on. Oh, there it is. I see it off in the distance. Okay. Yeah, we can go ahead.
The same direction? 150?
Yeah, it looks like it to me, right? Yeah. You could cheat a little bit south of that to try to keep us on the ridge, because it looks like the ridge falls off to the east. See that?
I think the ridge sort of spreads out. You get two little branches of rift zone. We're just right where they were meeting up.
So we. Hey, watch lead pilot.
Roger, pilot.
We're just trying to decide which way to send the ship on this next move. I've got the local high on all the sonar kind of off in this direction, but that's a couple degrees off of waypoint 2. Do you want to just shoot towards waypoint 2 and we'll go over the mounds as we do, or do you want to chase some of these ridge lines?
No, why don't we just go for waypoint 2, and then I think we're going to get these bumps all along the way as we go. These little mini volcanoes or something, I guess you call them.
All right, sounds good. So we'll just keep going on track.
Yeah. What is
That's a really accurate
say it's not
name,
140
obviously.
though?
Jasper's chuckling.
Yeah, it's a little bit more
sort of
than
individual
140.
eruption locations where eruptions took place and on these rift
142.
zones.
Okay.
Sort of
Yeah,
poured out a bunch
pilot.
of
Yeah, we'll
pillows.
get lined up on that. Head that way.
All right.
Okay, and do you want a 30-meter move or a little bit more?
I think we keep it 30.
How far is it to waypoint 2?
We're in a little saddle, and then we'll no doubt start going up again.
172 meters.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you could do 50. I think. This is pretty
Yeah,
flat
looking,
here.
yeah, looking right there. That's there's not much out there.
Yeah, give us a 50-meter hop here, and then we'll.
Alright, that's 50 meters, bearing 142, and then decimal 2 knots.
Yep.
Bridge, this is Nav.
Go ahead, Nav.
Yeah, I think it's going
Let's
to
get
shallow
another
out for a little
move
bit
in.
again and then
That's
pick up
gonna
again.
be
If you look at the
50
contours, they
meters,
sort of start crunching together again
142
as we get a
bearing,
little bit further down the
and
track
then
line.
0.2 knots.
If you use your imagination, you can almost see the train
Yeah.
going up again.
Yeah,
in the
that's
distance there.
Okay.
Well, sonar would agree.
50 meters.
Okay.
Sonar's
One,
got
bearing
a
142.
very slight gradual
Speed
uphill in
decimal
this
2.
direction.
Yeah,
Good
then it's
copy.
going to get steeper
Yeah.
as well.
I see that on the bathy. So we put in a 50-meter move in this general direction, so we'll be able to go another tether length and a half this way and see what we see.
Okay. So that's right. I forgot, Allison. She, when we saw that Holothuroidean, I don't know if she was on for that, but she at least I
Seems
think
to be a
agrees
little
to the
calmer
family
here.
ID that
Still pushes me a
Nav
little.
Ship move initiated.
sort
Not
of
nearly as
assigning
much.
to that particular animal. And Allison is saying it'd be nice if we can get shots of the tentacles and if they are retractile or not. So Allison, how do we tell if the tentacles are retractile if they're not cooperating and retracting them? Is there do they have like wrinkles on them or something, or because
Maybe you land a little harder than normal nearby and scare his.
Aimed a thruster at them.
yeah.
Just kidding. We won't.
But this would
disturb
be good to
creatures
know because
more
if
than we
there's a
have to.
clue on just by looking at the tentacles, some little thing that we normally wouldn't notice, that would be very helpful to know.
Yeah, I've got the next sort of uphill starting up on my sonar now about 22 meters away, so we'll be there soon.
So right to the right of the screen, I think we've got a forked bamboo.
Yeah, you want to get a look at that?
Sure.
All right. Be my pleasure.
We've got a couple of
Oh, you
bambooists.
got room to come down? Not really, huh?
On the chat right
I
now.
come down a couple meters if you want.
Yeah, why
It's
don't
pretty
you-
flat.
Yeah,
I don't.
why don't you give me a little bit? I just see your altitude at 15 already, so
Yeah.
I'd be nervous about coming down
bamboo
too
Just
much.
come down 2 or 3
corals.
meters.
Yeah, it's fine.
I don't know. I think
It's
if
pretty
you say
calm,
bambooist, they might be
Yeah.
people that grow them in their yards. So
Bamboo
you got to be a little
corals.
bit more specific.
Okay.
All right, that should give you
I'm a
3
spongist.
meters.
So, it
That could be difficult too. People could have those next to their sinks at home.
yeah.
Okay, you can start in video. This is about as close as I can get at the moment. We'll get a little tether to get closer soon.
Okay. It's got a nice crinoid on it.
Is this the same kind as we've seen, but branched?
Well, I don't know. It branched awfully early. It's branching very near the base, so my first
It's not
answer
quite
would be
full.
no, it's not the same kind. Because if it was the same kind, why didn't the other branch closer to the base too?
Guess it didn't want to. It looks like the density on that little one in the back is a little lower in terms of number of polyps.
Yeah. So we're waiting right now to see if we can get some help from the chat room.
All right,
we've
let's
gone as
get
far
some
as
of the coral here. They're
Isidid.
trying to figure out what it is. The two branches look different. That's weird.
Yeah, they
Maybe
do.
it's
That's
supposed
what Jasper was pointing out. Very few polyps on the one in the back, and a lot of polyps on these other two. We we are getting just no help from Scott and Les.
I
just
think he
can't
finally
believe it.
got those zucchis in prepared form and he's eating them.
Is that what
That's
you think
my
it
guess.
is? All right, well, then what's Les's excuse?
I don't know where he is.
Oh, okay.
Is Les in the same rough
What's going on?
time zone?
Yeah, unless I'm trying to think whether he's either in Hawaii or Maine, I would imagine. This is 2 stomping grounds. This is a little Comatulid feather star.
Yeah.
Well, I'll get a quick establishing.
There's not going to be any sort of want to grab on this, right? Just making sure now.
No,
a while. Okay, good.
I think we're good.
Good. The ship's trucking along. It might go right by us if we don't stop it soon. So.
Right. So Les had put in the chat room that he thought
Pilot,
that
would you like more
unbranched
imagery
one
of this?
might be a collection candidate a little later on, so we can
hold like this and then.
Well, this isn't the same one, I don't think. So there's less interest for this one, and he might, if we're not seeing a whole lot of other candidates, and perhaps we can grab that unbranched one a little bit later on in the dive.
All right. I think I'm happy. Video.
I'm happy.
All right.
Coming live.
Thanks. Okay. All right, Mr. Sean.
Since we haven't gotten any help, if you look in the OER animal guide,
I'll get
this
you
type
pushed
of
out
thing
here
is what we
and
call
jump it in.
Keratoisis sparse.
Sure.
And so
only if you want it.
I'm going to go ahead and make a note that may be what we just saw. Keratoisis is one of the sort of older classic genera within the taxonomy of the bamboo corals, and that taxonomy is in a state of major revision right now. So who knows what the names are going to be in a little while when the revisions are complete. And it's Les and Scott who are doing these revisions. So we're getting a bit of a change out here in the crew. So we'll be pausing for a bit as the ROV team switches around a little bit. Little update on where we are. We are at a depth of 2,547 meters. Our temperature is 1.6 degrees centigrade. Our dissolved oxygen is 3.8. We are on McDonnell Seamount. This is inside the wake unit of the Pacific Remote Islands Marine National Monument. And you are seeing a live broadcast from the NOAA ship Okeanos Explorer, which is operated by the Office of Ocean Exploration and Research. And it's in collaboration with, I'm going to get GFOE, which is the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration. And this is the organization which a lot of the pilots and engineers belong to. And in a moment I'm going to ask the front row to perhaps introduce themselves, since we have a new group in here now.
I think they're mostly just shuffled seats.
Yeah, so I'll give them a few minutes.
We just passed by a sea star there a little while ago, I think.
Yeah, there's another one of the Brazilians,
Yeah.
I think.
We're still going over sort of terrain made of these spillo lava, some bigger ones, some smaller ones, all nicely thickly crusted over. As you can sort of see in the left bottom there, it's all sort of smoothed over by manganese crust.
Ship is underway, yeah.
Pilot, I have you at 57 degrees, so should be okay.
Now I think we may be approaching this high point, the base of the high point. See a little leggy coral right there by the lasers. And They're coming up, and we got some more of these barnacles that we imaged a few minutes ago.
Pilot, I'm gonna come
For all
up
the little
a
white
little
specks
bit,
on the
'cause-
rocks.
Come up a lot.
Yeah, Washleys, we just did a quick pilot change. Sean here now, so just let me know if you see anything you want to zoom on.
Sure. This is another dead sun sponge stock we've seen a lot. But Sean, can you introduce the front row?
Yeah, so it's the same front row. We all work for Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration. We just did some position changes. So sitting pilot now is Sean Kennison, and then I'll let my co-pilot introduce himself.
Hello, my name is Fernando Aragon.
And then our navigator.
Navigator Jeff Lanning.
And then sitting video out of view is?
Tara Smithy.
And then Art Howard is in the back row.
Yeah, Art
doing
Howard's
some
in
clipping.
the back clipping. Jasper Contour to my right. He's the geology lead, and I'm Chris
Okay.
Kelly. I'm
Nice.
serving as the biology lead.
And I did all that off OKEX. It's alright.
Me too, don't worry.
Winner, chicken dinner.
Little downhill slope now. Let's see what's over here. So we're going 142. Was that the last ship move direction?
Left ship move was 142.
And that'll put us right towards waypoint 2,
If
correct?
these contours were just sort of a
Yeah.
little dip before
Looks that way to me.
we came
Alright.
up to this. Because we keep thinking we're starting up, and we
This is the scale of the
Alright,
topography
co-pilots, I'm going
is,
to do a
is
little hop down
smaller
this.
in terms of the
And we
hops
will
and
be
bumps
very
than
careful
the
as we go down.
bathymetry is showing on the map we have.
I came up a little bit because I was.
Yeah,
Yeah, no, that's perfectly, yeah, that's correct.
So Fernando, as he goes down this, you want to make sure that rather than
it
keep the
definitely looks
delta
like
at
it's
15,
finally starting to
like
rise
we
for good
sometimes
here in
do,
front of us.
you want to make sure your altitude doesn't get too low. Because if you try to chase him down at delta 15, you might get too low to the hill. So you just want to keep a look at your altitude and make sure you don't get too low there. That's perfect, yeah. So as
This
that grows
looks like
to
a little wipeout
22, you
of
can go back down to 20.
rocks
and
with
just inch your way down
replaced
the
with
hill.
just a sort of a
It's just a short
sandy
bit
layer
of that.
with
He's already
some of
almost
these
at the
little
bottom
notches in
there.
there
So
again.
Is that what you call them? These little channels
you'll
here,
come back up
wipeouts?
the mountain
No,
on the
but
other side there.
that's a nice way to sort of use a different word for it. Yeah, no, it's probably a small little slide of rocks that went downhill and got replaced with some sand.
Like there's some type of a dead sponge base there right by the lasers. Oftentimes these big polyopogon sponges, they connect to the substrate with fibers, and then when they die they leave this kind of fibrous base behind.
Alright, at the bottom.
And I'm not sure that's what we're looking at.
Could be.
What
Sort
that
of looks
is.
like there's a shadow in it.
Yeah.
Alright, pretty much. Looks like we're pretty close to done with that move.
So I'll ask again,
So,
Jasper, before we get on
can,
top here.
dial in
This sure
another
looks like there's some
one? Guys wanna
good
keep
rocks here.
Yeah, we do have some nice pieces here.
Do you want to consider
keep
a
trekking?
second collection?
One sec.
Oh, okay.
This location?
Yeah,
that
maybe we
actually
should.
looks like a piece of
Yeah,
pillow
it
right
does
there.
right there.
Talking
Yeah.
about possible rock collection.
Is
Oh,
that
good.
too big? That's
So
a pretty big one.
to the left a little, and mostly halfway down to the bottom of your screen.
Left.
Down a little bit more. A little bit to your right. A little bit to your right.
Yeah, that
Right there. That that cylinder thing.
That's big.
That's a
maybe
nice
the diameter's not so
size.
big. It
Maybe
looks
you
long.
find
though.
where.
Yeah. The question is how long it is.
I think it could be long. I heard a distinct chuckle from the
Yeah.
front row.
Yeah, that might be a little big for us.
Why don't you get above it? Point the
I don't know,
lasers
it
down.
might.
Let's
Yeah.
see.
It's not too bad. It's 25. 5.
What do you think? What do you think, Sean? Is that too big, or would that
No,
nice
that's
chunk of pillow
reasonable.
fit into the box?
We could go for that. That's not totally unreasonable.
It looks more like a little tube, actually.
Yeah.
If that's, yeah, if you're interested in that.
I think we should try. Yeah.
All right.
Maybe we can
right.
squeeze it a little bit.
Pilot.
Make sure that
Absolutely.
it doesn't
Why don't you make
crumble.
your altitude right around 15 for this, so he's got a little bit of tether. And Sean, just watch your back when you're
Yeah,
landing.
I should be right in the flat spot there.
Yeah.
Also, let's see if it's free, as we've already found out.
Yeah, some of these do not want to give.
We feel
They
confident.
are glued down with manganese.
Cool.
There are a lot of candidates in this area about the right size rocks, so I thought it might be a good place to try for one for the second rock.
And Chris is saying the right size rock because we have some constraints in what we can pack away and what we can pick up.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, the one on the left, maybe not. But
Might not just barely not fit. Our manipulator arm is probably about the size of that rock.
I think we're fine right now. Just make sure I'm nice and stable.
So we have, pilot, a rock in the starboard forward.
Yeah, so we have to
Behind it is
open
a
the
nice
lid.
little
Put it
fragment.
in. Should still fit
which
though.
one are you talking about?
Right behind
Right,
big one.
I'll start by giving it a poke.
It's not any bigger than this is.
That's a monster.
We can rearrange.
This is a separate rock from that one.
That's bigger than a boulder. That's a freaking
That's
block.
fine right now, I think.
All right, it's not.
Are my hydraulics ramped up,
It's
co-pilot?
much bigger than this.
Well, I beg to differ.
Go ahead. That's fine.
Well, no, I don't want to beg.
Oh,
actually,
okay.
so. But yeah, some of those
Excellent.
are really good.
All right. I'll start by giving it a nice poke. Arm coming on.
The moment of truth.
Yeah.
Here it comes. Yes, it moved.
It's loose.
It's loose. Looked heavy too.
Right. Yeah.
Nah. You can say it. Who's carrying it up?
All right. So, co-pilot, now what we need to do is open the lid to the. So you want to enable the starboard valve
I
pack,
won't say who's carrying it up, but I'll give a hint. The name begins with J.
and you want to bring in the port wing
I get to carry it up?
inboard.
Yes, we meant you, Jeff.
There we go.
I'm so
I'm
excited.
just gonna pop the. You can bring it all the way in. I think it goes
Left
a
it
little
a
more.
little bit ambiguous, didn't we?
There we go.
Not we, just you.
Yeah, that's true.
Is it touching?
That's okay.
I think
Yeah.
it's fine. I don't think it's
probe
quite
is
touching.
loose.
Yeah, you can bring it in. It'll move.
And you're really high off the rock, actually.
Yeah.
You're pretty far away. If you
So-
look in your minute cam, see the manipulator cam there?
All right.
Got a ton of room.
All the way in. All right. Sounds good.
So, for those watching at home wondering what's going on, he's going to try and open the box on the left. This is the box that we keep for the rocks that we want to make sure don't float away. That's clearly something we're worried about with this one.
Yeah, I think normally this would be a starboard box candidate, but
Yeah, it has
Well,
it has a rock there already.
apparently
Yeah.
taken.
Yeah.
Yeah, someone put a small rock in there, so they were. What grip force are you on?
Let's find out. 3, so about a 7.
getting it.
I think it was going to slip. I'm going to try a different grip.
Are you on the cutter? On the
Trying to avoid the cutter.
board jaw there?
No, the only reason that Sean's actually able to lift this up is because he works out every night.
That's
in
right.
The gym.
That makes a difference.
Twice a day, really, but
Hold on, I'm
That's
gonna wait for
twice
that.
a day. Yeah.
he doesn't
Should
want to brag,
stop.
so I will for him.
Let's try.
Yeah, because despite that this arm is hydraulic, you still have to put lots of force on there to lift. Yeah.
It is a force feedback arm, so you do feel
Oh, really?
a little bit of the weight.
Oh,
yeah.
cool.
What was the comment? I missed it.
The navigator Jeff said that
pushing
the
down, just so you know.
arm does have some
You're grabbing
feedback,
and
so they
pushing
do
against
feel
the
some of
hill,
the
that's why I
weight.
keep lifting up like that.
Yeah, I'm trying to
And
get the sweet spot where I don't hit the
and
cutter.
it's heavy.
And
Isn't
that
it? That's what he was saying. It's really heavy.
I don't think he said that necessarily, but I think he definitely
You had
implied it.
You were worried about it slipping?
Yeah.
You've got pretty good grip on it.
You think?
Well, you did before. I don't know if you know.
Oh my goodness.
Maybe move the arm down just a hair. Yeah.
Okay, this could be the biggest one of this cruise so far, I think.
Yeah, see, it just kind of slides away.
You spin 90 degrees and grab it end on.
Like this?
Yeah.
Sure. You put that one up. See if that helps. Yeah, washers. I'm just trying to get a nice grip without hitting the blades.
Ah, yes.
On the,
Yeah.
So that's the only hold up right now.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure that the folks out there heard that, but he's trying to make sure he doesn't touch the rock with the blades too much, because the blades we use for cutting, we don't want to get them all dull.
He's got it.
Yeah,
Perfect.
it looks like he's got
Good
it.
job.
That looks like a nice little tube. You can sort of see the radial crack pattern out of there. Oh, but now you can
Actually,
grab
that
it
might
on
be
end.
That is a big rock. Now that you see it from this angle.
Looks like it weighs 100 pounds.
Nah.
Jeez.
I don't know if you want to. There's a few other candidates around here, is there not? That might be a little smaller.
All right. Well, you
I
wanted a big rock.
I was gonna say, I kind of
Jasper.
have my mindset on this one now, but
goodness.
if it doesn't work, it doesn't work.
What do you think, Nav?
I'm not piloting.
Alright.
Can you grab it on the end, or is that you just
Let's
are worried
go
that it's going to
find
slip?
out.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Jasper, but your interest in this rock is it's so clearly volcanic just because of that tubular.
It has that.
appearance.
It had that radial crack pattern on the end. It kind of looks like how tube lavas crack open when they break in half.
Mm.
Ten.
All right, let's see if this is going to work.
Yeah, we'll find out.
All right, he did grip force 9, so he's either going to get a good hold or he's going to break the rock.
Yeah, he won't break the rock, but he might scratch the surface. It might slip out because the manganese is kind of greasy. It's turning because it's hitting the rock behind it.
Yeah.
He's got it.
Yeah, it looks like he's
All
got
right.
it.
All right, video. I hope you don't mind, but I'm going to skip the close-up. I'm just going to...
We'll take photos when we get that bad boy to the surface.
Well, you might want to get photos just in case you can't tell which of the two rocks.
Oh, yeah. We are going to be
want to
in
confuse
doubt.
samples.
Yeah.
Just kidding.
Nice.
Oh, okay.
Sean.
I thought that was...
Sean paused.
I thought it was a
Sean's-
joke, but
Sean's
I wanted
wondering.
to make sure.
It's going
Sean's
in,
thinking we've lost our marbles. Yeah, now the door probably won't close on top of it.
I think I can maneuver that.
Sean will make it work. He's a skilled pilot.
Klaboom. You heard that sound, right? All the way through the water column.
Affirmative.
So let's see.
So
I'm just
hang
going
it
to try
in
to
the
knock it
box.
over.
Yeah. Sure. 19 in the box. I'm glad that the rock boxes limit the size at least, because
Otherwise, those geologists are going to ask for bigger and bigger ones.
otherwise they're going to try to stack it on top of D2 or something. Ask for a roof rack.
Yeah, one of those little closable boxes on the rack.
It's not quite tipping. One more second. Well, actually, I'm just going to try to tip it into the box. There we go. It still looks kind of fat in there, but I think that's as good as we're going to get. If you want to slowly bring the wing outboard, and we'll watch the lid close. It should close most of the way, but it might. Yeah, I just want to see how much it closes. Not great, but it could be worse. I think it'll be fine. We don't have to. The rock is big enough. It's not going to float out. Yeah.
No, it's not going to float away.
I'd be very impressed.
Oh well.
Look at it in that box. Oh my goodness.
So did the lid close?
No.
No, it's you can see it up there on the screen there. The lid
It
is
closed
slightly
mostly.
open.
No, it didn't.
It's like a 30-degree angle.
Okay.
Well, closed 90 degree or 60 degrees.
Oh, well.
Okay. Closed enough. All right. So then you collected this already?
No. That's a good point.
By that, punching in to get the metadata is what
Yeah.
we're after. Okay.
So, well, we'll be off by a few minutes, but that's okay.
Well, we didn't move, so we're fine. Oops, excuse me. Bonking this thing around. Hits it. Let's see.
I think you can just bring it in because it's come from out to in and you probably get it.
So yeah.
Just do the same move but coming from there to here because it is mostly horizontal.
screens up
There
there.
you
You
go.
can see there is something sitting up
Right
there,
there,
some
just
stock.
a little bit.
Yeah, dead sponge stock
I
there.
think that's a dead sponge, yeah.
Yeah, it's
Stop.
So what's happening right now is that rock was so heavy that the pilot is attempting to drop a little bit of weight from the ROV, which they have here for that purpose when they do a heavy collection, and that's what the string is designed to do. So otherwise, the ROV is going to be tilted one direction or another, and it's sort of interesting that when you do submersible dives, basically all submersibles have what they call drop weights when they get to the bottom. So they have these weights where the submersible is designed to actually get down to the bottom as quickly as possible and as safely as possible. And then once they're at the bottom, they're too heavy, so they actually release typically some shot or something like that, so that they can actually ballast the vehicle properly so they can continue to move at neutral buoyancy over the bottom. And in this particular case, we were so ambitious in grabbing this rock because it was such a marvelous rock that the ROV is a little bit heavy, so it's actually going to have to, you know, on one of these rare occasions, drop a little bit of its shot weight here. So it's not a problem. But they were able to actually get the loop there.
Take that drogs down.
Hopefully we won't be tilted too much to the port side as we take off.
Okay, ramping
Otherwise,
down.
you'll just have to add another rock to the
Disabling
starboard
HP.
side to balance it out.
That's not how it works.
All right, we're good. All right, sorry about that, Washleets.
Oh, no problem. Sorry about focusing on a monster rock there.
No, that's quite all right. Let's see.
It's got to be some sort of record, right?
We'll see.
We had a couple of big ones from the other cruise.
We're going to use the footstool to measure that one. I don't think the baby scale is actually going to, you know, get a.
Right.
You're going to break that little plastic baby scale.
And just stand on it with the rock and without the rock to get the weight right.
That's one way to do it, or you can just press it once and then it'll tarry, and then you just put the rock right on the bathroom scale. Yeah, so we've got a sponge up ahead. Yeah. Oh yeah, and there's a couple things. I wonder if we have a few minutes to zoom. First, the brown thing.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, right by the lasers.
Yeah, maybe a few minutes.
I think the sponge behind it is what we might have imaged before, but we'll see. Another one of the Pleurogorgia over to the.
All right, video, if you want to come in.
I'm not sure what this. I think it's a black coral of some kind. It is. So who we got on? We've got Scott, who's in the chat room. And Scott, if you're eating your zucchini, you need to put your fork down and look at the video here, because we've got a really interesting black coral here.
Lasers off.
Yeah, video. I'm actually going to try to sit down real quick.
That branch is all from
the branch is
almost.
Yeah, the branch is very, very different than most black corals. And Tina's not here. Also, this actually could be a collectible, guys. I've never seen anything like this before.
Ship moving. Okay. Yeah, Washleets, just let us know.
I'm giving Scott a few minutes here. I see he's on the. There he is.
No, that was me asking for him.
Yeah. Yeah, just giving a minute, but I've never seen branching like this before on a black coral. It's
I'm gonna take a little
perpendicular to the way most of them branch. So if he doesn't respond pretty soon, I don't know. We've got, who else have we got? Amy Baco Taylor's on. I wonder if she would weigh in on this, or Diva, anyone else on whether or not this is worthy of our second biology collection.
This polyps look really different too.
Yeah, I think this is extremely different.
What is all this? In the bottom.
Yeah, well, there's secondary branching in here or something. But, guys, I'm not getting any response. Oh, there you are, Scott. Can you see this?
Yeah, sorry, I've been away at dinner. I've been gone for an hour or so. Yeah, so I see it's a black coral, and I don't remember. We have seen this before, and then blanking on the genus right now.
The branches like this? I mean, not in the
blanking on the genus right now.
The branches like this? I mean, not in the Pacific, have we? Because the way the branches are coming off, they're all coming off from a single point.
We'll come out wide again.
I think we saw it on the last leg. I'd have to go back and look at the images. I'm not 100% certain. And I should know this genus. Abyssopathes, maybe? Might be an Abyssopathes.
If you could tilt in, I'll zoom in on the upper
Well,
branches.
I guess what the ROV crew needs to know is this
tips?
worthy of a collection, or should they move on? Because we got one last collection, bio collection.
Thank you. Great. Going in.
Just let me know.
I don't know how common this particular group is. I'm pretty certain that we have seen it before. I don't know that we collected it before, so I can't tell you that. I'm certainly not opposed to collecting it.
Is this the one that swept that circle on the last cruise in the sediment? Do you remember that one?
So I tilt down.
Yeah, that was a Schizopathes.
Right. Boy, I don't remember this, Scott. I was watching most of those dives. I don't know.
Well, yeah. So I may be thinking of a different cruise or something.
Well, what do you think? We got to make a decision here.
Yep, I'm trying to rapidly get to what will tell us. That might jog the memory.
If we can hang on just for 1 second here, I think Scott's trying to look up some reference material, pilot.
Absolutely.
Oh, apparently it's a heteropathy.
So tilt up.
Heteropathes has this growth form where it appears that all the branches are coming out from one point. They're not exactly. It's sort of like a Bathypathes in that they're coming out along the stalk, but only the tip of that main axis.
Well, let's. I guess I'll pose it this way. Les had expressed some interest in that unbranched icidid. That's a possible candidate. This is a possible candidate. We've got the one two-branched primnoid already in the box, so we've got one more biological collection. Do you want to hold off on this, or would you like to, if you think this is interesting enough
so unfortunately, I personally have been gone for the last hour or so I'm not sure what all we've seen and what all we expect to see more of. So I can't.
All right. Well,
I'm fine.
You're not incredibly enthusiastic about this jumping up and down, so maybe we'll pass on this. We've got beautiful imagery of it. It's extraordinary.
I'm just not jumping up and down because it's not a group that I work on.
All right, Wash it. So we'll just going to hold for a couple more seconds for video, and we can move on.
I'm not opposed at all to collecting it.
One more wider shot if it cooperates.
Right.
Yep.
Well, we'll go ahead and move on. If there's more of them and we haven't seen anything better, then.
And that way we keep a little bit more time or more options open. We have a couple more hours, right? This is it's only 1:30 here. We've got several more hours to go.
In the meantime, I'll send Tina an email and see if she can give us some input on how rare these heteropathes would be here.
Yeah, she's in some conference in Vladivostok. She and Asako Matsumoto. So I don't know if she's going to read it right away, but if she was able to read it and get back to you before the end of the dive, we might see another one.
Copy that.
Or does more for the
recorders.
recorders.
I think she said she had no internet there.
Okay. Center of your screen and.
All right. Well, thanks, Scott. Appreciate it.
Okay. Plenty of time. Do you want to get a ship moving?
Ooh, yeah, for sure.
I think another 30 meters at
We did 50 last. Do you want
This is a
30?
pretty weird.
Yeah,
black
you
coral.
there's
got
something, yeah, about 30 meters out. So
All right, sounds good. 30 meters. Same direction as before.
yeah, towards waypoint 2, I think is.
I'm just gonna do 140.
Yeah. I'm a fan of.
Round numbers.
Yeah. Well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Multiples of 5 numbers.
I agree.
So regarding collections, for those of you who are just joining
Bridge,
the
ROV nav.
Okeanos Explorer
Go ahead,
missions
Nav.
that we
Gonna
do,
do another ship move, please.
we restrict our collecting
We'll
usually
do
to 2
30
rocks and 2
meters,
biologics.
bearing
and there's
140
a number
degrees
of reasons for
at
that.
2/10 of a knot.
But we've got both rocks already, and we've got one
Okay,
biologic.
I am Ship
So,
move range
we
30
can
meters,
really
bearing
choosy
140
after
degrees
we
at 2/10 of a knot.
Collected our first
Good
biologic
copy,
to
Bridge.
Say it
make
again,
sure
Koopa, you were completely
that we've
drowned
got
out, but
something
Bridge.
that's really
I am
worthy. And by worthy, what I mean is
facing-
that we're also
I'm heading.
restricting
My
our
heading is
collections to
150. Do you want me to stay
potential
there
new
or
species
You
for
can adjust to
science,
140.
new
Okay,
records for
I'm
a
adjusting
particular
right now.
region, or something that's clearly
Yeah, we'll just kind of wait for the ship to
uncertain.
up.
The ID is uncertain, but
Yeah,
is an
bridge
extremely
movement initiative.
dominant member of the community. And so
Thank you,
those
Bridge.
are kind of the 3 sort of tests that our
Moves
our
underway.
collection candidates have to pass. They have to
Should we
pass one
copy
of those
that?
tests before we grab it. And we just weren't quite certain on that one,
Yeah,
whether or
that's-
not it passed the unusual,
that's
you know,
pretty much
possible new
north
species
of our
test.
current
I think
bailout
that's
is
an
pretty
end-on
much
Pleurogorgia.
Oh,
again.
yeah.
good
Yeah.
direction.
We're talking about the very little coral down the center of the screen now.
And we're looking up and up and up.
Yeah.
This is pretty steep.
Looks like one of those bifurcating primnoids on the wall.
There's some stuff on top, maybe?
Yeah, there's some dead sponge stalks. Another Pleurogorgia. It's in the Chrysogorgid family.
Is that
Yeah.
a bamboo, maybe?
Or it could be one of those Narella, the fan-shaped primnoid corals. I think that's what it could be. The branches look too thin to be the.
So Koopa, you can
bamboo.
actually come up with me as I'm
Yeah.
rising.
That was what I was thinking. So coming up.
I think we
You don't have
finally
to come up
found
a ton
the
since I'm
rise.
so far out, but a little bit is
It
good.
just turns out to be quite
This is
tall.
pretty steep right here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is quite steep, full of rounded shapes coated in manganese. It's another one of those.
The Brazingid sea stars
Yeah.
and another one of the Polyopogon sponges. But we're getting some animals on it. You often find a lot of animal, the density of animals actually goes up when we get on one of these little high points.
Moved to about 2,500 meters water depth.
Looks like there's another Chrysogorgid coral over there on the upper right. And looks like this is a Narella, it could be Narella macrocalyx down on the lower center.
Another dead sponge.
Yep.
Still on the same big rocky wall.
That's right.
Is that the kebab sponge again?
Where is it?
Right here.
Oh, it could be. I don't know if there's any chance to take a zoom on that or not.
Zoom on
It's in
what?
the right
It's
bottom of your
going
screen.
off the bottom of the screen now on the right hand side.
Right.
And
Way
it's off
down
the,
at the bottom of
right
the
on the
screen.
very edge of the bottom center right now. See that
It's small.
tiny little pearls on a string?
You're about a
Ah,
quarter away,
yes.
a little bit higher.
So we had a request from Charles Wall to get
I see
another
it.
zoom on one of these because
To the left, not to the.
You're. It's almost center right now.
Yeah.
And,
That's all right. All right, video, if you want to come in.
Sure.
We think it's a tunicate rather than a sponge, so kebab sponge may be too quick of an ID, but
it looks the same as the thing we saw.
Yeah, it is the same.
In the last dive.
He was wondering about how it attaches onto the rock and how all the balls attach to the stem, but I don't know if you can get that kind of detail.
You can leave. It doesn't matter. They won't show up this soon. It did.
Sort of a tough one there. It looks like it's the regular sort of.
Sorry, video is slowly drifting back.
Like a little white.
Yeah, it's got a little base plate.
A little white plate. Yeah.
Center up.
And look at one of them collapsed. I think right here.
I think if we could get any closer.
So I was going to update everybody on this strange creature that we collected. I guess it was
yeah,
last
if you want to come
dive.
out, I can get right up to the wall. You can rest on it. Let's see.
So when we were prepping it in the lab, then one of the little balls sort of popped, sort of like a tunicate. So I started thinking it was perhaps a tunicate. And Charles Wall, who's with the Marine Protected Areas Division, also thought
right
it
now
could be a tunicate.
We're holding about
and then
12
I
meters
took that
of delta.
collapsed one, and the next morning I did a bleach prep on it. And it's got these rods in it that could be demasponge spicules, or it could be some type of. Charles thought that tunicates had spicules too. I couldn't really find a good reference to that. And so it's got a large osculum under the scope, at least on one side. I didn't turn it over to the other side to see if it had a second opening.
Yes.
But I'm still not certain.
All right, video, one more second to try to get
What
stable.
it is, I'm leaning more toward
Oh, sorry.
tunicate.
Yeah, I think I'm good. If you want to come in.
Yeah.
That's a nice view.
That's a very nice view. So the rod is going right through the center of these things.
And then go tight.
Copy.
Hence the kebab name.
And you can see a couple of openings, at least one opening.
It looks like there's a radial pattern out of that broken one.
Yeah, that makes it looks more like spicules for a sponge, but the way it popped when it, and also how it's attached to the substrate, if we could also get a zoom on that.
Toe slipped.
Just attaches.
Slight tilt
a little
up.
drop of super glue does the trick.
Right.
Oh, even the other ones, you can see the little spikes sticking through the ends. See, that one has it too.
I don't know what this thing is, and I looked at it microscopically. Yeah, there's one of the big sort of oscular holes on it. You can see on that one. I don't know. I'm going to look at I kept the bleach prep sample, and I'm going to try to look at some more of the dissolved ball and see if I can find some spicules that are characteristic of it. If it's a sponge, it's a demasponge.
Establishing.
Just don't know. Thank you. That was about the best you could do on that guy. On the little star, yeah, I wonder if
there's another one up on the top.
Could get a quick zoom on that little sea star.
Quick zoom on Sea Star, I'll show you.
Yeah. Yes, please. That little red one there. I think this is another one of these slime stars.
Yeah, give me 1 sec, video.
Of course.
Let's get a little closer. All right, video, if you want to come in.
Yep, that's what it is. Maybe it's the same as the last one.
Yeah, sorry, video.
That's pretty good. That'll work. We just confirming the ID on it.
Sounds good. Watch it.
Okay, full way.
All right, co-pilot. Let's keep rising on this cliff.
Yeah, I am coming up right now.
Yeah, you can just follow me. We'll be fine.
Okay.
You're still 20 meters out.
Yeah, a little sponge.
Little tiny sponge.
Oh.
There you go.
Yeah, this is the Pleurogorgia on the left, and then another Narella. I think we're good with those two, pilot.
Copy
We've
that.
seen those before.
Just going to keep rising and
more Pleurogorgia.
Left and right.
So we're getting an increase in the density of these as we get on this high part.
Where do you see? Co-pilot, can you put lasers on?
Of course.
Right, something straight ahead, yeah. That looks like it could be a little sea cucumber. Right above the lasers.
Right above. Oh, okay. I think I see it right here.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
We got a little sea cucumber.
Is that something you want to zoom on?
Yeah, we can take a snap zoom. It's different than the other one. And then there's an orange coral up on the top there. That would be good to...
All right, video snap zoom.
Snapping.
Allison Miller's still
That's
on.
a partial. I have a bit more zoom.
All right. I guess you can go all the way in if you want.
Oh, that's max.
Ah,
I was
okay.
already almost there. Okay. All right. Video's clear. Whatever.
All right, come on out.
Lactate or something like that. I'm not really sure.
And then Washed, you said there was something else in the area?
Yeah, I'm sorry. This brown coral that's coming right in the center now. I think this is different.
Just give me 1 second video to get closer.
Oh yeah, beautiful broken
pillow lava. So a
yeah.
little bit, they're sort of in the corners, top corners of the screen. You can see how these pillow lavas kind of break up into little pie wedges.
I think this is going to be Chrysogorgid, but
All right, video, come on in.
not positive. So Scott is talking about this black coral and seeing if he's weighing in. This is a Chrysogorgia with a squat lobster on it that we're looking at now, and I'm just reading his chat message about that unusual black coral that we saw, and he says that there are 4 known species in the genus Heteropathes. And there haven't been a whole lot of collections, but there's a single Pacific species, H. pacifica, and yes, Scott, it was on Daniel and my cruise last year, and I can tell you that this definitely is not what we collected as the Heteropathes. This is different. So maybe if we see another one of those, we can sort of possibly think about it a little more as a potential collection option.
Copy that. So we're good here then, Watch It?
Yeah,
yes,
Chris,
we are.
you
Thank you.
keep reading that comment.
And you said...
Or the next one.
All right. Are you coming
the
up,
next one?
pilot?
Yes.
Okay.
Called
Coming
another
up with you.
one's on your leg, labeled Heteropathes. So does this... You remember that one, Scott? If it was on your leg?
Just
Yeah, oh yeah, I absolutely remember the morphology. So right now I'm trying to dig up the sample images from last year to see if it looked just like that. I'll keep working on it.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we've got another type of Chrysogorgia.
Looks like that has that sort of bendy, that sort of up and down bending.
Yeah, the zigzag stalk on it. Yeah.
Is that something we want to zoom on? Watch it.
I think we could probably go ahead on. I think.
Copy that.
So.
Just gonna keep going up.
Nice little sponge in the top there.
Yeah, same one. That sort of vase-shaped sponge that we saw earlier.
Still in the stack of pillow lavas.
There's been a modest increase in animals, but
yeah,
we haven't hit the glory hole yet.
We haven't hit the top of the hill yet. Oh, you can see another little hillside in the background. Oh,
yep. Oh, there's a different sponge.
Two,
and yeah,
three,
now we're getting
4.
some other animals. So this is a Tritopleura, the sponge that's right in front of us.
Is that zoom?
Probably not. What I'm looking at is this orange coral that's a little bit upper center, and then you can get them both there. That stalked one, that orange one, I think is going to be yet a different type of black coral. Maybe that would be a little more valuable to get a close-up of.
Copy that.
There's a nice pillow in the background again, broken open. You can sort of see that sort of pattern of outside shell, smaller pieces inside.
That's a pretty good-sized pillow,
That's
isn't
a big one. Still not very good for your head, though.
Video, give me one more second.
This could either be a Bathypathes or Stauropathes. I think it could be a Stauropathes, this black coral in front of us.
Hey, Pilot, have you got any idea how far up this wall we've come?
So I believe last I checked my altitude, I think it was about maybe 15 to 20 meters we came up. But there's still a little more to go.
Yeah.
It's starting to get more shallow because I don't have anything.
Yeah, I think we're just about at the top.
Yeah.
Alright, but if you want to come in, I'll try to stay steady.
Roger. Holding partial.
Something down.
I'm gonna turn off your lasers. Is that okay?
Yeah, it's fine.
Sorry, I was having a sort of an offline identification session here. So this this particular one, I'm pretty sure is I think it's Stauropathes, Scott. I think I see some sub-branching on it.
Must have a better view than me, Chris.
That's
I can't
Max.
see any of the sub-branching, which is why I typed Bathypathes.
Yeah, you will in a second.
On the foreground.
Yeah, they're showing a sub-branch right now on the close-up. You'll see it any second.
Yeah, I see it. Kind of unusual that there's so few of these sub-branches, but that is certainly a characteristic not of Bathypathes, but it is a Stauropathes.
Can you tilt up to the top?
Absolutely. Tilting that.
Oh,
Stopped.
good, yeah.
I should also note here that I had a look at the image from the collection we made last year of the Heteropathes, and it was not the one that we just saw. So, at least in terms of things identified as Heteropathes, not collected yet.
Yeah,
I
and
haven't found the image yet.
Actually, when we were off mic there for a second, I was going through the gallery images of heteropathes, and yeah, you collected a couple of those on that leg 4, but neither one of them, I agree, neither one of them looked like that thing. So maybe if we see it again, we might want to consider again.
All right, wash leads. Anything else in this you want to zoom on?
All I can tell you is that we have seen it before, but I don't know that we have collected it.
Okay. There's a big colony in the back upper there, right at the top of the screen. I don't know if it's just another big Pleurogorgia, but it could be. In which case it's not of interest, but if it's different.
Is it, let's see.
Yeah, it's that,
about in the
that
middle
fan
of your screen
that's,
now.
yeah, there it is up there. And something beyond it as well, I can see in the distance. I think
this a giant sponge?
Well, I think this is a Pleurogorgia, so it's not that of, we've already got that one, but maybe we could take a look at that orange stalk thing.
Oh, no, it's not a sponge.
No, it's a coral, but I think this is yet another species. This could be another black coral coming up. That orange, the orange thing over to the right, upper right corner.
Okay, I see it. I will make my way there.
Big star on the rock.
This could also be that same Chrysogorgid on a stem. It's not really sure. It could be Metallogorgia. Not sure. Yeah, it's another one of those Brazingid sea stars that we've seen. And then when we finish there, then we can look at that stalked coral on.
Do you want to zoom on this, or just you just wanted to identify?
We could do a snap zoom. We got a good close up of one of these earlier on.
Okay. Video quick snap zoom.
Roger.
Let's see.
It's got 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 arms, I think.
Yeah, sorry, video.
So
floating up.
I think this is in the genus Brazingia. It's in the family Brazingidae. Most of the time, these things are holding their arms up. So every one we've seen today. Yeah, and then this stalked one over here is what we were looking at. It's going to be it's definitely a Chrysogorgia.
Video 1 second.
Scott, I don't think this is Metallogorgia. I think it's again that slightly zigzag stalk Chrysogorgia, but I'm not sure. I don't know if you're watching right now.
Video if you want to come in.
Yeah, I'm watching, Chris. I agree with you. I don't believe this is Metallogorgia. But again, I can't absolutely rule out that this is not Pseudo-Chrysogorgia, the genus that Eric Conte and I described, which is pretty rarely collected. The only place that we had it from was down off New Caledonia.
Yeah, and didn't we collect a saddlebag Chrysogorgia last year? That's what we called it. Maybe my eyes are deceiving me, but I seem to see something at the base of these polyps.
Yeah, but that saddlebag is not characteristic of a particular species. There are several species that have that appearance, and it's eggs, basically, that are in the base of the polyp, and it's causing the polyp to sag around the sides of the branches.
Okay. Thank you.
And I'm not saying that all Chrysogorgia do that.
Just a slightly
more than
wider
one
shot.
species does it.
So Les Watling also agrees it's not Metallogorgia. And I don't think we've seen a single Metallogorgia on this cruise so far. This looks quite similar to this, except that it has a smoother, less zigzag stalk, and it always has a brittle star in the center of it. Has sort of a pom-pom, a flattened pom-pom on the top. So, yeah, well, there's something off in the distance too.
All right.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Welcome. So where to next? Watch leads.
Oh, let's go north.
North?
I mean, I don't mean that. I mean uphill.
Yeah,
Sorry.
copy that.
North would be about the opposite direction.
I gotta be sure of that was a sort of a joking. Yeah.
Yeah, watch leads. So I'd say that little cliff we just hit was about 25 meters high.
Thanks.
Roughly.
Okay. Let's see. Got something big over on the right, right
corner
upper
of
right
your screen.
corner. I don't know if that's something we can get to.
HPU.
Upper right?
Yeah,
Enabled.
that's
Yeah, I'll make my way there.
Do you want me to ramp up? Okay. Port wing.
a different sponge.
Okay.
Fairly.
So outboard.
Yeah, it's
Check.
another one of these little Chrysler gorges that we just imaged, sort of a side view of it. So this sponge is one that we haven't seen so far today.
It'll open even without much
good.
pressure.
We've seen them on other dives here.
Yeah, I think it opened even more now that I tried it. Copy that.
You want to get it with the craft?
Yeah.
Maybe next. Washleads, is this what you wanted?
Yes, it is.
Talk about?
Yeah, maybe we could do a quick zoom on this. We've seen a lot of these last couple dives, but this is the first for this dive. It's
Let me know if you want lasers, pilot.
It's a
You can turn
glass
them on for
sponge.
now.
Okay.
You can measure it.
Turn it on.
At least that's what I think
Guys,
it
about
is.
ready for another
Actually,
move?
I'm not so sure it is.
Yeah, I think we're ready. I'm nice and stretched out.
Another 30 meters?
No,
Yeah, I think that's great.
Let's see,
no,
we
I don't
have
think it
about
is a
70 left, so I do
Scopulia.
40 and basically split it.
Yeah, sounds good.
How's your sonar look?
Nothing on Sirius. Mine's.
Yeah,
I'm going to go with sponge.
Cool shot.
Yeah, well, I might be joining you with that idea.
Video,
Well,
I'm gonna rotate a little.
This could be a very different kind of Tritopleura, but I don't think it's what I thought it was originally. It's lacking the. Oh, look, it's moving around. It's not that brittle either. I'm gonna have to scratch that off. It doesn't have
pilot,
the
I think you're
leaves on
pulling
the
me now.
stem.
Oh, that's
stock.
probably why.
I'm
rotate
getting something
back.
dialed in. I'm doing 135.
Sorry, Washleads, we got a slight tug from Sirius. I just need to back up a little bit, and I will get back there.
Okay, thank you.
Bridge, ROV nav.
Diva's noting that this
Go ahead,
is
RV.
very thin and translucent
Ship
almost.
move, please.
Yeah, it is. So
Let's do
thanks, Steve.
40
kinda
meters.
puzzled about
Bearing
this guy.
135 degrees.
He's got
2/10 of a knot.
characteristics similar of a
Alright,
couple.
video.
All right, I got that back.
Quick
Got
snaps,
40 meters bearing 135, speed decimal 2. Is that correct?
That's correct. Thanks.
All right, stand by for input.
Yeah, so I think this is a type of Tritopleura. It's in the family Incinitarity.
Side video.
It's
RV nav bridge movers have been input 40 meters bearing 135, speed decimal 2.
not positive though.
Good copy, Bridge.
Yeah, a little different one.
As long as I have you, do you have any change in the conditions out there that I should know?
As of right now, no. The conditions are static. Was when I took a
This is
watch
one
at
of these sponges
13:30.
where the
Still
water
dealing
just
with
comes in one
about
side
5
and
to
goes
7
right
foot
through
swell.
the tissue and out the other side. And
Almost
it's
very
kinda
little
like a
wave to
big
think of.
net
And we
that catches
have
stuff in the water.
winds hovering at about 7 knots,
And what
7
about
to 10.
this
So
guy's on
everything
there?
seems to be fine. I
Yeah,
got
one
no
of the
forming
little
squalls.
Yeah, and
It
I
comes
just
much
sit
looks like it
there
did an hour and a half
using it
ago.
as a fishing net.
Great. Thank you, Bridge.
Yeah, and trying to remember what Mary said some of these shrimp are that are on these sponges. A really beautiful colony here. It shows how bizarre and unique some of these deepwater sponges are.
Could we tilt up, pilot?
Tilt up? Yes.
Get a bit darker background behind.
Ship move underway.
Copy that.
Nice. Alright, I'm gonna zoom on that top there.
Copy that. Take it up.
So, there he's gonna hide right when he's hiding the parts that need to look at to try to figure him out. A little shrimp. Could be something that's called Lebius that tends to live with sponges. Put it down as a question mark.
Okay, didn't establish him.
Okay. Yeah, it's another one of those pluro.
You think so?
Yeah, Plurogorgia.
It's another one over here too.
Yeah, a couple of them out there, so the numbers of them have definitely increased.
Okay, clear.
All right.
Full way.
Yeah, we're science is good with this.
Copy that. Moving on.
Another primnoid, just a little larger Narella that we imaged before. Haven't had a fish for a while, have we?
No. Crossing just about the 2,500 meter depth mark. So we started.
Yeah, this is Bruce. I do keep hoping for more fish. We saw several right at the beginning of the dive in the first hour, and I thought that was very promising, but now we haven't seen any for a while. But an interesting thing about this dive compared to the previous ones here as we've gone to wake is that earlier we mostly saw cutthroat eels in the genus Monophobrancus. We haven't seen any of those here, and we have seen these cusk eels, which we only saw one or two of those on the previous dive. So there are some differences between these sites in the fish taxa that we see. Of course, sample sizes are small, and also you can't make too much of that, but it is interesting.
Quarters through and
yeah, that was a good observation, Bruce. I hadn't even mentally noted that. You're right. We haven't seen a single Synaphobrancid at the site, and we almost always see at least one species or at least one individual.
You can stay stretched out like this, then I'll just tack on another one.
It is unusual.
Okay. I'm just.
Yeah, thank you for that. Got a little Caliphacus sponge over there on the right. We saw a bunch of these earlier on.
Oh, I saw D2 for a second.
Oh, yeah.
I thought I saw
Spot up.
I don't know what that is in the bottom there.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit sediment hole or something, I think.
You're not going for spooge this time?
No, I learned my lesson. Maybe what I ought to do is private chat Diva and tell her what I thought it was, but then she'd probably public chat it back to everybody, so I'm not going to do that. A little Chrysogorgia, I think.
I think you can push out a little bit, pilot.
And there could be
Copy that, Copilot.
No, it's a dead sponge.
I think you can push out a little
Oh,
bit.
yeah, copy that. I'm just going to see if there's anything else right here.
Like a little small primnoid again, perhaps a Narella. There could be something up on the ridge.
There's a lot of little sticks on here or something. No, there's
Is there?
There's a little coral maybe.
Yeah, that's that Norella, I think, the same primnoid. Another Caliphacus.
I don't have anything in my sonar.
Oh, we got a sponge coming up here to the left. It's on the left of the screen. It's just about to go off.
Yeah,
if we
we're
could
almost
zoom in
done
on
with
this
this.
one,
You
I
want to
think
tack
this
on the
is
other?
new.
You said you did, right?
Yeah. Washer, you said which sponge?
A little bit
Bridge,
left of
ROV
your
now?
lasers.
Yeah.
Right there.
Go ahead, RV.
Got it.
We're going to tack on an additional 30 meters on that move.
Wash leads, which
So we'll do 30 meters.
A little bit down from
bearing
the lasers.
135
this right
degrees.
here?
Right there,
Yeah,
yeah.
that one right
Copy
there.
that.
All right, that's a good copy. I got 30 meters bearing 135.2. Stand by for input.
Thank you, Bridge.
All right, video if you want to come in.
RV bridge move has been initiated. 30 meters bearing 135. Speed decimal 2.
Thank you, Bridge.
All right, this is another one of these polyobagon sponges, but he's decided to collect a lot of
Dirt.
spooge, a lot of things. He's got actually a little belt of junk circling around him. That's what sort of threw me. It is the same sponge that we've seen before.
We're clear.
Clear.
Now, somebody needs to talk to that sponge about personal grooming habits. I think it's
more showering.
All right, wash leads, are we good here?
Yep.
Yes, we are. Thank you.
All right.
As we're going up this hill, you notice how the size of the pillow lavas has definitely increased from the bottom where we had all these smaller ones to this sort of wall, and now this top of this wall with these larger structures, still of course draped in
According
manganese.
to high pack, you're pretty darn close to waypoint
Got
2
these
here.
little cave-like
It's actually to my port.
holes.
Yeah,
So
there's
you pretty much made it.
and this really has
Well, let's hear us
probably
slide in,
started
but we're gonna
as
start
a fairly
aiming
loosely
south from here rather than
stacked
continuing along.
Yeah.
hill
So
of
it's,
pillows,
what, dead ahead?
Yeah, we're gonna come up and
tubes, and then that just sort
follow
of
the
kind
ridge
of got
I
coated.
Copy that.
So it's no, you're pretty much due south.
You seen that one before?
That's where you're gonna want to head.
Yeah, that's just a larger version of the Norella
On the next
Primnoid, and
Yeah.
this right
So
here
if
is
you
the
wanna
same
sort out
type of
where that ridge
Chrysogorgia
might
that
be
we imaged too.
And all that we can. As you're
The big sponge
nosing
in the
along,
corner there.
sort out.
I think
Find the
it's another
southerly ridge.
Chrysogorgia, just a
When
fluffier
you
one.
find it on
There's a
sonar, we'll head that way.
different variety of
That-
Chrysogorgia that's
So what is the
has
bearing
polyps all the way
of
down the stem, and then you got these ones that just have a
waypoint
pom-pom
3 from
as well.
Sirius?
Oh, like between 175 and 180, I think.
Okay.
By
Yeah,
the time we get
wash
here.
leads. So it looks like we just hit waypoint 2.
Oh, we did?
Yeah.
Wow.
According to high pack, we're right
Yeah.
on it.
Well, let's keep going up.
Copy
It's,
that.
Due south, pretty much.
Yeah, it's basically due south.
Copy that. Center up.
And we'll let, we'll sort of let Sirius settle a little bit from this first move.
There's a couple of things on the
Yeah.
The
edge
ship's
there.
still got a little ways. And then
Right, yeah.
Sirius
Scott
will
was
swing
pointing
the
out
rest.
these stalks.
Ship's got
So
bright thing
Norella
there.
to the left.
15 to
And
20.
there's more barnacles on the surface of the
Meters.
rock, I think.
Sirius will come in to here.
Notice there's a
Head down
dead
south.
bamboo. I don't think there's any live tissue on it, though. I can see the nodes on the dead.
Well, we don't
column.
want you to see how. Look at your sonar. See everything's off to your right.
Yeah.
I think you want to start cheating
You
south
have
a
a
little,
little.
and
No,
let
is
him
that
sort of follow
Plurigorgia?
you with
Oh,
his
yeah.
head.
It
Here's
is
one with
just
the brittle star.
Yeah,
Going
so
that
just
way.
go like that ish.
Yeah, we're still seeing the same stuff. The Plurigorgia here it's in the center of the screen now.
You just want more sponges.
Yeah, well, or I'll take a. Oh, maybe could you swing right just a little bit?
Yes, swing it right.
And it's just a dead stock. Never mind. Thank you.
Copy that.
Thought it might be something big that was going off.
Hey, pilot, would you mind just hitting the power page on your GUI?
Could be a little. There's a little red thing on the bottom there. Maybe we could take a look at that.
Yes, you said red.
To the left of the stock.
Left center.
Left center.
Yeah, and just below the lasers now. And
They are on.
Okay, I think I see it. I see it.
Could be a C star, but I think it's different if it is.
Can we say it's hanging out?
No.
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 Now I'm waiting.
Don't encourage him, Art. Don't.
Now I'm waiting for Scott on the chat to ask for a splat.
A splat star?
No.
Oh.
All right,
Could
video.
be a splat starting. All right, Chris, we are going to need some help from you, Chris Ma.
Oh, sorry, video.
No worries, coming. It's partial.
Slid back. Get back up there.
Did anyone turn on the Chris Ma spotlight?
Not yet. Let me go switch that here.
Okay, you got it. All right.
Yeah, that was it.
Do you want me to turn off lasers, pilot?
We're referring to a expert at the Smithsonian on sea stars, and we desperately need his help when we come across an unusual sea star like this one.
Someone made a good observation earlier when we were talking about the Sea Star Cave and Sea Star Mobile that probably wouldn't run very quickly.
All right, video, come on out. I need to.
Sure. For what?
It's the dead stalk of a bamboo over there to the right. Clearly showing why it gets its name bamboo. It's got these black proteinaceous nodes spaced out along the stalk.
There we go. All right, video, if you want to come in.
Gonna hold this for a minute.
A little bit of a sausage-like kind of arms.
Boy, I don't know what this is. I don't think we got it in our gallery either.
Okay,
All right,
try to
that is 90 degrees.
quickly look through our gallery and see if we got anything like it.
Just like rotate.
And maybe we can check and see the chat. And
Scott's going with Sausage Star.
yeah, well
That's cool.
that may be the only name for it right now.
I was going with Sausage Arms. Sausage Stars. Oh, Fatty Fingers is another.
Fatty Fingers. Les Watling. I think he wins.
Oh, Bruce says on Facebook, Chris Ma identified the previous slime star as Hymenaster.
Yeah, okay. So he gets the easy one. Like
right.
I had
and on Facebook, so we're not checking that.
All right, video.
So we need Chris to ID this guy.
You want to come on out?
Apparently, Facebook notices the big light in the sky.
Ship stops. You're settling. It's got opportunity to
So
push
I am
south.
not seeing it in the
Copy that.
Okeanos Animal Guide.
Look under Fatty Fingers.
No, I don't have that one
So
in
I
there.
can follow you around that way.
Almost
So-
done rotating. So that's pretty much
All right.
south.
Yes.
So that's the way
south.
I'm actually going to
Serious
log
as
it
well.
as
We
Fatty
can
Fingers
settle for a
Star.
while, so.
Yeah.
Until
How
Chris
about
changes
to
it to
rotate
the west.
south?
Right.
Okay.
That's going to be our new direction of
So it's
travel.
on him to change this before we write our report tonight.
Got it south, yeah.
As to do that, I'm just going to push out.
This is what happens, Chris Ma,
Look at
when
that.
you're not paying attention and we start giving your sea stars some pretty
awful names.
Awful names.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's.
You can help prevent this.
Right. Get any configuration. See if we can't find anything on sonar that would help us make sure we're on the ridge.
Yeah.
Right in that way.
Looks like you're heading right up the contours.
Yeah. We are trying to, at least.
Just not seeing
It's a little offset.
an explosion of corals up here on this high part either, so it's a little different. We did cross 2,500 meters, so now we're at 2,495 meters.
I'm not sure what that is, but a little bit on towards. Is that a sea star hanging on the right?
Yeah,
there?
I was wondering to see. Is that a white sea star pilot over to the right center, just slightly right of center?
Let's see, right.
Is that a optical illusion and it's all the sand?
Too.
I think it's a sand pocket. It's right where the lasers. That's a sand pocket. Never mind.
Sand pocket?
Yeah.
Copy that.
We're starting to imagine things.
All right. How about 30 meters, 185? Everybody happy with that?
Still these nice rounded
185.
boulders and cobbles.
Yeah.
Same pillow lava
I'm
structures.
Killpot, is that good for you?
Yeah.
Some little
Let me
corals up
actually
on top of
face
that big one.
185. Okay. There you go. We're at 185 right now, so.
Something's
Go
sticking
ahead.
up ahead,
Awesome.
but I
Push
don't know if it's live or dead.
It's dead.
Bridge. ROV now?
Is it? Yeah.
Go ahead, RV.
Ready for another ship move?
Little white things here.
You know, just sort of red.
Go ahead.
Right in there. I don't know.
We'll do
I think
30
it's again just the
meters,
said pocket.
bearing 185 degrees at 0.2 of a knot.
I'm going to read this back. I've got 30 meters bearing 185 at decimal 2. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I stand by for input.
Now there's some little colonies.
RV nav moves initiated bearing range 30 meters bearing 185 speed decimal 2.
Good copy. Thank you, Bridge.
That's something hanging off of this dead sponge. I guess it could be a sea star. It's either a crinoid or a sea star. So we'll take a look here.
Alright, video, if you want to come on in. Quick look.
And it's a crinoid. Could be in the family Tenodonidae.
I'll tilt up.
Tenodontidae. I don't know if I spelled it right, but it's
I'm just gonna hold this for a couple.
You can always check it against your OER guide.
Yes, I could. Entodontidae. It's Entodontidae is what it is.
Tilts up to the very top of the stock. Perfect.
Rotate over.
Hey, Chris.
Finally, holy cow, we had your spotlight on for like an hour, Chris. It's a sea star image on the underside of the clouds. Yeah, we have a sea star spotlight shining on the underside of the clouds when we're calling Chris Ma to the rescue.
I'm still seeing your red 6-ray thing. Is that right? Still
Yes.
The same thing?
Right.
Oh, there we go. I hear you starting to say it. The reason this makes me so excited is because we saw this
on an Mbari cruise with Dave Clay in the North Pacific, and we saw it coming up between some of the rocks, and we collected it. And when we actually collected the animal, it looked nothing like what we saw. It's called a pedicelasterid. It's a if you think about Asterias or Piesaster, they actually have sort of, for lack of a better word, their early relatives, kind of like the way apes are to humans. These are the sea stars that live on the coast. They're old, sort of deep things, and the things they're filled with
a little bit wider, get the whole star,
and create these large inflated arms. And when we actually collect them, they're these tiny, tiny little things. So the fact that you're seeing them just makes me incredibly excited, because we never got a chance to see one of those again after that time. And when I was looking at the ones that we collected in the North Pacific, they didn't actually. I wasn't able to reconcile it with anything that was known. So this is probably new.
All right, Copilot, I'm gonna.
It might be related to that thing that I identified from hydrothermal vents,
so now what's the status of the ship?
Or it could be something else. It's in that general ballpark.
Ship's moving
morphology
south.
Was very.
It's got about 5
cryptic.
meters to a little less than 5. Actually, maybe
I
a couple
understand,
meters left.
Priorities.
Copy that.
But in the event that something like this were to emerge on a coral or something, that would be terrific. But I'm getting just a big.
Nothing in serious sonar. Mine just looks like a gradual
sort of.
Do you like 185
buzz
still?
Cloud over this, just from seeing pictures of the actual animal. So so that's the thing, is looking at the pictures right now. This is one of these things between life and sort of a preserved specimen that is indispensable. Because the arm is literally like 4 to 5 times more swollen than when these are collected.
Yeah, I will
when you
make
look
my way there.
at these things on the deck,
185.
They look
yeah,
nothing like this when they're preserved, or even when they're brought out of the water. All of that swelling that you're seeing, that's entirely water.
Another ship move.
Or at least I assume
an additional 30 meters.
So, and
bearing 185 degrees at 2/10 of a knot.
Collect it.
All right, I'm going to read that back to you. I've got 30 meters bearing 185, speed decimal 2. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And to sort of look at what the rest of it appears to be. It's orange.
All right, video.
It actually, because I think we only collected one leg or one arm, and it has 6. So it's that's 2 things.
Arvinav Bridge move has been initiated. Range 30 meters, bearing 185, speed decimal 2.
Thank you, Rich.
Well, actually, this is what you wanted, right?
Will come to me and bring me another.
Okay. Just make sure.
Well, and you said it was pedicelasterity, is that correct?
Yes. Although that family isn't real anymore.
Oh, okay.
It's just something that we use conveniently to describe the animals in that part of the tree.
All right. Well, Chris, if we see another one of these, we'll put it on the candidate list, and if we see another one of these that looks like it might be a relatively easy collection, we'll go ahead and give it a try. We still have one more collection possible on this particular dive, and yeah, I'd never seen that sea star before. That's why we were hailing you there.
It's hard to tell what it is from here because the details are so fine. But I understand sort of collecting things from this area. Everything is conceivably interesting to someone.
Video's clear.
New, so priority. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that's that same weird thing we saw up in the North Pacific off Oregon, and it's the same depth certainly. It could, even if it was
this slopes.
Polysteria, this is the 6-rate animal that I described from from vent and from the Oregon area,
yeah, I guess
it would be an
a little.
astonishing,
Something maybe
record
here.
because it's quite a long distance from there. Although this is the same kind of habitat we found it in, which was, this kind of basalt bottom with. Although I think that particular one was in a former hydrothermal vent zone, and Polysteris in the Antarctic. Polysteris actually occurs in and around hydrothermal vents feeding on the barnacles and such. So yeah, I mean, it's in that area. It's sort of a primitive recipiolate, but and so very interesting to looking in terms of looking at sea star evolution.
Well, thank you so much for thank you so much for calling in, Chris. I really appreciate it because we certainly needed help with that.
Yeah. Sorry, going on and on. Anyway, I'm watching. So thank you. Good night.
Okay. Good night. Thank you. So that sponge that we were looking at when Chris was talking, and we really needed to find out more about that sea star, so he was being very informative about it. That sponge is one of the first deepwater demosponges that we've seen on this cruise so far. My best guess is it was a type of sponge similar to Stellodorix, which we had collected in the Northwest Hawaiian Islands last year. And that's my best guess. It had the stalk, and then the stalk was actually going up through the body of the sponge, so I was looking at it while hearing about the sea star. And yeah, we're seeing a long-legged shrimp, thread-legged shrimp on the bottom now, to the right. There's another black coral, the Heteropathes, I think, is what Tina said it was. And I wonder if we could... So this is where it broke in half, the part of it, and this is all how thick the manganese crust is. Wow. So there is an unbranched coral just below the lasers, and I think there's a couple people on that were sort of interested in these. I wonder if we could take a
Is it
zoom
straight
at this
ahead?
and see if it's the thing that they were interested in.
Hey, watch lead. I think it's blending in the background for me. Is it near center?
Can you repeat? Sorry.
Is there something? I heard a zoom for something. I'm not quite sure where it is though.
It's to the left of the lasers right now, and lasers are on it right now.
Oh, okay. Video, come on in. Ah, okay. Sorry. Yeah, that blended in the background for me.
Is that the same one again? That single stock with the...
Well, it could be. So just giving them a chance because I think Les Watling had expressed interest in one of these unbranched ones, although this has got a little bit of a branch coming off of it.
Right there.
Right.
I'm going to zoom in on the branch.
It's like something at some point in the past disturbed part of the stalk because it's missing polyps about 2/3 of the way up.
All right, slide down.
What I love seeing about this particular colony is that really small branch, and I know I make this point repeatedly, but it's so hard to just identify and assume we're seeing whipped corals if we identify them before we see branch. And this is another example that the branching, many of the branching colonies may not start branching until after they've put up a fairly long central stalk.
Yeah, so this is, this thing's only got 3 polyps on this little branch, so it's a pretty early branch. Scott, do you think this is the same thing that we might have come across? I think we came across a couple things, but...
Right. So this does not look to me like the one we
How
saw
much is left in that
first
ship?
off, at the very early part of the dive, but it may be similar to what we saw where Les was kind of getting
How much
excited
is
about
left in
the
that ship?
horizontal
Did I come up? Or is that good?
trying to, excuse me, not the horizontal polyps, the horizontal sclerites in the polyp body.
Should be done.
One thing I'll note about that side branch is it looks like that polyp is terminal, and that might be a characteristic that we could use at some point. We're not ready because we haven't seen enough of them.
Dan's supposed to be here to relieve
One
Sean.
identification characteristic from video and image.
Video's clear whenever
Definitely
you
been
are
Alright,
bothered in
come
his
on
life, as
out.
you said. It's got some tissue and polyps missing there in the
Hey,
center. So I
Nav,
wonder
co-pilot.
Wonder if it had a
Go,
brittle
yes.
star on it at some point, and then
What's up,
the
Alex?
brittle star bailed
Yeah,
like
so I
they do
think
on
we just
occasion
we were
on these
briefed,
corals. And
by
Saw something better
whoever
come by.
took
Yeah.
place of. Yeah, we're just going south.
Right.
We just did a slight direction change.
Yep. Once you get back there and find the ridge, we can.
Yeah.
I'm gonna turn myself due south.
wow, that's some pretty thick crust. If all of this is crust right
Yeah,
here.
I think it is. It's sort of cracked open in a couple of places, and it sort of looks like it's
Alright, so yeah, we're just
breaking
going,
loose.
last move was 185, so we're just kind of pushing ahead.
Yeah. Oh, 185. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll point myself exactly along that.
I think
We're done with that.
Chris, I can't tell
Okay.
if you are in the event
Okay,
log
so yeah, I'm
or
just
if
gonna
you're
push out a
looking
little
over
bit,
at
and
Jasper's
we'll
stuff.
see
But
what we
did you
got.
see the
Yep. So this one will change based on what
posting
you
of
see up
the
here.
image that I
So,
had
yeah, I
earlier
mean, we're
with
also going to go to
heteropathies
waypoint 3,
to
but
Yeah.
we're not quite sure. We kind of lost the ridge a
No,
little
I didn't
bit.
see
We
it.
have to
Yeah,
a
I
flat
am.
spot.
I'm not in the event
like
log.
heading 190
We have it up, but I closed my computer because my
looks-
computer's starting to run low.
This
But we
generally
still
looks
have it up
good.
on a different
Not
screen.
much has been showing up on Sirius.
Okay, well, yeah, so
so we'll just kinda
I
keep going this
gave you
way, I guess.
links to two different images from the OER Animal Guide, and the second one, they're both the same thing as that black coral that we were discussing earlier. Should this be a collection? They're both the same, but the second image in particular, I think you will see that, yes, it's the same. I don't know that we collected it, but only that I did remember that we had seen that you imaged it. Doesn't mean it's not a good collection.
Yeah, we're opening the link right now.
Okay.
And then the screen just
The
went
difference
all
between
white.
them is,
Pretty
the
flat. It
angle
looks like here,
and
too,
how
so
much
don't
they're
be afraid
bent
to give
over.
some tether.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm coming down a bit. They're getting
Yeah, if I tug
pretty
you just
well
let
out
me
ahead
know.
of me.
That
Let's
link
do
didn't
some
work so
lateral.
well. We'll have to. Let's see. It was Cladopathy
let's go shift
003. Is that the?
Yeah,
Where
I
you'd
would,
like to go.
you could just do it due south.
better
Oh,
one.
I'll do
Oh,
one
I
right
see.
30 meters, 180, I think that'd be great.
But that doesn't.
Heteropathy CF Americana.
But the branches are not coming out of one point, Scott, on that one. The branches are coming out along the stem, and that
Bridge,
one
over
other
yes.
one looked clearly like it was coming out of one spot.
Go ahead, Harvey.
Hey, we're ready for a
you're
ship
being
move.
fooled because
30
the one that we were
meters,
looking at
180
was being
degrees,
bent
0.2
down
knots.
towards the camera, so it looked like all the branches were coming out of the same point.
All right, we read that back.
I
I've got
tried to
30
describe
meters
it.
bearing 180 speed decimal 2. Is that correct?
That's a good copy. Hey, what's your current bailout set at?
Say again.
What is the current
Okay,
bailout set
so I'm gonna
I've got
try to
320.
figure out where in my
Copy that.
notes I put that in there.
All
I
right,
put
so
this
you
as
said
a
you were good copy
possible
on
ID
30
for that one.
range
Cladopathies
on
and
180
kinda
bearing at decimal 2, right?
Yes.
All right, stand by for input.
I mean, certainly, if you see it again, collect it, and that's the only way you're going to prove it to yourself.
Okay, now I found the entries, so I'm just make a note of that. It just seemed like also that it was
the other
really big, Scott. It looked like a very big colony, bigger than that one, but I guess that doesn't really matter.
Harvey
They're
Nav, move
smaller,
has been
big ones.
initiated. 30
Yeah,
meters,
it was
180
big, no
degrees,
question.
decimal 2.
But the other thing, notice
sorry,
on
Kevin, did you say
the
something?
image,
Yes, a
Cladopathidae
little closer to the
003,
bottom, I like
at the
pulling out.
center
We're
along
gonna
the
ship
spot,
at
it looks like it's
80.
really
Yeah,
thick.
absolutely.
It's almost like there's a
Whatever you
big,
feel
giant
safer.
slug in the middle. And we
Right.
saw the same thing on the one we were just looking at an hour earlier, bent
Yeah.
over towards us.
Yeah, and that's all those other. That's why it gets its name, heteropathies, the different branching, right?
Right.
Okay.
Right,
Yeah. Well,
exactly.
thanks, Scott.
Really short pinnules coming off.
Yeah, I'm gonna actually look at this in the guide too as we're going along here. Yeah, thank you for that.
Yeah, and I think it's the adjacent photo that is the Pacifica. Yeah, and in that one it's twisted, so you're kind of looking at it on the side, so those pinnules look really short.
We're currently doing a little change of the ROV crew up front, so that's why we are currently just floating around a little bit, looking around a little bit.
Hi, watch lead.
Hey, pilot, is that you, Dan?
That is Dan.
You want to introduce the new front row?
Sure. Yeah, so we just had a quick shift change, and we've got Andy Lister as the navigator, Dan Rogers as your pilot, and Dave Casagrande as co-pilot. Over in video, we've got Tara Smithy, and clipping in the back row is Art Howard, and we're all with the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration. Okay, so as I understand, we're moving south, looking for corals and sponges, and possibly one more biological sample.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and we've got some candidates that we pass by, and if we see them again, then we may try to grab one.
Okay.
The rockier surfaces seem to be a little bit more to your port side.
Yes. Going port, we'll put a square on the ridge.
Yep.
So Nav, is waypoint 3 the last one? Last waypoint? Okay.
Yes, it is.
We're making really good progress here, watch lead.
Yeah, I know. We blew right through waypoint 2, didn't we?
Yeah. So we've only got how many meters to waypoint 3?
100, less than 150 now.
We've got less than 150 meters to waypoint 3, and that's the top of that feature.
Sure.
So we've got time to get some nice images and sample for you.
Well, I guess we just need to dive on areas that have more sparse biology in the future. What do you think? Seems to be some relationship between how fast we've gone and how many things there are to zoom on.
Look at.
It's been kind of few and far between today here, I'm afraid. We've got, is that just a dead sponge stock? I guess so, yeah.
Yeah, we have about 2.5 hours.
Video switching out.
Sorry,
Copy
what
that video.
How much time do we have?
Okay, so we have about 2.5 hours left on the bottom.
Okay.
We have a long dive today.
Plenty of time to find the huge hidden community.
That's right.
Is that what we're looking for?
Yeah, the underwater city of Atlantis is down here somewhere.
Just going to peer off to the side here. Get a sense of where the ridge is. And we just had another video person take over the video station. Got Annie White now controlling the cameras for us.
So Dan, pretty much everything we're looking at, we've already imaged at least once. There hasn't been a huge amount of variety here, but we'll give you a shout out if we see anything that's different.
Okay.
It's a nice sponge for you.
Yeah, another one of these Caliphacus, I'm pretty sure.
Alright, we'll just kind of go back and forth. And we're still moving, right, Nev?
I don't see how you can tell that it's attached to the
yes,
side.
we're coming right to the end of it right
Just
now.
snow.
Okay.
It's,
We've seen so many of
these
these
look
things.
like after waypoint 3? Is that something we can still...
I've had them in my hands in the lab.
The
I've
rest of
seen
the feature
them.
that we're on if we kept heading south.
Worked with Henry Ricewick
looks like
on
the ridge
these
starts
things.
heading
I guess.
downhill.
Okay, so we can keep. I mean, we could kind of
go
follow
right
this
along
contour. So actually, I suspect we're going to have more than enough time in our hands. Should we plan on just continuing this ridge feature as far as we can get today?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
Yeah.
so let's just keep it moving now.
Okay. Well, then I'll just get another one due south to us right now if you want.
Yep, sounds good.
Do you still want 30 meters or do you want a little bit more?
You can probably go a little more than that.
How about 50?
Sure.
So this one due south is probably good, but after that maybe a little more east.
Yeah. We'll just see how
After we get up there,
the
we'll check
feature
and take
lines
a
up.
look.
Right.
With the sonar and the high pack.
Bridge, Nav.
Harvey Knight Bridge, did you call me?
Yes, ship move, please.
This is a good
50
time to
meters,
sort of do the old
180 degrees,
refresher.
0.2
Those of you who
knots.
just joined us, this is a live video broadcast from the
we'll
NOAA
read this
ship
back.
Okeanos
50
Explorer.
meters, bearing
and
180
its
speed,
Deep Discoverer
decimal 2. Is that correct?
6,000
Good
meter
copy.
ROV.
Copy that. Stand by for input.
We are in the wake unit of the Pacific Remote
So I know
Islands
this high
Marine National
current is
Monument. We're on
annoying to
a
drive against,
flat
but it
top
does very nice
seamount.
things with
It's
the
called
tether.
a
It just pulls it
geo.
out to the side in a
That's-
nice
Yeah.
curve.
That
current's not too
has a
bad.
name,
Not
sort
right
of
now.
a
It was
tentative,
this morning.
temporary name called
It's
McDonnell
definitely,
Seamount.
you have to fight it a bit.
That's McDonnell
to
without
scale,
a
but
D,
it's
just
not-
2 L's.
It's not terrible.
We are currently at a depth of 2,495
bridge move has been
meters
initiated.
below the
50
surface.
meters range.
What you're seeing
Speed decimal
here
2.
is the seafloor, and
Thank you, Bridge.
this is a manganese-coated volcanic rocky seafloor with some sediment and some boulders in between with just a few corals on it. We believe that we're at the lower limit or possible lower limit of where we typically find very dense communities, and one of the objectives of the dive was to actually dive that lower limit and try to understand where the boundaries are for some of these deepwater coral and sponge communities that exist below 1,000 meters depth. So I'm seeing no support today for bumping that boundary deeper.
Shining up the rock.
And what I'm talking,
maybe except for specific animals.
Right. Well,
Do
we
you wanna do a
always get
partial
a few
zoom?
animals that are.
See
Yeah,
what
this
this
is
red object is.
this is
I can do
the
that.
Pleurogorgia.
Okay.
that we've
That's
seen
a
before.
little common
Yeah.
today.
Yeah. This
Okay.
is the one coral that we've seen a lot of today.
Okay,
Is
we can zoom out.
here.
All right.
And by that is if you were watching on the dive that we just did a couple of days ago, you'll know what I'm talking about. We got into an amazing community of beautiful
Show our
corals,
co-pilot.
very large ones. And we just don't seem to see those type of communities below
Sorry, what was that,
2,500 meters. So
I just said I'm going to push
You
out
are,
in front of
okay.
you.
Great.
It's one of your sponges again.
yeah, one
yes,
of
I'm
those.
still only looking down
Probably
at 45.
Apagon. And yeah, dead sponge stock maybe. Yeah.
Is this one of
Crinoid on that
those
rock.
Yeah, the
Primnoids or something?
yeah, looks like a bifurcating primnoid. That's a crinoid, or whether that's
Somebody's hanging out.
something's hanging out on the top of a
Can
branch.
do a partial zoom?
Yeah, oh, it's a dead. I'll bet
You
it's a
want me to
dead
zoom in?
bamboo
Yeah,
with
partial
a
zoom, please.
crinoid on it.
Yeah. Hold there. Oh, it's a
The sea star. So let's zoom this sea star if we could.
Okay. Let's zoom out.
This is not the one that got Chris Ma really excited about, I don't think, a few minutes ago, but this is a sea star that has had a very devastating effect on this coral, I think. In fact, I think he's about to finish his meal and try
Move
to
on to the next
move
one.
on to another coral. It's right at the top.
Scott agrees, stating the horror.
These are just such evil animals. That's hopefully Chris Moss chuckling if he's listening there. I've called his animals evil before too because they eat our beautiful corals. But
Okay, you want to zoom in?
All right.
So Scott's saying these guys actually eat very
Hold
slowly.
So that's a partial zoom.
Okay, and I'm coming in a bit closer.
I don't
Doesn't look like he's got much left to eat there.
No, he doesn't. I wonder if he's working his way down the stem now. he's done.
He could just let go. It's not a huge drop. Or maybe he doesn't know that anymore.
I agree. It doesn't have far to go, but I was thinking about some observations that we made on seamounts in the North Atlantic and that Chris Ma has published about that showed sea stars on
So when he's done feeding
Paragorgia on
off
the
the
bubble
coral,
gum
just
coral. So
drop
the same
to the
sea
ground
stars,
and
not the
crawl
same
around and
coral.
find another
However,
one?
Skydiving.
we happen to have
We'll go skydiving after
dives separated by
jump off.
18 months
So
to
they
the
said.
same place. So we got to see a sequence of these
Okay. Is that enough for your
asteroid
video?
sea stars
Yep,
eating
I'm good.
the
Okay.
bubblegum
Zoom
coral,
up, please.
and we basically could see no change in the 18 months
We're in a
between
full wide.
trips.
Thank you.
A little bit. They maybe moved, a matter of centimeters.
So does that mean they're not that evil, or do you still call them evil, even if they're slowly eating?
That makes it more evil, I'd say. It's just
More
like
evil?
Oh, that's
certain,
more evil.
yeah,
It's more evil?
certain
Definitely more
death
evil. Get it
over a
over
long
with
time.
already. Can we have a look at the sparse branching one that's just coming to center?
We're already past it.
Pretty well off to port.
You want to go back?
Okay. Nope.
Yeah,
nope.
I missed it. I'm sorry. I was looking down and trying to identify that sea star. So I'm going to take a wild stab at the sea star. I think it's something called Calliaster. And then perhaps Chris will call in.
Maybe if we both continue to misquote Chris, then he will call in more often.
Yeah, the star sign in the clouds didn't work so well.
This is an audio star sign, I guess.
Starfish in sound space.
He responded pretty quickly by email when I misquoted him last year about something. So yeah, it might work.
One observation to make is that last year on the Ohana Moana cruise, in the fall to
still south.
the
whatever
Hawaiian
nav
Ridge,
thinks
Northwest
will
Hawaiian
keep
Ridge,
us on the
and then
ridge.
the Johnson Atoll unit. We saw a lot of examples of the sea stars feeding on bamboo corals. I mean, a lot, much more than we had seen on dives in the Atlantic.
Yeah, no.
And on the Marianas Lake this year, we saw very, very little of that, and now we're starting to see a little bit more. And I'm not sure what that means.
Well, I'm also faced a bit away from it, so.
Yeah, I agree. In fact, we saw a lot of it, as you said, in the Northwest Hawaiian Islands. I remember, and Chris was calling in regularly there because he was seeing so many of the stars. And there are a lot of them that we didn't even zoom in on, that we saw passing by. And you're right, we didn't see much of that at all in the Marianas. Even though we had some beautiful
Hey,
coral
at the end of this ship movement, we're going to tack on another one of 50 meters, 1800.29.
We saw a lot of aberrant growth patterns in some of the bamboo coral.
All right, I can add that on now.
And
We'll go right on top
I
of it.
had
So
made a hypothesis that might be related to growth after injury, and so possibly a response to predation. And I haven't seen any of that odd growth form this year.
Move has been input, 50 meters, 180 degrees, decimal 2.
Doesn't mean that it's real, but it's interesting to think about.
Great, thank
So
you.
Scott, I've got you on here now. Do you care to speculate as to why we have so few corals today on this ridge? It looks like it's pretty well current swept. It's plenty of hard consolidated
depends on how far
substrate.
stretched out I am.
Do you think we are at a lower limit, or do you think there's another explanation for why we're not
17,
seeing things?
Maybe closer to 20.
Well, I mean,
the heave,
almost always the
if
explanation
I'm
has
stretched
to
out,
do
you
with
can
the
come down
amount
to,
of
like,
food. And so, we're deeper. There is going to be somewhat less food available. I'm not seeing a lot of shrimps and amphipods and mysis swimming around, which is another indication of the amount of food that might be available.
First thing is you don't want to hit D2, obviously.
Some of those
the second thing is
would be
you don't want to have the tether wrap around the top of Sirius.
We are seeing some coral, obviously not
hit the bottom,
nearly in the densities and abundance that we've seen on some of the previous dives at the shallower depths, as you said.
And it's
but a
not
lot
so
of
much
them
an
that we're seeing
altitude.
are quite small,
I mean,
so it may
as long as you
be
don't hit
that
the
we're
bottom, it's not so much an
overlooking
altitude, it's kind of your radius from
but
D2.
My suspicion is
So
that
if I'm
it's
stretched out,
mostly
you can come down
tied
lower,
up
and if I'm under
into
you,
food delivery.
Hey, Copilot, I can zoom you out on sonar if you want.
It'd be
Zoom you
wonderful
out,
if somebody could prove me wrong, because if they did, that would mean we'd be getting lots more cruises down here and samples, and having some hypotheses that we could test, and making multiple dives.
I'd say if we're moving a 50 meter move, we'd probably keep it at 50. Okay.
It's hard to make the comparisons
big deal.
when you move between areas and between depths, and confounding lots of different variables, having different bottom types and slopes and so on. So it's going to take a while before we accumulate really enough data to satisfactorily answer those questions. Great questions, though.
Yeah, thank you. And that's the voice of Scott Franz calling in from the University of Louisiana Lafayette, who's a coral specialist, as well as a specialist in a lot of other types of animals here. So, yeah, thank you, Scott. I wonder if we could zoom in on that coral that's to the upper right. The stock sponge, sorry. The stock sponge. It's coming into the center right now.
Okay.
We had a distant view of one of these earlier, but it'd be good to confirm it really is what I thought it was. It's a little bit of a different type of stock sponge.
Yeah. It's okay. We'll just settle along. See what else we see.
So I think this is not a Caulophacus. I think it's in the genus Bolosoma, and it's not even in the same family. Caulophacus is in the family Rosellidae.
Yep.
And this is in the family Eucractelidae. Yeah, so this is Bolosoma for sure. And we haven't seen very much of the one that's got a little bit of this yellow pigment in it out here in the Marianas, or this is the first one of these in Wake as well, so it's pretty nice. I did not notice that yellow color when we were coming up on it. Well, I think we call this Bolosoma species B, if I'm not mistaken.
Would you like a closer look at that, Chris, or is that enough for you?
Excuse me, say again, Pilot?
That's
good enough, thank you.
There's something. What's that down there?
Yeah, let's take a look at this. This could be a different
And
Holothuroidean.
hold there. Oh, okay. Do you want a closer look at this? Or
yeah, we could take a little bit of a closer look.
Okay.
And I'm going to try to open up my animal guide and see if I can remember which one this could possibly be. Yeah, so my best guess is that this was not ID'd by any of the experts beyond family, and even family was questionable. I think this is what we thought could be in the family late Magonidae, and this is probably Andrei Gabruk at the Shirshov Institute of Oceanography in Moscow. Trying to compare photos here as he zooms.
You can kill lasers, Copilot. We got it. Zoom in tighter.
That's full zoom.
It's got these long... that is a beautiful shot. I think it's the same thing. It's got two different sizes of these filaments coming off of it. It's got really big ones and smaller ones, and what I think it is seems to show the same character, along with that sort of a pink, sort of textured surface. That you can actually see the feet on the bottom of it, on that part that's lift up. That's the way he gets around. He very slowly walks around on those 2 feet. He's got them lifted up for some reason right now.
You said that's full zoom, Annie?
Yes, it is.
Okay. All right. You can do a full shot and then we'll move on.
Yeah, very nice shot.
Hold there.
And then, quite frankly, I have no idea which end is which on this guy.
We got it already. Yeah. It's good to
Great,
Do
thank
both
you.
for the sake of our video editors. Okay, that's fine. We'll move on.
All right. Or full
Laser
wide.
back. I have almost caught up with you.
Okay, I'm pushing out.
Here we come across one of these slightly more massive hillsides again.
Lots of pillows all
Yeah.
over the place.
That's right. Not a lot of sediment in between these guys.
Can you tilt up on your camera?
Oh, that's true.
This one
Well,
there
there's
too.
another one, yeah. And I think there's a couple of them. There might be one coming up here on the
Yeah.
upper right. Worth a
gander.
Yeah, worth a gander. That one was really small, though, the one that we saw, so I don't know what to make of that. I think this is the same one we were looking at, but there's something, it's probably a Pleurogorgia there behind
You're
it.
looking at the one at
Yeah,
the top
you're
of the
almost
screen?
on there.
Yeah.
Or the one at the lasers now.
Well, we were looking at both of those. I think this one is the same that we just imaged. I guess we could do a zoom in case it isn't.
Snap zoom. Hold there.
Oh, it is not. It's an unbranched primnoid or slightly branched primnoid.
Okay, any interest in a closer look?
Yeah, maybe
Okay.
maybe toward the base a little bit.
Oh, okay.
So it does have
Zoom in a little more.
a single branch coming
Hold
off
there.
of it. This is a pretty unusual primnoid.
Okay. Is that close enough? I can set down and get a better shot if you want.
I think that's good enough.
Okay.
I think it's going to be
We can zoom out.
something in the
When you're ready.
genus Neurella.
We're going for
Doesn't seem to be a
distance today.
Candidella.
We are coming to a halt
What's
right
that?
here.
We're going for distance today.
What's that? I said we're coming to a
Well,
stop.
no, I mean we're
with
going
the
to
ship.
trying to get into.
Seriously, got a little bit longer.
Be great to
Okay.
see. Oh yeah, massive
That is
pillow.
a
Look
nice
at
There's
that.
a little
round.
shrimp down there. Any interest in that?
Where is
I
the
think,
shrimp?
Chris,
Right
that
there.
looks a
At the
little bit
lasers.
like the one we
That's-
collected
Snap zoom.
earlier today.
Yeah, this is a long-legged shrimp.
I find
Hold
it
there.
so odd.
What was that,
I find
Scott?
it so odd that one branch is really short.
Yeah.
It's like a cactus. It grows it after a long time. Grows
Okay,
extra
let's
arms.
zoom out.
Well, what he was saying is these. He thinks it could be the bifurcating one that we collected
Yeah.
today, but just as a little. Yeah, as a different growth pattern.
Yeah, and I don't know that it is. It could be the polyps look similar, which would suggest maybe it's the same genus. But what is so unusual to me is that main axis, it looked like
That's
an
kind of an
unbranched whip
interesting one
when
in
we
the
were
background.
approaching it, was really quite robust. And that branch was clearly something that had developed much later.
Any interest in
And I
this one
don't
here, watch
know
lead?
that I've seen
No, thank you.
it grow like
Okay.
that.
Yeah, I guess we'll keep our eyes open for some more of those unbranched ones. See if we can see some more of the elongate.
My screen is frozen, and on the left side, it looks like there's maybe a juvenile Metallogorgia.
You want to
Where
snap
is
zoom
it?
video?
Yeah, let's do a snap
Behind
zoom.
the
I see it
Pleurogorgia?
there.
Yeah, he's about to zoom in on
Go
it,
ahead,
I
video.
think, Scott.
Hold there.
Okay.
Squat lobster in
So
there.
it's not. It's got a Europtychus. It's that zigzag one again.
Okay, so it's Chrysogorgia. Thank you.
Sure.
Hello, Chris Maw here.
Hi, Chris.
Hey, Chris. Evil, huh?
Chris, you're evil.
These are just ways to get you on the
Zoom
phone,
tighter.
Chris.
Hold there.
What is evil, but, the conflict is good. It's all about the struggle.
We understand, Chris. They're just misunderstood, right?
Absolutely. They're, from my perspective, it's almost community structuring, right? It just eats the corals that...
Yeah, you should be finishing that swing up here shortly.
I see. They're recycling the nutrients, right?
Yes.
Sure. Well, how do they put it? Cycling carbon into the ecosystem and all that.
That's Hawaii.
So, all right, thank you. Pilot, looking at your sonar.
I think
I'll
it's
push it
close
up and we'll see what we
the
got.
one in Hawaii, Pedicularis, but the truth is
Maybe
that
a little crinoid right
so
there.
many of those things
Any interest in this
that are
crinoid wash
unpublished
lead?
That, I need to
I'm not seeing it.
sit this one down
Right here.
and work through it.
Zoom in.
This is one of those animals
Sure.
that occurs widely,
Hold there.
poorly understood. So, I think there's about a 10-minute lag, so I apologize for not getting on the ball more acutely. But hopefully, I'm not
Zoom
interrupting
out.
anything.
Not hearing anything.
Unless it's coral or something like that.
Don't worry, it's just another crinoid.
Yeah.
Not the feather star.
Yeah, no, it was a feather star.
Yeah, okay. That's forgivable. I'm just now seeing you guys come up on a red sea cucumber. I guess the crinoid is still a little while.
So in high pack, it appears.
Yeah, so you're not too far behind, but I'd say you're maybe
Well,
5 minutes behind us, Chris.
I don't know how tall this thing actually is.
Oh,
Sure.
is that all? Okay. It seems longer.
But I mean, yay, we've made it to waypoint 3.
But if that's the case, then I'll make more of a point to try and call. Because it's really funny because I actually see these on Twitter and Facebook with people who have faster internet connections. And it's like seeing the future.
So watch
Thanks,
leads.
Chris.
We've just about reached waypoint 3, which is kind of the top of this
And I was
feature.
like, wow.
And we're going to look around to see which direction the ridge moves in.
I keep on expecting to hear myself, 10 minutes in the future. It's fascinating. Anyway,
And Copilot, you should be,
I'll,
if not already,
I'll
coming
be
to a
in touch
stop.
again,
So
I'm sure.
Yeah, I think.
feel
Thanks
free
a lot,
to
Chris.
move around.
And that's the voice of Chris Maw calling in from the Smithsonian, and he's a sea star expert. If you hadn't heard me say that
Yeah, they
earlier,
wanna look at something over
he's
here,
our
so.
authority, one of the world's foremost experts on sea
looks
stars,
like-
both shallow and deep water.
Looks like the current changed direction.
He's been a
Potentially. Wasn't it
tremendous
going the other way
asset
before?
to these cruises, helping us
It
out,
was, yes.
trying to figure out what all these animals are that are down here.
Interesting. All right, what was it you wanted to look at? One of these?
Yeah, keep going down the large unbranched one.
Okay. This one coming into view?
Yeah, that one on the
this,
bottom.
This is it. It's like it's a different type of a bamboo.
I think the current has just
Changed
died
direction.
off a bit.
Okay.
I don't think it actually reversed.
Okay.
So we're getting a few more animals on this higher
Yeah, it's
spot.
starting to get a little bit busier here.
Yeah, a little more diversity too. Yeah, another one of those sponges, the Poliopogon.
As we
Set
zoom in
down,
on
we're
this
gonna see these
bamboo, I'm
polyps.
seeing in the background more of these really sparsely branched things that we think are primnoids. And back to that
pretty
discussion
tall one,
before
actually.
about the one main axis and then a much smaller one. If you look at the ones in the background here, all those branches seem to be about equally thick and long. And so that would suggest in that one we saw before, does
Okay,
one
zoom
branch
in.
stop growing while the other one catches up? I mean, if they're, eventually get to that morphology, or are they completely different? But enough of primnoids. Here's a bamboo coral.
So we got a really beautiful image right now on screen that you can really see the sclerites in the actual stalks of the polyps. Yep.
Oh yeah,
Is that full
great.
zoom?
Yeah, so you can see they're kind of
Now we know.
needle-like, and they're these are angled. They're
Oh, I
not
got
quite
it.
horizontal. And let's see. I'm waiting to see if I see any between the tentacles themselves. So one of the things we look at is I do see the them there, but they're not extending very far, whereas on other species we see they extend quite far. Some of them have only 2 extending, some of them have 4 extending, and all of those are some of the characteristics we use to help us. Another thing, I can kind of see the surface almost looks sort of bumpy or dotted, and those are much smaller sclerites. We call them scales. So there's probably lots and lots of scales just jam-packed into the tissue there. But what we're seeing is the light catching the much larger needle-like one. So really beautiful image.
Yeah, that was an extraordinary image. The lighting was just perfect to really see a lot of detail.
I'm still looking at it.
Yeah, and there's still some...
That's a blast from the past.
Right.
Oh, base
yeah.
just out of view.
Exactly. I'm living in the past, guys. So we get an idea of how long, what's the distance between those dark nodes. Yeah, they look really long. So this is what Les Watling and Abby Lapointe at the University of Hawaii refer to as long bones. And so, Chris, I heard you say earlier that, this whole group of bamboo corals is undergoing a revision, and that is correct. And this will now move from what is currently known as the genus Lepidices. And lepid is Latin or Greek for scale. And so, interestingly enough, the genus was originally described for those small scale-like sclerites that I was just pointing out that are in the tissue.
Okay.
But then it came to be that people started calling anything that was a bamboo coral that was unbranched Lepidices. So the meaning of the genus is unbranched slip. But now we've done a lot of genetic and morphological analysis to show that that's not the case at all. So this thing, beautiful image there, you can see how long it was between one dark node and another, is going to have a name related to that idea of long bones.
And you're not giving us any hints what that name would be, are you? You're keeping it
well, yeah, because formally in taxonomy, you're not supposed to use the name until the manuscript in which the species are described has been reviewed by other scientists. This is something called peer review. And there's something that in the taxonomic world that's called nomen nudum. And these are names which have been informally published before they're formally published, and it makes the publication no longer valid, so you have to come up with yet a new name. So we try to avoid using the name before it's published, because otherwise it causes all kinds of taxonomic problems.
Yeah, I know that, Scott, and actually that's why I prompted you on that, because that's exactly the rule here.
You can turn to follow me.
That Les and Scott, they do have some names for the things, but they're not revealing what these names are until it's time, until the peer review process is completed, and then the name becomes official. So it's a...
So is this one of the larger versions of what we just saw?
Boy, I don't know. It might be worth a quick zoom on this thing too, because it may be different actually. This does not have the long intervals between the nodes, and Scott was just pointing out that is one of the characters that they look at. So I think this could be a different bamboo.
That'll be interesting.
Okay, you want to zoom in,
and I
Annie?
wonder if the polyps will look different. That would be kind of nice to see.
Hold there.
Just as a backup, to support the distance between the nodes. Of course, the other possibility is we're so far away from it that it doesn't look like they're long bones.
Hold there.
Right, that's right. They could be long. I'm sort of thinking could be different, Scott, but I'm not positive.
I'm slowly drifting closer to it, if that helps your focusing.
Thank you.
A little hard for me to tell. It kind of looks milkier, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Ultimately, for everybody out there who's listening to us, this is why we kind of need to have them, or a piece of it, under the microscope, and, that really can tell us. And we've said this several times on these various dives, that, in 10 years when we come back, we're going to have a photo guide that we're going to know these things much, much better because of all this, fantastic video and still imaging that we get. along with the collections that we make on this cruise and on other cruises, and then we'll be able to correlate those two together so that in the future we'll know more about all this new diversity that we're sort of uncovering on these exploration cruises.
Yeah, and so Scott, as you were just talking there, they pan down the branch, and you'll see this very soon. And I don't think it's perspective. I think these internodes are much shorter than on the one we just looked at. They're very regularly spaced.
I agree with you. I also think that these polyps are more densely packed than before. And I'm not seeing the large
That's it. I know how that is.
Needles that were sort of moving at 45 degrees across the body.
Yeah, so I'm just going to...
Beautiful image. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just going to make a note that this is potentially something different in my notes for this one. Yeah, so science is good. Pilot whenever video's finished.
All right.
I think we're good
I
whenever.
guess the word I was looking for before is oblique. You know, in that first whip we were looking at, you could see some obliquely arranged sclerites, and I don't see that in any of these polyps.
No, I agree. I think
let's find where this feature is going.
I think it's something different. We're definitely getting more. And we're definitely getting more of these whips now as we're making our way up slope.
Should be.
So those contours, these are all down.
They're often
down.
Pretty good densities. Once you start finding them, they often show up in pretty good densities, and maybe that suggests they find a good place. They're pretty good at proliferating.
Why don't you follow me around, co-pilot?
All right. I think you were right about the current shift, by the way.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem temporary either.
I think Les has pointed this out in the past, that one of the reasons some of these polyps look more milky than others is because they have a higher abundance of scales, the very small sclerites compared to others. So the transparency of the polyp is also giving us information about the micro-architecture that we can't actually see.
And we'll see if we can see the other side at all. Probably
Yeah,
not.
I'm trying to remember the name of the genus that really got them packed in there. That looks completely opaque.
Swing arms out.
I was thinking about that earlier.
Well, Jason Isis is one.
Oh, Jason Isis, that's right. That's the opaque one.
Hold on, I don't really need it right now. Oh, go ahead. Yeah, we reached waypoint 3, and now it looks like there's a little bit of a depression before we see the start of another part of the ridge going uphill. Yeah. So we'll just keep trying to follow this feature. Yeah. All right.
So there's you want to just fill everybody in on your discussion with the pilot navigator?
So we were just talking to the pilot. We actually already made it to our endpoint that we had originally put into our dive plan.
There's like a little bit of a return
we
out
still
there.
have some time on the bottom. We're
be
going to move along the ridge a little further. But we actually may end up going downhill a little bit before we end up going further uphill. So bear with us. We'll see how this goes.
Push out. Nope.
Yeah, in order to stay on the ridge top, we basically have to do almost a 90-degree change in direction here because there's sort of a crook in the ridge line here.
Anywhere between 108 and 120 on high pack looks promising.
We got a little bit of a return.
And Bruce is following you on the chat, cheering for fish.
It's another one of those little two-branched primnoids.
Okay, can you tilt your camera up, please? There's some bottom down there. Okay. Yeah, why don't we
see there's the little dip there. You can actually see the seafloor down below.
So what direction is that?
No, about
110.
I don't know if he's looking,
which
he's
is
looking
about
in the wrong direction.
No,
The other direction.
looking in the right
yeah,
direction.
and why don't you turn your head and let's go 110. Like, let's start with 30 meters and we'll push up from there and see. Okay.
Oh, okay. There
He's
we
following the ridge down towards the west or east southeast.
Yep.
Yeah, I think
so we're gonna hop over there, watch lead,
anyway,
but we've got some time.
Regardless of how we went before we start going back up again.
Bridge over Neff.
Rich, go ahead, Narvi.
Hey, we're looking at another ship move of 30 meters at 110, 0.2 knots.
It's like a sparsely branched one as well.
Any interest in these corals while we wait and watch them?
110 speed, decimal 2, is that correct?
Good copy.
Copy that, stand by for input.
We may have something similar to that on some of the colonies. They typically have 4 elongate branches. But I don't know if that's a hard, fast rule. It's just the ones that were collected had 4 branches on them.
Can you tilt your camera up, Dave? Just a bit. Thanks.
Oh, looks like there's a fish.
Is that a fish?
Maybe.
Oh, could be.
Zoom in.
It's something.
Oh, and they got
yes,
the
it is. It is.
Look at that, Bruce.
The fish is coming in.
He was
coming
just
shortly.
having a whole discussion about fishmongers.
So that's a partial zoom.
Let's kill the lasers.
And the fish is cooperating a bit too.
Thank you.
Yay, fish.
It's gonna drift up into the dark background.
Yeah, so this is Bruce. Yeah, thank you for that. This is all working really well. I thank Scott for his encouragement with calling in the fish and being a fish whisperer. This is a family that we haven't seen much here at Wake. Saw it on one other occasion, but it's one of the dominant families in these depths. This is a rat tail, a macrurid.
Yeah,
and this one looks a little bit different than, well, maybe not. Maybe it's the same thing. This could be in the genus Kumba. Kumba. We need to take a look at the head, see if there's scales on the snout to really determine it's not being very cooperative.
No, it's swimming away from us.
This group, there's a great many species, and they're difficult to identify without the specimens again. So
that's full zoom.
Are we getting a little bit better?
The videos and see what we think.
His head is turning toward us. Yeah, Bruce, you might have just enough to make an assessment about the scales on the head. He cooperated right at the last moment.
So full wide.
Yeah, it's looking like the snout is not scaled, and according to Tomio Iwamoto at the California Academy of Sciences, who's one of the world authorities on this group of fish, that's one of the diagnostic characters for Kumba. It's interesting that the genus is not that well known, but it seems to be one that we see quite often in these dives at these depths, and that may be in part because this very rocky steep habitat at the 2,000 meter depth and more is very difficult to sample by conventional methods of trawling. So this may be a dominant genus in this type of habitat at these depths, but it's a very poorly sampled habitat.
You're going to have another view of him.
Yeah, Bruce, they're getting a little more video of this fish for you. He's coming in and yeah.
Ooh, there he goes. Oh.
And Bruce, you'll also need to note Scott France's suggestion for you fish biologists in the chat room.
Yeah, I think I'm getting pulled. You can zoom out partial.
And we're going to keep that in the chat room, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you're up pretty high, Dave.
I'm high above you. I was just 11 meters off the bottom.
I'm going to paraphrase it. The comment was that fish biologists need to develop need to develop characters for identification that are useful when you see the fish swimming away. And that's true for divers too. I've been an underwater photographer for a long time, and I always used to joke when I was going to have an identification guide It's useful for what divers really see, which is what the fish looks like swimming away with his tail pointed towards you, instead of all of those nice characters from the side, because most of my photographs were of fish tails, and I ended up throwing most of them away.
Bruce, I want to follow up on another comment you just made about
push out and see what the
how
altitude is out there.
we may get a false impression of what species may be dominant based on trawl data, because some of these areas are so difficult to trawl and catch these animals. So, that's part of the value of using these video
I think that's the other side right there.
getting to see the Okeanos Explorer expedition. And that is that we did a cruise in the Bahamas, and we were in some areas that were extremely steep and almost canyon-like, kind of like some of the walls that we have been on here. And we found a number of corals that were associated with these really steep ledges, and a number of them were really fragile skeletons. And prior to that cruise, we had known of 4 species of bamboo coral there, and we collected 12
Yeah, let's
different
keep this
species.
moving this direction.
None of which were the 4 that we thought were there. And we believe it's because, again, they're living in these areas where dredges and trawls simply can't get to, because they would get hung up on the rocks and broken. You just lose all your equipment. Or in the rare instances that they may have,
yeah, we're putting in a move now.
Were so
Keep it going.
that they would get all broken up, and you probably wouldn't
Go ahead,
have
Nav.
them anymore.
Hey, let's go ahead and add to that last ship movement. 30 meters, 110, 0.2
Yeah,
knots.
that's right. An interesting observation.
Good copy, 30 meters, bearing 110.2. Stand by.
Good copy.
Cruises of a very deep genus of Cuskiel, Leucochorus, that we see when we do dives down 4,000, 5,000 meters. And I think that genus was known in the Pacific before from less than 5 specimens that were collected in trawls. And we see it as a
All right, now move has been interesting. 30 meters, bearing 110.
There are a lot of them, but we've
not
probably
gonna go
seen a
down
couple
anymore.
of dozen of them in our dives. And
Seeing
so,
what we got here.
an interesting observation that this thing seems to be so abundant
very close to your
at
port
these
side right
ridge, basalt ridge habitats, when it was known for few
sure it's that
so few
close, but
specimens from trawl
yeah.
samples in
We'll
the
keep
Pacific.
over here too.
Yeah. I think
Looks good on the rail cam.
it's hard to judge depth.
Right.
So we're sort of on this little bit of a
I'll go
flat
opposite of the
area
current.
here.
We're on the
Or
knoll, actually, and
What's
there's sort of a pretty steep drop-off around us.
Yeah, so
there's a crossing to be made if you want to go elsewhere.
yeah, I think we should go ahead and go on down and cross and just keep moving up this ridge.
Yep,
Well,
we're
what type
moving.
of-
We're moving right now. I just
Right.
I can't go down until the tether's clear.
Yeah.
Sure, thank
So-
you. But what are we seeing here on the bottom, Jasper? What are these
So-
linear layers here?
Yeah, so below us you can see the pillows that are falling off this hillside, and
I'm just
the
gonna hang out
layers
right
we've
here.
seen
I
on
won't
the
go
other
anywhere.
side, I think, are sort of this manganese pavement over the top of probably
I'm not going down. Near
not
15 meters
necessarily
above.
pillows. It could be off of a
think
more
you're safe.
sedimentary layer.
You're also not facing the direction we're going.
We are moving at 110.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll come back.
You're dropping down over a pretty steep feature like we're doing right now. You got to watch you don't bang your rear end on
That's
the
right.
feature. This is something that's
Okay, I'm pretty
learned
close to
about
the
in
direction
with
I'm
submersible
Okay.
diving as
Yeah, that's
well.
better. We'll hang out here, see what we got, and let's just keep
Particularly
moving.
with some of the
you know,
newer
make sure we
that
don't stop
people who
now.
are in
Sure.
training, they'd often would
Or let me know when it's almost
bang the
complete.
rear
Okay.
end because they didn't
We've only
have a
got 11
sense
meters
of
right now.
how
20 more to
steep
go.
and where the rear end is
Yeah.
when they were going down slope.
Okay, I'm gonna do
It's another
is
reason why
snap
going
zoom
down
on
slope
this.
is not your optimal direction in general for either submersible or ROV dives.
That's a partial.
I think that's a primnoid. Pretty
I
sure.
don't know,
Yeah,
those
that's
kebabs.
the little kebab sponge or kebab tunicate.
I'm just going to call them kebabs. There's
Kebabs.
the second one
Okay.
there.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's zoom out.
Nice Norella on the wall too.
Kind of losing track of the tether. I think I know what it's doing, but I can't see it anymore.
Why don't you come up a little bit, and I'll push up. Why don't you tilt your camera up so that I can see you?
Few environmentals for people who are not on the chat. We're at a depth of 2,485 meters.
I'm going to push out and see
at
if
a
I can
temperature
get
of
anything on sonar.
1.6 degrees Celsius. Our dissolved oxygen is 3.7 milligrams per liter. We're on McDonald's Seamount.
Bridge, Nav.
In the wake unit of the Pacific
Go ahead, Nav.
Islands.
Hey, we're going to
Marine
add to the
National
end of this ship
Monument.
move when you get
And
there another 30 meters.
We're broadcasting a live video.
Same
from
heading?
The ROV
Same heading. It's going to be 110.
Copy that. I'll do that now.
Ship Okeanos Explorer.
And we just effectively jumped off of our little knoll and are sort of looking around towards the other side, the next ridge or slope towards the next high point, as we can see lots of
Can you brighten it up, video?
laying
Sirius camera?
material that sort of seeming to be coming downhill, covered in
RV Bridge,
looks like
move's been
from
extended,
right
extra 30 meters, bearing 110, speed decimal 2.
Here, I'm not so
Copy
sure
that.
that's pillow basalts like what we've been looking at. That looks more like it's a sedimented ridge with manganese over it.
Yeah, it's probably just a real mild. I mean, how
You
far
sort of
is
see
it to that next
crumbling
contour?
at the bottom there? There's sort of a whole segment of pavement that's sort of
I'm
coming
right on
loose.
the edge now. I'm jumping between 18 and 30 meters.
Cool.
My
Okay, so you're
altitude.
almost there.
Big,
And
huge,
then
tall
I'll
whip
come down.
coral there in the center.
So
and
probably it's
one,
about 120.
like one we just imaged.
It's about 120 meters. Well, I'd say
So tall, you can see
yeah,
it even though
110
we're far up.
meters from the whole way.
I'm not sure
from
how
one side to
far
the
that
other.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah. It's
Well,
longer.
from D2,
Yeah.
like that contour.
Just for what we have left,
Yeah.
we have
Or
100.
this contour
this
here.
gap
Yeah.
Okay. 190 meters.
Okay, so
Yeah.
it's gonna be pretty flat.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll just do our best to follow it.
Altitude is 21 meters. That's
Getting pretty steady 30 now.
Okay.
D2.
Can you use your Titan cam?
22
Or,
meters,
yeah,
maybe.
the Titan to
So yeah, we're up a ways.
Yeah.
60 feet off the bottom, right?
Yep.
That was pretty big coral that was sticking up.
So watch these. We just about have Sirius over that cliff, and we're gonna start coming down here soon.
Okay, thank you.
And then we have about 190 meters of pretty flat terrain to the next contour line. So.
Yeah, but it's loaded with life. You can see right now, right?
I'm just saying we have a plan.
It looks like a talus slope, Chris.
Yeah.
And the talus in this case looks
up.
to be
Can you
pretty
adjust
sandy
your heading?
on top of manganese, on top of whatever was actually sliding down the hill.
I'm going to start coming down.
Again, this is just pretty interesting as we try to figure out.
Are we still moving?
Yeah,
you
we're
know
still
what's
moving.
going on down here, and as we mentioned earlier, we like to dive at different depths and different types of features just because it helps us understand a little bit better
the sonar and the
what
altimeter
effect topography is having on the development of really dense communities.
Assume that, but
what effect
I think we're almost
depth
there.
is, and the associated environmental parameters that are such as oxygen.
We don't. I mean.
And Scott mentioned food availability down here as well. So the only way we're ever going to figure it out is kind of doing a little bit of a variety here, and not always picking exactly where we think we're going to find the most glorious communities. We need to kind of go along the edges of these communities too and see where their boundaries are.
I'd say we found an edge.
Okay. This could be.
I'm going to come down and back up a bit.
True.
How's that?
Yeah. Well, you know, believe it or not, I have almost 2 pages of notes here
on what
the
we
animals.
have seen.
Yeah, on the animals that we've seen. So we've seen more. They've just been spaced out.
Right, we've covered a fair bit of ground, but we've still seen a lot.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. There's a coral right below us.
That's that tall one still, maybe.
Yeah, that's the real tall one that we were commenting on earlier. It's the one we imaged earlier, I think.
Same species?
Yeah, I think so.
All right.
That's quite tall.
3 meters
It's
tall.
really tall.
4? Yeah, he's... Oh, I think...
Holding on for dear life on a little rock down there somewhere.
All right. Now we're comfortable, huh, co-pilot?
Yes.
It's not going to create quite as much of a sail as some of those fan-shaped corals are, so you can probably last longer on a smaller rock before toppling over in a strong current.
Why don't you hang out at that altitude for now?
All right.
Just make sure we're well clear of it.
Okay, we are in. This is
Deep
Bruce
sediment.
Bruce ought to be happy with this because this is what fish like here down at these depths. So he's got a shot.
A lot of.
Just before we get too far from that last bamboo whip, I just wanted to say that some of these bamboo corals, the central skeleton, the axis is hollow.
It
like
should,
a straw.
yeah.
So they may not be quite as heavy as you think they might look.
I was struggling to get the gains
Not
right
all
on
of them.
Sirius
Some of them are
this
solid,
morning.
some of them
It
are
kept
hollow.
resetting to some
You know, one other thing since we're talking about that whip also is that those corals are really well designed. You sort of might wonder, well, why would anything just want to have a single branch growing up? And basically, no matter what direction the current is coming from, that coral can filter it pretty optimally because he can spin around a little bit and bend a little bit, and he can bend in different directions.
Something like this.
So it's actually a pretty good design, and you see this over and over with different groups of corals like the Iridogorgia, Magnospiralis. They can bend current regardless of direction. They can alter their direction and filter to keep their filtering efficiency maximized.
Maybe
there's a lot of black corals that have this kind of same type of morphology, so it seems to be a very common and a very successful morphology that's shown up in a variety of different deep water corals.
Coming down video so we can get a little closer to your subjects.
Yeah, Chris, I was wondering if we could go through lots of different families of
another 30
oxbow
meters. That's 30 meters
that
at
had at least
110.
one species that was unbranched.
Copy that, 30 meters, bearing 110, stand by for input.
You mentioned the black corals, the Stichopathes and the Cirripathes.
I think you're probably clear now. You can
unbranched
probably come down a little bit.
Bamboos, the Ellicelids, there's lots of unbranched Ellicelids, so it's an interesting observation.
Sure.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure we're clear, but let's just...
It's always fun to look at some of the
assume
animals
things
down there and try to understand their designs, essentially, and how
Just
their
take a little look.
design is,
See if you can
fitting
see
with
it
what
on
they do,
sonar or camera.
if you will. You know, if they're filtering, then you have a variety of different morphologies for filtering the water column, and different animals have found different ways of doing it, but you do get some consistent designs. This whip is one design, and of course the fans are another type of design that's very, very common in these filtering animals.
Yeah, it looks pretty clear, huh?
I agree. That whip is very tall.
It's interesting to think about. The variation in those designs. So we've been seeing today a lot of the Pleurogorgia, which is clearly a fan, but it's an unusual fan in that all of the branches seem to come up one side of that main axis. So why is that? Is that I don't know. I was going to say we could speculate wildly, and since nobody's recording this, that's fine, right? It's just the two of us.
Okay.
Exactly.
Yeah, there's nobody else listening.
Nobody else is listening.
Now that we're set up, we're comfortable.
So just pointing out in the sand below, lots of current ripples in the real soft sand, and there looks like there's some animal prints in there too. Bioturbation, if you want to use a geology term.
Now this is
like
a perfect fish viewing kind of a distant view of the substrate. I mean, if there's a fish out there, we're going to spot this guy. We're looking off the bottom. We're not looking close up. Bruce, we're really pulling for you, buddy. We're trying to do what we can to get some more fish for you.
Channel our inner fish.
There you go.
And I appreciate it.
Mike Vecchione is begging you for any cephalopod.
That's right. He wants to channel a cephalopod.
Well, we're in a pretty good view for cephalopods too. If a squid swims by, we got a shot at him. Yeah.
If not today, you absolutely have to get one for Octopus Friday.
What day is it anyway?
It is Friday, I guess, for us.
But it's Thursday for them.
Yeah, it's
right?
still Thursday night. Over there.
All
right, Dave.
So you need to find one today.
So
and
your autos
tomorrow.
are in now.
Yep. Okay, I'm going to take it out of, I think, all
so
three.
we just stopped momentarily.
You're going to get pushed by the
They did
current.
a little bit of
but
musical
just be aware.
chairs there in the front row. It wasn't a complete watch change. They were just switching positions like they like to do. Make sure everybody is skilled in the various different
I'm getting
positions.
pushed to port,
Yep.
so I'll start fighting that.
And they're
And I'm lined up with the
start
current
again
direction of
shortly.
movement.
Great.
The motion on the ship, so.
There's a discussion going on the chat whether or not Octopus Friday is a thing. Apparently it is.
Really? It's in Google? Wow.
That's what he says. He Googled it. So is it a little octopus in an aloha shirt, or?
So as you come forward, why don't you also push to starboard?
Right. If you hear occasional little outbursts of laughter, it's usually because somebody made a comment in the chat, and it's right in front of Jasper's screen here in my screen. He's got the keyboard, and I'm looking at it.
And we get to Google it, and we get to giggle a little about it now and then. Oh, there's something right there in the edge.
Pleurogorgia again,
Yeah.
I'll bet.
Well, that's the first sign.
All right, we'll try to get a quick look.
Just fly over it, I guess.
There's another one off to the left a little bit more. We have nothing against Pleurogorgia. It's just been like 80% of what we've been seeing today. Octopus Friday Image Gallery. There it is.
Thank you, Scott, for the Octopus Friday.
So are those all octopods that have been imaged on Friday, or is it just a page that's honoring Octopus Friday or celebrating Octopus Friday?
Push.
I'll bet not all of those were imaged.
Go forward too, and that'll stay in my view. Just watch your toes as you're
pulling up a little bit.
Oh, that's right. And it was ISC Watch 2 that gave us that link. Thank you.
And we have another one of these.
Is that another one of those?
Yeah, Pleurogorgia. So, I mean, this is informative. We know that this particular species can get down to below 2,500 and get to at least 2,600 meters. So that's good information.
Bottom, yeah. Coming up.
I'm losing track. I don't remember if it was earlier today or yesterday that I said it, or maybe I just imagined I said it. But it's interesting that until last year on the Okeanos Explorer dives, I hadn't seen a live Pleurogorgia, and they seem to be relatively common out here in the central West Pacific.
Yeah, I agree, Scott. And from all of the Pearl, the Hawaii Undersea Research Laboratory submersible dives that I did, and the gallery that's posted on their website, we've got a shrimp down below us here, and have to go off. I think it's shrimp we haven't seen yet, but I used to know Pleurogorgia militaris from a dead branch.
Yeah, you can
something that I don't think was
keep it moving, Nav.
Pleurogorgia militaris at all. It was just somebody told me that when I first was hired at
Go ahead, Nav.
Come in.
Hey, we're going to put another ship over in 30 meters, 110.
I never knew what it looked like. And then finally, we have an idea of what it looks like.
Bearing 110, speed decimal 2, stand by for input.
Watch your originally described from Hawaiian waters, from deep Hawaiian waters, and so you have been involved with Hurl, and there's so many dives around there. So just had to get deep enough and do a little bit more exploration, and what seemed to be rare might not be so rare.
30 meters, bearing 110, speed decimal 2.
We were talking about earlier the different modes of sampling and the ability to get more and more eyes into these deep sea environments.
Might start to change ahead.
Yeah, and that is a point that the hurl submersibles generally didn't operate below about 1,800 meters, and we're seeing the Pleurogorgia deeper than that in the 2,000, 2,200, 2,300. So it seems to be just slightly deeper than where the subs could go, and that's why we never saw it.
Centered up, I'm going to start bringing us back to the direction we're moving.
Okay. Looks pretty good.
Now, what that single stalk is there in the sediment, you'd think that we'd see some type of sea pen sticking in the sediment here somewhere. I think that's a black coral down below. Yeah, it's that Heteropathes again. And it's a dead sponge
Video,
stalk.
can you come in partial?
Yeah, that's what it is. It looks like another one of the Heteropathes.
Sitting in the sand.
Right. So coming down over this little saddle area here, we drop back down just below 2,500 meters again.
Okay, video, come out, please.
All right, you're full wide.
Thank you.
On the floor, yeah. Just a little shrimp sitting behind
I
him on the floor.
wonder if we could look at that coral that's straight ahead. It's to the right of the dead stem.
Sure, we can do that.
The one that looks like a little palm tree?
Yeah, maybe just another one of these Chrysogorgias, or it could be a small Iridogorgia. Just thought it'd be worth taking a look at. I think it could be a small Iridogorgia, which would be our first of the dive. And if we could get a zoom on this, that would be great.
I'll set us down to get a nice stable shot. Okay, video, can you come in on that?
Of course.
Yes, it is.
Partial.
All right.
This is Iridogorgia, and I'm not sure what species. I don't think it's Magnospiralis. It could be Bella, or it could be something else.
Come in a bit more.
Okay. That's full zoom.
Great.
Got one of these little Europtychus squat lobsters.
I'll look at the top of it.
Hiding out in it.
And maybe I'll slowly pan down.
Pan down?
Tilt down.
So is the
My
lobster
apologies.
going for things that don't get eaten, or is the lobster going for trying to grab it from the coral when it catches something?
I know.
No, I think he's probably eating bigger things than the coral's filtering. Oh yeah, and tiny little polyp at the base. So is has anyone commented on this? No, I mean it's Iridogorgia for sure. It's going to be. I'm going to go ahead and put it as Iridogorgia Bella ? These are one of the most beautiful corals I think down here. I'm just
look at that.
Every time we see one, it's just stunning. And we were talking about design just a little bit earlier, and this is one of the corals we were talking about. That this guy, because of its spiral set of branches around here, no matter what direction the current is blowing from, it'll bend over and it'll present all of its polyps in an optimal direction to
look at your
filter
verticals.
the water. The current changes and he just switches around to the opposite direction. It's a beautiful design.
I mean, it looks fine now, but
Mother
sometimes
Nature
you'll
has come
end
up
up
with.
just, stirring up a lot of sediment when you thrust hard.
And
okay, well, actually, anything else we'd like to look at here? Or
What's that?
No, I think we're good.
Yeah, let's keep going.
Okay. Video, come out when you're ready.
I'm going to do the same move then, if you're okay with that.
Yeah,
coming up off the bottom.
I don't see any reason not to.
Alright, we're full wide.
Thank you, video.
Bridge, RV-nav.
Why don't you
and
push
we
out
have a
ahead.
shrimp.
Go ahead, RV.
Yeah, let's zoom
same
in on
move,
this
30
shrimp
meters,
because
110,
oftentimes they're not
0.29.
sitting down on the bottom like
Copy
this.
that. Stand by.
We'll come in on the shrimp.
And then when you're done with this, get
pretty
ready to push
fast
out,
in the
okay?
water
Yes.
column.
Video, can you come in on this shrimp really
Yep.
quick? Try to pan over to it.
You
That's
can
a-
tilt down too.
I
That's
should
a
be
partial
doing
zoom.
both. All right, maybe
RV nav
just a
bridge
little
move
bit
has been
more.
initiated. 30 meters, 110.2.
Thanks, Bridge.
We probably have about 10 more seconds here before we need to get moving.
It's a nice shot.
Looks like he's just going around trying to find stuff on the bottom. You see his claws working the bottom.
I have a little bit more zoom I could go.
So I think this is in the family Aristiidae, but I'm not absolutely positive.
Co-pilot, we need to go.
And
Yeah, let's go ahead and
it's unusual look for
Go
these
and push
things.
out.
So see those big swimming appendages
All right,
there
video,
along
come on,
his
please.
tail
And we need to
there.
get
He's
moving.
they're usually
so you can just
up in the
push
water
out,
column.
Just go ahead. A little bit to starboard.
Yeah, thank you, pilot, for that. That was some beautiful video footage there.
Just try to get yourself. You don't have to turn too much, but
Okay.
let's see where your light pool is.
Yes, I see.
Yeah.
I think Dave is piloting right now. Is that right? Is that you,
That's
Dave?
correct. Should be coming into view. Yes.
Yep, nice job. Just center yourself up and push out a bit.
Okay.
Just an update. We have about an hour and 15 minutes left on bottom.
Thanks, now.
Thanks, Nav.
And despite your promise of fish on the sandy floor, I haven't seen much of it yet.
No, I haven't either.
Looks pretty good, Dave.
Okay.
Kind of.
We're straining
hang
our
out here if you
eyes
want.
to see our
See what I
first
can find.
synaptobranchidial, and we haven't seen one yet. Or a macrurid or another muskie or something like that, but they're not home. They're
Well, they all went swimming to the dive site where we landed.
Do you think this is all just broken up manganese crust here?
Most of it, yeah. It looks like a sort of a thin shell, more sediment.
Hmm.
I mean, we totally lost the larger boulder and cobble sort of shapes that were underneath it that we saw earlier. This looks very flat, more or less, with this layer of manganese. I'm not sure that there's much else under there.
Watch lead. Any interest in this creature up ahead?
It's a crinoid. I think we could probably pass
right,
it by.
let's skip
You're trying to make some headway towards the high.
No, I'm trying to look off in the distance. Have you already imaged the animal? And I think we have this guy. I think he's the same one we imaged earlier. And trying to spot things that we might not have seen before.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're doing a nice job, Dave.
Thank you.
Real good control over it.
As I hit the bottom.
Yeah, I mean, when I'm piloting on terrain like this, I mean, most of my time is looking at the manipulator cams, so
I'm
you can see
trying
your skids.
to look more at those and less at the Sirius view.
Yeah.
I think we've entered the McDonald desert, don't you think? This is. Oh, there's something off in the distance there. A big on the just coming on from the right, upper right.
Yes, I see that. We'll work our way over. Probably going to need to wait a little bit for the ship to move, but I'll head in that direction.
So if we're stuck waiting, can we just turn and look to our right to see if there's any uphill in that direction?
Coming to the end of that next should move, ready for another one.
I don't see it on the sonars, but we'll.
We don't have any indication on the sonar of what direction it is yet.
I'm plainly going by the contour lines.
Keep the same direction for now. Co-pilot.
Yeah, maybe after the sponge we can.
How much left in that move? Oh, we're done.
We're done. We just finished.
Don't forget that sponge.
We can start going.
Oh, I won't.
A little south.
Just
we'll be right back on it.
Yeah, we could make it a little more southerly.
Making my way
about 130 or 140.
Should be coming into view now.
Yeah, let's go 140.
He's a new one. Okay, I know who you are.
Bridge, RV Nav.
Nice
so I'm
gonna this one.
Hey, we're ready for another ship move. 30 meters at 140, 0.2 knots.
All right, that's a good copy. I've got 30 meters bearing 140 speed decimal 2. Stand by for input.
Good copy.
So I got to turn my head to starboard when you're done, Dave.
Copy. Should have a little bit of time here, right?
Yep, just a few minutes.
Good.
So this is a sponge in the family.
RV bridge move has been initiated. 30 meters 140 speed decimal 2.
And this genus was first described by a specimen that was collected in sediment. So
I've been keeping an eye on it, and if anything, it's going
this
down.
also has a very fibrous
I think it was 7
attachment.
Feels like we've got a pretty smooth ride.
Almost looks like it was just planted.
Doesn't feel like DP's working too hard.
I haven't seen that Doppler
So
change
there's some
much,
sponges,
and,
you
we're
can
still
see
in
a
good
perfect
direction
example
as
of the
far as
dead
wind
stock
speed
over on the right, where they glue themselves onto the surface of the rock. And then you have these sponges that can attach with fibers and got a nice crinoid on the edge.
Base, maybe.
And then if you go down and look at that mat of fibers, and that's how he anchors himself into the sediment and into these nodules.
Go ahead.
Manganese nodules.
Maybe
beautiful
tonight you can
picture of the
troubleshoot the
manganese
gain
nodules
issue on the
as well.
sonar program.
Okay. What, whoa. What it
gonna slowly come up here.
Maybe it looks like it's okay now.
I think it's behaving.
This genus, if I remember correctly, was first described by Dr. Konstantin Tabachnik, who's also in Moscow at the Shirshov Institute. And I didn't really know this genus before the Okeanos cruises very well. I kind of had a somewhat of a sense of what Semperellas look like, but there was always a bit of confusion, and now I think I finally understand them due to the beautiful imagery and the number of these that we've seen last year and this year.
What do you think?
Well, actually, we could come in pretty close on any part of this if you'd like a close
Co-pilot, what do you think about the gain?
I think we're probably good just with this.
I can kind of see something out ahead.
Video, would you like anything else?
If we have time for a quick zoom, it would be nice, but if not, that's fine.
We, you get quick zoom. We gotta go. You can kind of see the slope up here.
Yeah, so what you're seeing is sort of this mesh that's made of siliceous spicules that are semi-fused together, and they form what's called
All right, Dave, we gotta go.
Okay.
On this particular species, the screen is covering a lot of what's called the atrial surface of the sponge.
Quite a bit, so I need to turn my head to starboard.
We're not really clear about the purpose of that, although it could prevent certain types of animals from crawling in, kind of like a screen to prevent mosquitoes from coming into your house.
It kept snapping back there, and I think that was the issue Dave was seeing this
may
morning.
help in catching stuff as well. So
I'll take a look.
Okay, be good. All right.
It looks like the slope starts to come up again here.
So I got to come up to 140.
Nothing like needing a mosquito net in the bottom of the ocean.
And how long was that
I think
move?
those little amphipods
that
bite.
was another 30 meter.
Okay.
What was our our bearing on that?
Scott says
140.
So acts like a baffle flowing and disrupting the current.
And that's another possibility.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, absolutely.
We got a slope.
Have a slope.
Nice.
I think we found the other side. Watch Lee. All right. Looks good, Dave.
Oh, and we finally have found ourselves a nice pile of big boulders and cobbles of basalt pillows.
You see some of the manganese are broken off on part of that.
Yep.
We still have one biological that we need to collect here.
Yeah,
So my eyes
to decide something.
I know we're getting a little bit close to the end of the dive.
No,
Probably
we're past the end of the dive, actually.
Well, I mean the dive time.
Yep.
Where's the fish? Oh,
yeah,
let's get this fish. This could be interesting.
Best. There we go, Bruce. Another one for you.
Hang on, Bruce. We got something interesting.
Slow down. Okay, video, can you come in partial?
Yep.
Not yet very stable. Okay, a little bit more. I will pan right and tilt down.
I can see his eyes. Is he upside down?
No, the black right there.
Just a little bit more
little
video.
tiny eye.
We're pretty close to
there
full
it is.
zoom.
Okay. No, I thought he was looking the other way. Go ahead, Bruce.
That's another cusk eel. I'm just getting zoomed in now. It looks like it's another Vaporgita species with the small eye and rounded snout. So we've seen several of these. We saw several when we first started the dive. Chris wasn't on. I think he was taking a break when I commented on this before.
We're at the end of that other
found
move,
out that in
co-pilot.
this genus, the male have muscles.
I think 140 looks pretty good.
The swim bladder that can move it to create sound. Actually, so there's
still off a couple minutes
a
here.
difference between males and females.
Let
Apparently,
him
at
hang
least
out.
the male can produce a drumming sound, and they also would therefore have a good sense of hearing. Since there's no sunlight down here, they're relying on other senses. When we I've kind of repeated what I said before. When they watch these videos,
Sure can.
there's no microphone on the
I think you're fine.
ROV, so we can't pick up any sound. We get maybe a false sense that this is a extremely silent environment, but there are actually animals that can produce sound down here, and it would be really interesting to see what would happen if you had a hydrophone or microphone on the ROV.
Yeah, that's a great point, Bruce. I hadn't even been thinking about possibility of some of these fishes making sound. But so it's only in the males, which is really
you let them go.
All right, video, please come out.
Yeah, Ken Sulak's
nice
not
job,
online
Dave.
now, but he studied this. I know
Good
that
tracking.
he's published on this in other genera of these cusk eels. Yeah, Scott says that he'd whisper, do a fish whispery thing, but they have no ears. But actually, they
Video's
do.
at full
They don't
wide?
have external
Yes,
ears.
it's full wide.
They have internal ears. Another one of the cusk
So I can see
eels
with the
is,
gain up,
the
a little bit of a
described
return, 50
having
meters
a
ahead.
small grain of large ears,
It's been pretty consistent, so I think we're heading in a good direction.
So we get a different perception, maybe a false
So you can
perception
go ahead and
of what
push
life
out,
is like from these
and
animals,
I'll
just
come
from
up with you.
the,
Go ahead and put that call in.
Yeah, might as well.
Thank you. And that, by the way, was the voice
Bridge,
of Bruce Mundy.
Go ahead, Arvin.
Ready for another
NOAA
move.
Fisheries
30
Science
meters,
Center
140,
at the
0.29.
NOAA Regional Center on Fort
Copy that,
Island.
30 meters, bearing 140, speed decimal
Foremost,
2, stand by for input.
Fish experts here in the Pacific. And so when we keep mentioning his name, Bruce, that's who we're talking about. And
He's also the one. He's been on the lookout for fish, so we've finally been able,
Move has been
to
initiated.
accommodate
30
him with a
meters,
few
bearing
fish. Thank goodness, on
140,
this dive.
speed decimal 2.
Great, thank you.
I just found out I owe Scott an apology. He typed something in saying when he said they have no ears, he was talking about his corals, and he can't do the coral whispering like we're trying to do with the fish whispering. So, yeah, I guess corals have no ears. So, yeah, I apologize, Scott.
That's a big thing.
So I'm just curious, if they have no ears, then how do you calm a coral that's kind of, upset?
Excited
or upset?
It's
You get
tricky.
Maybe tactile or something. You
Yeah.
stroke it.
Give it a good splat.
a good splat on the back.
Could we take a look at this this one unbranched coral coming up, please?
The one on the left?
Yeah, right here.
Yes, I'll come in on that.
The only animal life in view, I think.
Actually, I think there was a sponge
right
below
there.
us to the
Oh,
right.
that's right. There's the sponge.
And everybody kind of knows you like those too, so.
And actually, that is a different species of Poliopogon as well. I don't think it's the one that we were seeing earlier. Here's another one of these unbranched bamboos.
Bump down, huh?
A little hard landing. Let me try to
Chris,
straighten
you
out
say
here.
like that. You say that like there's only one.
Yeah, it's the
If you
same
push
old,
forward a
same
bit
old unbranched
as you
bamboo.
come down,
It's just one species.
you can come down
right,
just
Scott?
like 40%, push forward like
Absolutely,
20-30%,
I've seen them all.
and you'll stay pretty steady.
Okay.
Probably.
Would that our life was that
depending on
easy,
currents.
Can you come in
Yeah,
on this
well,
little-
Yep.
my life was
Maybe come
easier
down a
when I
little
did
harder.
think there was only one species.
that's a
and
partial.
now it's a little more complicated
Les
now
and
that
I
you
have had this discussion.
So you got that
nobody's
nice rock
actually
right between your
gonna like
toes. If
that
you
we're going to
go a little forward
quote,
thrust,
fix
you'll
all
stay
this
pretty
because it's just
steady.
going to make it all too confusing. It was so easy before we just called all these things lepidisis.
Yeah, in fact, it wouldn't surprise me if you actually got some hate mail, Scott.
Yep.
Your toes about to touch third.
That was interesting.
Yeah, it's a broken off head of a Caulophacus, and then
That's
it
right.
had
Just
another
take your time,
head
play around
coming
with
in.
it.
Yeah, it's funny.
So, Scott, do you think this is something we've seen already, this particular bamboo? I know we're still a little zoomed out, but...
Yeah, but I think it's a long bones. Looks like the very long internode at the base there. The internode being the white length of the skeleton that's between those little dark nodes. The dark nodes are made of protein, and the white parts that you see are calcium carbonate skeleton.
Yeah, great.
All right, that's a little better. Video, can you
All right,
come
thank
in
you,
a little
pilot.
more?
Yep.
Science is finished whenever video
okay.
is.
Good
Video,
practice,
can you
Dave.
just come?
Yes.
It's good practice.
We'll try something else.
Why don't you come back to center a Sirius camera?
All right.
There's something to collect down here, I'm certain. It's hiding in
toe.
amongst these rocks.
Just cleared it.
Another eel.
Another new record or
Sorry.
new species.
Looks like the
coral
slope.
or sponge or
A
the
little more
the
to
fatty-fingered sea
port.
star
That's
or
okay.
something.
Our next move will adjust.
All right.
Is that going to be your quote of the day? Fatty fingers feast star?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll post it
Actually,
on
that might line up with Sirius.
Facebook as that. Or
That's right. But then it turns out it's just water.
Yeah, but that's okay. I like the name.
It's
there. I
pretty
think
nice,
it was
actually.
Les Watling who offered that as a name for it.
Yes,
so
I believe so.
That's gonna stick. I
Yeah.
think.
Well, we're just about done with this move, so I can tack on another one before we stop if you want.
Yeah, sure. I think 140 works pretty well.
Bridge, Nav.
Actually,
Go
it
ahead,
looks like
Nav.
we have
Hey,
a
let's add another
couple
30
things up
meters
here.
to the end of this move.
Any interest in
Same
these?
heading.
Say again on the meters.
30 at 140.
Copy that. Stand by for input.
Looks like it's another Tritopleura. That's the tall sponge, and next to it is another one of these Poliopogon. So we've seen a bunch of those.
All right.
I'm going to tug you a little bit.
Harvey
You need to come back a bit.
initiated. 30 meters, 140.2.
Showing up.
Unfortunately, we've collected.
Yeah, you'll need to hang out here for a bit.
A
'Cause I'm
number
going
of
to tug you if
species
you go any
of
further.
Retritoplura. I collected a bunch of them off of Hawaii, so it's pretty similar.
I was worried you're going to say we've already collected a few species of the rock.
No,
But
no.
we did get that monster tube.
Yeah, that should actually count like for 3 rocks.
Can you come in really quickly and see if this is anything interesting? Video come in.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Thank you.
The dead
No,
stalk.
just a dead stalk.
Nice
All right,
try,
back out,
Dave,
please.
but sorry.
Denied. Something there, maybe. Oh, there's a little single one again.
Yeah, I was looking at that, and a couple things. It looks like there's a
couple of sponges.
Sponges, yeah, tucked under the rock there. I wonder if we could.
Where are you looking? Watch lead, where are you seeing those sponges?
I'm sorry, towards the right and a little down about
oh,
halfway.
Yes, I see that. Try to get over there.
There's some serious manganese crusting on these rocks.
Yeah.
Look at this one right here.
Yeah.
Going off to the left, lower left.
Everything is kind of glued together. We have this nice picture that we looked at from the previous dive with the pillow mount.
You
You
start
saw
coming
how
up
each
the
pillow was
slope here,
very
pushing out.
nicely individually stacked on top of the other. And here you can sort of only see this glued together mass. You can tell just from that how thick the manganese crust has to be.
Some of these pillows, though, you can still see that they're pretty big.
Oh yeah, these
pillows.
there's a variety of sizes, but yeah, you get the sort of more rounded big ones. You get some of the more tubular ones. You're seeing a little. Is that a little coral there?
I don't think
Is it
so. I think it's just a
between
crack
rocks?
between
it's a
the
quick-
rocks. Yeah. There's something coming up.
That's brittle stars on a flagpole.
Yeah, on a dead bamboo stalk. So Nav, this is watch lead. So about how much more time do we have in the dive?
We have about a little under 1 hour.
Okay, thank you very much. So we have a little over 1 hour, so we still got time to find our second collection, ecological collection.
Yeah, nice job, Dave.
Time's starting to get short, Chris.
You know what? This is one of those dives where, we really haven't transitioned. Yeah, we really haven't transitioned like we have on other dives from the barren into bigger,
better
communities and different communities. It's been kind of the same old, through
Spread
much
out.
of the dive, spread out. So in that sense, it's kind of interesting.
How much?
Yeah, he's about to start up on this other little rise here, looking to the camp of bathymetry.
Oh, I'm a little close to that.
Given that the current was coming from the, was it southwest? You might actually want to hug the other side of the hillside a little bit.
Yeah, a little
Oh, wait,
bit
no.
steeper on this side,
Let's
though,
see.
at least.
Yeah, that's true. Let's see. No, we're seeing. No, we're seeing the.
Yeah, after this move expires,
to
Nav
the
will
western
probably
side of
adjust
the
our
right.
bearing a little bit.
Copy that. We got 5 meters left.
Here's some stuff.
Yeah, it's a dead sponge. It's really a closely dead Treatoplura.
There's another little coral over there. There's a bunch of
So
bigger
there
ones in the
looks like there
background.
might be a
Yeah,
fair
I'm
bit
looking
in
at
the
these
background.
corals.
So Which direction which side of this ridge did you want to hug? I missed part of that.
I think he's interested in the corals that you see in
just
the
where
distance.
you're going. This
So
side.
the eastern side.
Yeah, the eastern side I think might be more productive. It's got a steeper drop.
All right, I think we can do that.
Right where we're at then.
It looks like right along the edge there's
on approach,
fair bit of growth.
This width looks unusual because of the different spacing of the polyps on the top and on the bottom. On the top, the center, and the bottom.
Do we want to go back and get a closer look at that single stalk?
Scott, do you think it was unusual enough to go back? The pilot was just asking, since we passed it already a little bit.
No.
No? Okay.
No, you're fine. Keep going.
Is that a dead stalk sticking out?
Yeah, dead
Almost
stalk.
looks like a spear.
Chrysogorgia over to the left. More Pleurogorgia, these sort of gray
I'm going to start
fans
pulling
that
you.
are sticking up.
Okay.
Wait a bit.
You would have been much more excited if we would have seen this when we were landing.
Yeah,
Actually, 140
It
does
would have
look
been.
pretty good still, to be honest.
Okay.
Again, one of the explanations that certainly could be true is that we are still below the.
We're just.
Go ahead, Nav.
Hey, let's add another 30 meters to that at
Video can
140.
come in partial.
Just at 2481.
30 meters at 140.
Right
I
at
stand
that
by.
bottom end.
Thank you.
How's that?
Yeah, one of the reasons.
But another thing that's different.
Go ahead, Scott.
Sorry, Chris. I was just going to say another thing that's different about right here is we did come up a little bit of a steep slope right here. I mean, this is a little local topographic high, and so compared to the flatter areas of the ridge, perhaps there's something
RV
more
bridge moves
interesting
initiated
about the
30
current
meters,
in terms of
140
how it's
decimal 2.
circulating the suspended fluid.
Great, thank you.
Here.
Yeah, could be, Scott. We've seen this pattern quite a few times where these little local highs can be really productive for whatever reason.
I don't know if you still have it on the screen, but next to that shrimp is another Heteropathes. I don't know if it has as long pinnules as that one we were discussing earlier, but it's there.
Yeah, I can see it, and it looks
Beautiful.
like
Video, can you come in
that
closer?
first one that we saw. We got a good image of the Pleurogorgia again.
Let me know if you want.
This is a really
I can
pretty
go a
scene.
little bit further.
Well, actually, anything here you'd like a closer look at?
No, I just kind of like the actual composition right now of the
Yeah,
image.
I thought it looked nice.
Maybe pan just a hair to the left.
I can do that.
See, now we got three at the same time. How's that?
Is that possible?
For whatever reason, that's.
I don't think so.
Snap.
Yeah.
All right, video, you can come out again.
Yeah,
Alright.
thank you, Father.
We're full wide.
Thank you. And I'm going to center up again.
So one thing I do remember, Scott, in the Northwest Hawaiian Islands is that
So what's
we
beyond
did
this
see some
point here, Nev?
pretty big, although not
another
very common,
flat area.
Coralloisis colonies at
column.
around 2,700
Nice, there
meters
is.
on
Let's
a
see if
ridge.
we can get that.
This is the dive where we had no video, and
You can come in
I had to kind of
partial.
describe it to you over the. Oh, we're zooming in on it's like an ice. It's like a really interesting isopad, so we'll watch this for a bit as it's swimming down.
Come in a little bit more.
Looks like a spider almost.
Yeah, I know.
That's good.
Are we sure we didn't bring a spider down?
Oh, yeah.
Come out a little. I'm not.
Yeah,
no, that's an
maintain that.
isopod.
Good.
For sure.
Pretty cool animal. It's
Yep. It's great. Munid isopod. Nice view.
Munid is MUNID.
It's cool.
NID.
Oh,
Yeah.
It's pretty neat.
You can see that only some of the legs are really long and extended, and then it's using some other ones to kind of climb up through the water.
Yeah.
Fantastic view. And
So-
it kind of stretches out the arms and I guess uses it to delay its descent.
So what can you tell us about isopods, Scott? I don't know anything about these animals. What do they do for a living?
Well, I mean, it's a hugely diverse group, so you can't really just sum up in a sentence, what they do for a living, because there's so many different kinds.
Okay, just about time to let it go.
Yeah, I think something that the general public would be most familiar with. Pill bugs and roly-polies are
full wide.
terrestrial isopods. And in the deep sea, they're one of the most abundant and diverse of the crustacean groups. So many more species than, for example, shrimp and crabs. And there's a group called the superfamily Yanaroidea, lots of diversity in there. There are many that live in the sediments. There are some, like the one we were just watching, that swim in the water column, but it's more common for them to be crawling around on the bottom. They may be omnivores or detritivores, feeding on various organics. Some of them we see occasionally on the fish, so there are some that are specialized as kind of micro predators or micro parasites of fish, so you may see them hanging on the sides of fish. There's one interesting group that actually, in shallow water fishes, Bruce may know something about this, can feed on the tongue of fish and essentially leave itself there. It functionally replaces the tongue by after it feeds on it, just kind of hangs on with its legs, and then so it's in a place where the fish is going around with the job of getting the major food, and it's eating the bits that the fish brings in. So it's a very diverse and interesting group. They're related to the amphipods. They're paracarids, so they brood their young in a chamber below the thorax, and so they don't have larvae.
We're coming to the end of that move.
I see there's a sponge.
We
You
might
may want to
think
talk
about switching
that.
like 160 or so. What do you think, co-pilot?
Yeah, can do that.
Yeah, thank you, Scott, for that.
Seems fine to me.
We were listening to the also the.
Or, I mean, let's see, where's... Yeah, I think... Yeah, 160
right
sounds
there
good.
at the same time.
I'll
But
go ahead and get it called in right now, then.
Okay.
Bridge, Nav.
Maybe we could get a
Go ahead,
close-up of this.
Hey,
bamboo
another move, 30
You're not
meters
past
at
it. If you are, don't go back.
1600.2 knots.
Looks like you are. My video's freezing up a little bit, so I'm...
All right, I've got
actually
30
right
meters,
here. We could
160.
Dave, the pilot, said
correct?
he
Good
could
copy.
just spin. Yeah,
Alright,
it's right
stand
here
by.
in front of us, Scott. So he's going to go ahead and do a zoom for you.
I'll try this
that.
floating video. Can you come in partial?
Yep.
Oh, they're going for the pirouette.
Well, I'm going to do my best.
So that's partial.
All right, come in a little more.
RV nav move's been initiated. 30 meters, 160 speed, decimal 2.
Is this going to work, or should I set down?
All right, there's one.
It's up to you.
All right, it's two. It's fair distance. I don't know if this could be a really tall long
I would
boat
say if
or
you
not,
sit down
but
and then
I mean,
tilt up
Scott's
so you get the
obviously
dark
gonna be
background.
looking at this.
All right, I'll give that a try. Video, why don't you come wide while I set us up for this?
Okay.
But you also don't have a whole
Yeah,
lot
the
of
thing
time.
I was
Full
looking
wide.
for were the horizontal sclerites, and I do not see them. This looks like the one that
I
had
see
more
that.
of the...
Okay, video, come in.
Okay.
And I'm going to tilt up, try to get us a black background.
So that's a
Just closed
partial.
up the polyps.
I scared it.
Dave was trying that choral whispering technique with tactile stimulation, and
come in full.
It's
All right, Dave. Not a whole lot of time.
Well, you can see that tactile stimulation caused all the tentacles of all the different
Get a
polyps
couple
to
seconds
retract.
of that if you
so
want.
now they look like little fists instead of...
Video, come a little wider.
Your tail's bumping it
The
still.
quote, fingers extended, the tentacles extended.
Okay, a few seconds of this and we got to go.
well, actually, it's pretty
You'll have
interesting to see them
why don't you
the way they
come
respond
up,
like this.
come back, lateral starboard, and then go
Absolutely.
forward.
It's good. It's easier now to see the polyp body
Video, come
wall.
wide.
Okay.
Lateral
So we're
starboard.
full wide.
Thank you.
Up, up, up.
Oh, what
Pretty
am I
fast.
doing? Okay.
Nice and easy.
Yes.
So you
Well, I
think
can
this
see
was?
you've got
Your
some
toes
gorgeous
are
images
coming
in there.
around.
Unfortunately, I'm getting
That
a lot
would
of
come up
freezing,
a little
so I'm
bit.
going to reboot
Okay.
and see,
Oh, I
see
see
that
that,
improvement.
Toe on your starboard side.
Okay.
Coming up, I am past it, so I'm going to push forward.
So I think your initial
There you go.
assessment, it was similar to the other really tall one as well, if I understood him correctly, rather than the long bones. So Is that what we kicked up, or did a giant shark just swim by?
That would be us.
Oh, that would be us. Okay. I was hopeful, but he signed off, which means we could see a really good fish, because that's happened in the past when he's.
Chris, just to make a note, I don't know if you saw it earlier, but Les was really interested in the long bones that had the horizontal sclerites. That's why I've been looking at these hollow body walls so carefully.
Okay, we'll see if we can come across one. I think we're going to come across, yeah, if we could look a little bit more left, pilot, do a nice swing there. There was a very leggy, there he is, coming into view.
Yes.
I wonder if we could get a look at this. I think this is
All
a
right.
different
We'll
bamboo than what we've seen today.
I'll let you know. So feel free to go, and I'll let you know when you need to move.
Thanks.
Wow, this looks interesting.
It's actually pretty big. I'm going to get a little closer to it.
You've also got a red. Boy, what is that? After we finish with that, there's a. I think it's a sea pen, but it's on hard rock, and it's not a rock pen. Well, maybe we'll take a look at that to the right after we finish this bamboo coral here.
I'll bet that was a heteropathes, Chris.
All right,
Yeah,
video
it could be, but he was awfully red.
Yeah,
It's our off bottom time, Nav.
I saw it because
That's partial.
We have 40 minutes.
Oh, okay.
The exact
5:05
time
or
is when we need to start
So
getting
this is kind of interesting the way.
And, well, okay, yeah.
Very sparse. Huh.
Could this be one of these, what we call a sparse keratoisis in the
Video
gallery,
coming
Scott,
full.
or could this be something else?
What was that?
Coming
Yeah,
full.
it's possible, but another possibility is that it's
That's
got a really
full zoom.
thin skeleton, that it's an S1 clade. And I think from a distance, I'm not entirely certain. No, I don't think it's S1 clade, but I think from a distance it looked like it might have those little nematocyst batteries up on the distal parts of this colony.
It's definitely, well, I don't know definitely, but it sure looks like it's an internodal brancher to me.
Yep, it's an internodal brancher. But some of these branching points, notice how swollen they are. That's what makes it kind of unusual. From a distance, it looked like these branches are coming off at a very weird angle. And, you know, when I see that, sometimes I think that there has been secondary settlement on the initial colony, so that you actually have multiple individuals forming one colony. And I can see some hydrozoans growing on parts of this, which would suggest that there was some tissue missing at one point.
So there are a couple little bumps along the stalk, Scott, as you were suggesting, as he's panning up a little bit.
Yeah,
That
we
move is
saw
almost
something
finished
really
up right
interesting
now.
like this during the Marianas leg, and we could not
Yes.
figure out what was going on. If it was some
Looks like
kind
there
of
it is.
overgrowth, it was nematocyst batteries, and a nematocyst battery is basically a swelling of tissue packed with stinging cells that is presumably defensive. Yeah, there we go. There's a whole lot of them there. This is
So
interesting.
I'll ask the million-dollar question:
I believe during the Marianas leg, we collected something like this.
Oh, you did? Okay, all right.
Yep.
It's got a couple
Or at
long
least, you know,
intertentacular needles
ahead.
too, Scott. It's got some pretty long
Co-pilot, we need to
intertentacular needles on
keep
one
going.
side of the polyp.
The ship is stopped, and we're not going to put another
Yeah,
move
that's
in quite
something
yet.
that Abby and Les call
It'll be all right.
Wolverine.
Not Freddy?
But I am looking down at you at 90 degrees.
Not Freddy, but that would work too. Absolutely, it's another good image.
All right, video or Watchley. Do we need anything
All right.
else on this?
No, I think we're good, pilot. And then if we could swing to the right and
And that'll push you out ahead. So
yeah, take a look at this little red thing. Scott thinks
give
it's
that a
what
shot.
we've seen already, but I just want to take one last quick look at it before.
You think it's too red, huh?
Yeah, I think what caught your eye, Chris,
Video
is that
coming partial.
part in the center that's got
Yeah.
so many of these small pinnules and polyps packed together.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Scott. This is another one of the heteropathies.
So
Thank
we'll
you,
move
pilot.
on?
Yeah, we
Okay.
can move on. Thank
Video
you.
wide.
We're wide.
pushing out ahead.
Yep.
If you get time for one more quick zoom, pilot, this little pile of kind of golden stuff that's right down in the crack right below the
yes,
video
I
right
see
now.
that. I'll try to get that really quickly.
If we could get just
too quickly.
Yep. Sorry, I just saw it as you were passing by. To me, this looks like barnacle shells, but I don't see any barnacles. I was
Video
just
come
curious.
That's a partial zoom.
Yeah. Here, look at this.
Right. So these look like barnacle scales. I'm not sure how they got here, unless there's a lot of barnacles around in the past, and they're all gone now.
I think I'm going to need to get moving, or Sirius is getting out ahead of me.
Thank you very much.
Video come out.
It looks to me like they may be manganese encrusted, which would suggest that they've been there a very long time.
Yeah, we're just not seeing anything that size, barnacles that size, that could explain that. Those shells. So yeah, it must be a very old small patch that eventually died out, I guess.
A little quick, a little close to the bottom.
One of those crinoid on the sticks.
Is it a crinoid? Yeah, maybe we could take a look at. Is there any chance we can look at that?
Sure.
Crinoid? Yeah. Or if this is going to be the same type of thing that we've seen, or this is the first stock crinoid we've seen this dive.
Or is it just hanging out on a stick that was already there?
It could be, but I suspect it's a stock crinoid, actually, just looking at it. I think it's going to be in Hyocrinidae, that particular family. They typically have 5 arms. A lot of the feather stars actually have a lot more arms than that. There's one larger.
Video come in.
That's a partial.
Okay, hold there.
So this one does not have the circular discs underneath the calyx, but I do think it's in the family Hyocrinidae.
Hold.
Many other aspects of this crinoid look the same as the one with the discs. So
come in full.
That's full.
Thank you. Watchley, would you like to look at the base of this? Or do we not need that?
No, I think we're probably good on this. This will be fine. Thank you.
Video come out. And I need to catch up with Sirius
So
again.
we're not moving, so
great.
Just kind of take your time. Mosey on over.
So Allison, no, I think it's Pentametrocrinus. I think is a feather star. I think it's more likely to be a hyacrinid. That's a 5-armed stalked crinoid that occurs down at these depths, and also are typically yellow like that too. Allison Miller has rejoined us from Guam. University of Guam, and she's a echinoderm expert.
Yeah, let's push out. We can kind of acquire a new bearing.
All right.
They want to stay on the east side of this, but
Okay.
Kind of head a little more upslope.
All right, I'm starting to get out ahead of you.
Yep.
I'm going to come back down.
See, now what is wrong with this consolidated substrate right
So I
over
would
here?
say
If I
like-
was a coral, I would settle there. You're on a little peak here, and there may be something there. Or is that no? It's
Somebody may be agreeing with you. It's a little guy, though.
Let's do
Is it a
one.
little one?
There's
What-
not
what
just a
is
little
it?
whip-like thing,
170.
too.
17?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll try to get a look at this. Oh, I see something big. in
Yeah,
the
that's what
background,
I was
although it
looking
may
at.
be-
Is maybe
Yeah,
we
got
could go look at
got
the
a large
big thing.
sonar return
Oh.
Yes, I'm
behind it. So
just
I think it
about at the
dips
max
down.
of my tether, so
Yeah.
we'll have to
Why
wait
don't
a minute
you?
for that.
Let's get a move in toward 170.
I wonder if we could look
Bridge,
at that
Nav.
coral behind
Go ahead,
right on
Nav.
the behind
Hey,
the
30
peak.
meter move, 170, 0.2 knots.
Off to the left?
No, it's straight ahead, upper part of the
All right, I got
screen.
30 meters bearing
And it's
170
just
decimal 2. Is that
above
correct?
Is that just another
Good
rock
copy.
back there?
Copy that,
Maybe
stand
it
by.
is
Just
just a
snap
rock.
zoom if you
I'm
want.
not sure.
Looks like a rock.
It is. I saw the little stalk in front of it, and I thought that was a pom-pom on top of it. I think it's just a rock.
So I would come back down.
Yep. It's just a
Look
rock.
around a little bit till the ship starts to move, or the
So there-
Sirius starts to move.
Okay.
You know, I'd
Trying
focus
to
on what's in
remember,
front of
Scott,
you rather
what
than
the,
what's far ahead of you because you can't get out there.
What the one that Les was interested in actually looked like. Can't remember. I know it was an unbranched icidid.
Wasn't it the long bones one?
Might tug you a little bit
I
up
think
and
it
down.
was long bones.
Okay.
Yeah, it was one where he thought at first that it only had the one
why don't you back up a
sclerite
bit?
sticking out
Right,
between the
back in.
tentacles, and it was just that he was looking at it on an odd angle
I don't know if I.
where the lighting was.
Something's swimming here. Video, do you want? We could try to get that. Come in partial.
All right.
This is going to be difficult.
Hard to remember because
It's
we've
quick.
seen so many.
I know.
Watch your toe.
Trying to catch something that's moving too
okay,
quick.
come wide. I can't get that.
All right, we're right.
Too fast for me. And I see something right behind me.
Yep, so your starboard
I was in
toe
the
is touching right
amphipod, which
now.
is a cousin of the
Oh, we
isopod
have
we discussed
just
earlier.
bow thrust is ramping
And
up a
one
little
thing to
bit.
compare
We're almost
those
to the
two
end.
are
Well, we got
the
20 meters left in this
sand
position.
fleas
We're
or
just
weed
gonna
choppers.
see what we're doing. I think
Those
we're
are
driving against the
amphipods
current.
that basically live in the seaweed that's washed
Okay,
up
just
onto,
keep me posted
shore.
on that at the end of the move, and let me know.
Copy that. We'll see how she rests when she gets there. Right now, I'm splitting the difference between wind and current. Wind is negligible. Current's fairly
Change
strong.
our topography
About the
to
same as we've had all day. I
more
just
steep,
saw the
but
bow
this
thrust
time
bump
the
up. Just want to keep you
lavas
updated.
are
Copy that. What do you
smaller
estimate the
little
current at right now?
cobbles and
Well, the
instead of
Kongsberg
the
gives me
large
4
boulders.
supplied. So I've got 4 supplied on the starboard side of the vessel at 1.2 knots. But that's not necessarily indicative of it actually being current. It's just the subtraction of total 4 supplied minus wind. So, yeah, I'm not going to say it's
So
a
if you
not
have nothing to pick
1.2
up
knots
as
of current,
biology, we
but
always
that's what the
know,
Kongsberg's telling me.
No.
rock defined.
Copy that. Thank you.
Worst comes to worst, we'll grab
Seems to
another
be
one
dying
of
out.
those
We're almost to the end of the
Plurigorgia.
move,
It's a
but I just
dominant.
wanted to let you know we're
here,
ramping up a
and
bit.
It's going to be
Yep,
a new
good copy,
record
thank
for
you.
wake. So
Looks like there's
Just
something.
holding
in the
out to
water.
the-
I'm not sure that that's going to count because everything is
All
going
right,
to be a
yeah,
new
I'm
record
coming
for
on
wake because nobody's been here.
Hey, it's fair. It's fair. I didn't make the rules. Well, yeah, I helped make the rules,
yeah.
I guess. So.
Oh, that's probably too
Oh,
far
it's-
away.
No, it's super close.
Is it?
Yep.
Okay. Well, I've lost it.
I think it's gone.
I'm gonna sort myself out here. Okay. So it looks like the ridge is off to our starboard. Pretty significant slope here.
Yep, that's what it looks like on the map too.
How much left in that move, Nav?
We have 5 meters left in that move.
Okay, we'll let this finish out, and then we'll adjust.
All
What
right.
is it?
We may need to adjust the ship heading after this.
That's fine.
just because they're fighting current and wind right now.
Copy that.
Co-pilot, any suggestions?
Kind of just mow the lawn. Just kind of look around.
Let's see what we can find.
Ooh, look at that.
There's
something. That's a biggie.
I'll go ahead and turn my heading. It's not a big deal here.
It might be a little too far
So-
away, but we'll try it.
The question is, will that fit in the box? I mean, you got an awfully
That
big
will
rock for
not
Scott.
fit in the
I mean, excuse me, not for Scott, for Jasper.
So what if we rolled it?
I think this is
how breakable would it be at that point?
actually this is another one of the Tritoplera sponges, I think. So not sure it. I don't know. I suppose we could see if it's the same species, but hoping for something a little bit different. You know, it's a wonderful colony.
Just might have just enough tether to
Yeah, I see where.
get over there.
One of the reasons I shy away from sampling these things too is that they'll come off that rock if you just even nudge them, and the whole colony will be laying on the ground before you even know what's happened.
Why don't you set down there and zoom in?
It's a very brittle sponge.
Looks like that move is done, huh, Nav?
Doesn't look that brittle.
Yeah, well, it's sort of waving around a bit, isn't it?
Here we go.
Did sort of bend quite a bit, didn't it?
Is that a fish behind there?
Where?
Right there in the crack between the two big rocks. Oh, and now it just went blurry. Somebody changed it.
There is a fish, and it's between the two boulders behind the sponge. There he is. He's doing something. Did a fish or one of those gigantic polychaete worms?
Video, you want to
copy that bridge? Yeah, let's go ahead and do that right now.
No, it's not a fish.
Watch your drip, pilot.
Come on. To starboard and see if that helps out a little bit.
Watch your toes.
Copy that.
Dirt.
Trying to correct that.
No, it may have been a piece of that sponge.
Wow.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know what happened there.
It's just current. The
Okay.
current's pulling the tether to your starboard.
I
So
thought it looked kind of rectangular now.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to try again to look at this in front of us. Video, do you want to come in on this?
Yep.
And well, we could start right there.
So that's a partial zoom.
All right.
Just housekeeping.
So this is pretty sure it's in the family Incinnateridae. It's a Tritoplera, and the sponge or the shrimp is one of these little Lebius, I think, shrimp that hangs out on these sponges. And one of the things you look at are those very long feathery antennae that it's got on it.
How's that?
Good, thank you. Just don't have it as stable as I'd like.
Yep.
Come up.
That's a big one. Still climbing Mount Sponge. They reached the top.
Summit.
The summit.
Yeah.
Hey, do you want to come in on this?
Okay.
See what that tiny little thing is.
That's full zoom.
Yeah, I figured. That is small.
So when we are finished with the sponge, I wonder if we could take a look at an object that's on the rock to the right of the sponge, just to the right of it.
Can do a quick look.
Okay, we can do that.
All right, RV, we've finished the heading change. Current heading is 155. I'm going to let her sit here for a bit, see how she feels at this heading.
We're
should be opened up to
And you
position
see
move.
that kind of brown
patch there
Give
on the
me a
side of
couple
the rock
minutes,
with a
like
little
2
hole
minutes
in the
literally
center.
to get this settled out.
Oh,
and
right
just
next
make
to it.
sure, and then after that we should be
Could
ready
you
for
zoom
position.
on that, please?
Copy that.
Come back down here.
I think it could be the source of the scales, but it's still dead. The scales we saw earlier,
All right, Dave,
this could be
don't
one
back
of
up
these
too much here.
Chirona,
Yeah,
these really big barnacles.
In fact, why
doesn't
don't
look alive though.
I think we need to just
okay.
push out.
We need to move.
Okay.
Yeah, you got to come up and push forward. Yeah.
I'll just come up over it. Very easy to get into an oscillation.
Push forward and kind of come to the port side. Give you as much time as I could on that sponge.
I appreciate it. I think I'm really getting blown around here.
Yeah, there's quite a bit of current.
Earlier, yes.
Yeah, RV Now bridge seems to be holding good here. I haven't seen any major issues at this point. Ride's a little bit worse, but other than that, everything else seems to be
Dave,
fine.
is the current coming from the northeast? Is that
let's see. Current is going from my port to starboard. I'd say it's coming from the southeast.
Southeast, okay.
And it's fairly significant.
So why don't you back up a bit towards me, and then we'll get a good bearing up the hill. Alright, that's looking better. I'll bring my head over.
It's your Pleurogorgia again, maybe?
Yeah, I think it's the Pleurogorgia.
That looks...
So look on your sonar, you know, I think even you bump it starboard a bit.
Yeah.
Now, how much longer do we have on the ground?
We have about 20 minutes.
Aches.
20 minutes, thank you.
Do we have time for one last collection?
Back up a bit more.
Is that possible, or
we do?
Could we look at one of these unbranched little stalks down here to the right, bottom right? And maybe that's the one that one of the shoreside members was interested in.
There we go. Should be settled out. This is perfect setup for a collection.
And let me know if you see what we're looking for.
Yeah, it was dead ahead. It's sort of right in the center.
Okay. Just a bit above the middle.
It's kind of a pain because it's sort of in that little channel there of rocks. I don't know if it's... I wonder if we can find one of those that's maybe sticking up a little bit better. It might be an easier collection.
No, it's sitting on top very much, isn't it?
Well, he's got to sort of get in between these two pillow flows, but I'm not even sure that's one of the ones that the guy wanted. Yeah, we're not talking about the sort of triple branch one. It was one of the...
This one, Co-pilot, can you bring lasers on?
They are on.
They are on.
Yes. All right, let's put in a position move toward... Why don't you,
the
Dave,
lasers on that you were looking for?
Let's do, yeah, you're getting it pulled now. Let's do 220 is fine.
Bridge.
Do like 15 meters is
Bridge,
fine.
RV Nath.
Go ahead, RV.
Hey, we're going to get a 15 meter move at 220 at 0.2 knots.
So watch lead.
All right, let me call it back. I've got 15 meters
to, but I can't
at
quite
220 bearing, or a range at speed.
Maybe we could do a quick.
Lasers pointed.
Maybe we could do a quick zoom to the left a little bit.
Standby.
Bring the lasers over and then down about right now.
Yes, I see.
I think there was something there. Yeah,
there's something.
That's it.
Okay, let me bring the ROV down a little bit. And actually, I'll go to the side.
Yeah,
of this
that's
rock.
it.
Isn't that one of those black corals again?
Yeah, it could be.
Harvey, that bridge
back
move has
up,
been
back up, Dave.
initiated. 15 meters.
Desperate
bearing
times
220
call
speed.
for desperate IDs.
We'll get there.
Yeah, desperate calls, right?
Wait a few minutes. Keep
Just let me know if you need to look at anything 14 seconds ago.
Yeah, keep backing up. The
It's
problem is
always
that
good
the
to
tether's
review
getting blown
what we
toward you
can
here.
no longer collect, right?
That's right.
Yeah. It's
Well,
kinda
in your rear
facing
view mirror.
same direction as the current, so we'll get a position move over there.
Okay.
Okay, you're good now. You can come down to the bottom and take a look.
All right, I'll do
What's in
that.
front of you? We'll get over there. Yeah.
Is that the tether?
Yeah. It's
Kidding. I'll
Okay, why don't you
back
push?
up.
Yeah, just stay there.
Okay.
Okay, why don't you come up a little bit?
Okay.
And why don't you get ahead of me? Because yeah, the tether's getting blown right into you.
All right. I'll come up.
And push out as you come up a bit. It's nothing dangerous. I'm just trying to be cautious here.
Oh, yes. I see what you're talking about.
Yeah. Let's hang out right there. That's comfortable. Stay there, Dave. Right there.
Yep. I'm trying.
Why don't you, you can try, maybe turning, yeah, that's a tough situation, isn't it? Getting blown uphill with the tether. How far are we through that move, Nev?
We have 3 meters left.
Okay.
What about coming
yeah,
around
they're
the
all
other
kind
side?
of tough ones there. Not even
Yeah,
sure
back
this
up
is
a
a
bit,
nice
back
city.
up.
It could be one of
Backing
these
up,
unbranched primnoids too. It's not positive. This is a tough one, and the terrain's really tough too. It's pretty gnarly terrain.
Yeah, stay there. So why don't you... So do you see the coral that they want to look at here?
I think so. I think it's this one right in the middle here, right? I just hit it with a laser.
Where is the... I don't see the lasers.
Sorry, I fell off of it.
Here, you need to come to port. You need to lateral to port.
Oh, I keep forgetting to fight that current.
Yeah.
Well, maybe we can go on and see if we can find one last thing here. If we only come up with one biology, that's fine. I've got 2 really heavy primnoid branches that I have to carry up to the lab, and whereas you only have 2 rocks.
I only have 2 to carry. That's right.
So
I think we can get it. We just had to
pretty taxed
see
anyway,
the currents
trying to
shifting
get
again.
those up.
Now it's starting
I
to
think that rock might become
push to the starboard.
Sean's new exercise equipment.
Well,
I was thinking that we might have to get Jared to actually crane that thing up.
I think I see a whip in the distance on the right.
On the right.
Yeah, we've been trying to get there,
on the right,
Scott.
Off screen right now.
Right, we've been trying to get there, Scott.
Oh, okay.
He's having a little bit of trouble.
Copy that. No problem.
Yeah, we were thinking of doing a little bit of a seat change here up front. So that's why we're stopped for a minute or two.
Well, this is a fairly easy sample, so I think I'm going to have my co-pilot do it.
Okay, it's looking better. So you could probably come down a few meters and I'll push forward.
Okay.
Yep, just keep coming down slowly. And since it's getting blown starboard now, I'll kind of come around the other side.
Yeah, I'm trying to get my Titan on it.
There we go. Looking good now.
I'm going to give you a little bit more.
Yep. All right, you want to look at this coral right here, Chris?
Yeah, no, we were looking at the unbranched ones to the right of this.
Okay.
There's a couple of them. The one sort of on top of a rock might be the easiest. He's
Okay.
on the other side of this little channel here. So keep spinning. I think he'll show up if you keep spinning.
Okay. Just keep watching the tether, Dave.
Yes.
Just in case the current shifts again.
It looks good right now.
Okay. Oh, stub my toe there. This guy down here?
I don't see it yet. See, that's it's not the one I was looking at.
I see. There's.
No, if I've lost track.
Might be a little
We're
bit
not
beyond
moving
it.
now, right?
No, we're not moving.
No, we're not.
Well, maybe we can spot another one of them, right? There could be one up ahead. No, that's a sand channel, I guess.
Yeah, Chris, the one I was referring to was still off in the distance. It looked like a pretty good size. It wasn't right here tucked in these rocks.
Oh, is that right?
You can turn your heading with me
I thought
too.
what you were telling me was that you were at the end of the tether and so couldn't go out there.
Yeah, no, I was looking at two smaller ones that I thought could have been similar.
Yeah.
But yeah, I didn't.
I think I know the smaller ones you're referring to. I saw them as well down in the crack.
Right, I didn't see the bigger one off in the distance.
Yeah, the current's picking up a lot. Yeah,
I'm not sure we're gonna
yeah, I don't
get
think
the second one. Yeah, pretty tough too. The
current is picking up, and when we first got here, it was kind of pushing the tether toward D2, which is not ideal. And then it kind of shifted directions a little bit, but I'm pushing 80 to 90% port lateral.
Well, I don't know your situation, but that high point that's on, it's just for me going off the right side of the screen in the distance. I thought it was on the back side of that.
Yeah, they're having some trouble fighting an uncooperative current right now, Scott. That's part of the reason of what's going on.
Okay, great. Thank you.
It also apparently shifted directions too, right in the middle of all of that. So
Yeah, well, and I don't think we have time to put in a move. By the time we felt it, we'd have to come up bottom, so we're kind of going to just look around at a tether length there.
Sure, that's
and
fine.
If you see anything, I'm happy to grab it quick for you, but
Do you
if
want
not,
to
that's
take
fine.
that Plurigorgia?
That could take a while to grab that thing, I think. Where is it? Where do you see it right
I
now?
saw something here, but I'm not sure that's
You want to do a snap zoom?
Yeah, maybe there's a...
Yeah, that looks the same.
Hold there.
Well, I don't know. Did you want to grab a piece of that, Dan? I mean, it's going to be a new record, but otherwise, if you don't want to grab it, it's also fine too.
I'm happy to grab it if you want it.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
let's do it because I think we only have one other specimen of that from Hawaii, and we're quite a ways away.
I think I have enough tether co-pilot here.
Yes, I think you should be able to get that.
What did you say, Scott?
A floater. He was just advising
I say be aware that it is a floater.
Yeah.
I'm heaving.
Yeah.
5, 6, 7 meters.
Yeah.
Just making tether management difficult.
Yep. I'm not sure. Maybe just out of reach, but I'll try. Let me know what you're comfortable with.
If you push out, I can come down a little more.
Okay.
I just saw that stock again in the distance. It might actually be a sponge.
Yeah, I see it, and I do think it's a sponge, Scott.
Yeah, that'll work. Why don't you come down a little more?
Following you down.
Yeah, that'll set us up nice. You can even turn your heading toward port to kind of alleviate
I
the
see
tension a bit.
Yep.
You can keep an eye on the tether with your Titan.
Yes, I'm doing that.
Let me know if you feel uncomfortable.
This actually looks pretty good.
So one thing you'll note, Scott, about these Plurigorgias is a bunch of these things are really planar, and I have some memory, maybe it's a false implanted memory, that the Plurigorgia we were seeing in the Northwest Hawaiian Islands wasn't quite so planar. It seemed to be more three-dimensional. The branches look the same, but these colonies look quite planar, so maybe we have a different type of Plurigorgia here.
Yeah, tether looks great right now.
Cool. All right.
Yeah, I don't remember that myself, Chris, but that's entirely possible. I wouldn't trust my memory. There are
Do you have enough?
at least two described species.
Yeah, it's well clear of me.
It could be, a different one from what we collected, or it could be something new.
Okay.
Let's see here.
Your port inner's taken
Sort of
right
planar.
now.
I'm looking at the
But other
gallery.
than that, you're clear.
We can go for the starboard.
That example there is
yeah, we can go for the
planar, I
starboard.
guess.
Okay.
Let me grab it first.
Well, this one looks all over the place.
Right,
This
hydraulic
one here.
stirrup?
So we have
Yes.
one
Okay.
kind of planar one and one that's not so planar in the gallery. Yeah, and here's a few more of them that look like they're kind of all over the place. They look a little different to me, so maybe we have something. Yeah, and there's an example, the CF Plurigorgia militaris, which is Plurigorgia species. Pretty good.
So is there a particular part of this that you want to grab?
Can we get a good close-up of it just before we clip it?
Yeah, we can zoom in.
Yeah, no, just
zoom in, video.
Just a nice piece of the branch would be fine.
That's a partial.
Okay.
Should I zoom out to get the lasers?
Sure. Even a little more. Kind of, yeah, that's good. Okay, let's.
Thank you. That's great.
Let's come out partial. Hold there.
Yeah, so
I'm
just
gonna
a
make it
nice
quick.
sized piece of the branches there, Dan, would be fine.
Okay.
looks good.
It's got a whole bunch.
Yeah, nice piece.
Nice.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Is this going import outboard?
This is going to go in the starboard box. Let's zoom out full on Zeus.
Starboard inboard, I think.
Let's get the mini Zeus up there.
You want me to take it?
Yeah, sure. And then why don't you go ahead and open up the box when you're ready.
Do that from here?
Yes, we can. Definitely.
Okay, port bio extend, starboard retract. Forgot these aren't multi-touch. And extending the drawer.
Okay.
Oh.
Something wrong?
Drawers, the box isn't open.
Oh.
Starboard retract.
Yep, and then port retract.
Port extend, right?
Well, port retract. You're going to retract both, just to make sure, okay. And then you extend the starboard one.
Coming from the
retract.
The south.
And extend the starboard.
Then could some of the sediment be coming actually from the top of the gill
starboard
itself? Because there was a substantial amount
and then
of
open the
sediment
drawer.
there, or kind of a riff ridge, right? Or not?
There we
that
go.
Looks better.
He's just sort of curious, like what would be the source of the sediment if it wasn't.
It usually is just uphill.
Okay.
It's just going to be rolling down.
Just make sure.
Yeah, just sort of sheds.
Close. You can go ahead.
And then the current will move it around. But I mean, these currents, I would think that the currents are either tidal driven or something like that. Sort of moving these things back and forth.
Okay, let's close it up.
Terrific.
Oh,
It
hold
is
on.
in the box.
Hold on.
Sorry.
There we go.
You clear?
Yep, we're clear.
Retracting.
I think it's in the box. Yep.
It's
There
in
it
the
goes.
box.
So because it's pretty late, we are going to go ahead and have our post-dive call immediately as soon as I think Lindsay's probably out there waiting, and as soon as she can get things switched over, we'll go ahead and have that call as they're getting ready to leave the bottom.
All right, time to go.
All right,
Yep,
thank you, Nav.
thank you very much. I just appreciate it.
Take my camera back.
Yes.
Yes, go ahead.
All right, so
As she's bringing up the
you stay there. I'm going to come under
the
you.
actual map,
Copy.
Scott, do you have any comments about today's dive that you wanted to share, or should we move right into tomorrow's dive?
Yes, just like 4 meters.
All right.
I don't know that I'm articulate enough at this time of the night to have any interesting thoughts about the day.
Well, we just lost one of our manipulator cameras.
That's the screen. Yeah, it did that the other day too. Twice.
Okay. Well, it's not important right now. Why don't you tilt your camera down, Dave?
We don't know for 100% that we would find that
Yeah,
here
current
even
has
if we're at
picked up.
2,000 meters because we
Wow.
haven't explored this particular feature. But I'd say it's a good bet that these deeper depth, much more sparse communities, probably related to.
The tether still looks good.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I can't say I'm not. I can't say I'm. I don't know. I'm not going to say this right, but
All right.
I'm not surprised by the results from
Why don't
today.
you come up
'cause I
like-
do believe
no, you're
there is
actually
a
fine.
lower limit, a depth limit for some of these communities.
Why don't you
so
tilt down to 90
it
degrees,
may or may
please?
not be true, but it sort of
Bridge,
fits
Ned.
with some of my expectations.
This is the bridge. Go
But,
ahead.
Hey, we're coming up
anyway,
on.
shall we
Got
go
it, I'll
ahead
log
and?
it out, thank you.
Oh, it's not. Okay.
Let's put it up.
So we're going to put a starboard turn in.
Okay.
You're already lined up with the ship, which
Yes,
is nice.
Okay, it's on stream 3.
So,
Could line up
so
perfectly with the
Scott,
ship
can
if
you
you'd
see
like.
the stream?